a man declared innocent times by the very judge who sentenced him to death, and in between, the most brutal torture the Roman Empire had designed in 500 years of practice. That was Good Friday. Not the summarized version they tell you in church, the real version, hour by hour, minute by minute. From midnight to 3 in the afternoon on April 3rd in 33 AD. And I'm going to tell you 5 things you probably never heard about that day. 1. Jesus' trial violated 18 documented Jewish and Roman laws. 2. There's a pagan historian from the 2nd century who recorded the darkness of that noon. 3. The most famous cry from the cross hides a vocabulary change that reveals something devastating. 4. A Roman soldier stabbed him with a spear, and what came out of his body wouldn't have a medical explanation until centuries later. And 5. There's a Greek word Jesus said before dying that doesn't mean what you were taught. All of it is documented. All of it is verifiable. And today, you're going to see it like no one ever told you. Let's start at midnight. In a garden. Jerusalem is bursting with people. It's the week of Passover. Between 200,000 and 300,000 pilgrims are crammed into a city built for 40,000. The streets smell of roasted lamb, incense, and sweat. And in the middle of that chaos, a man crosses the Kidron Valley toward a garden called Gethsemane with his disciples. His name is Jesus of Nazareth. And he knows exactly what awaits him in the coming hours. Luke, who was a physician, records something that modern science has confirmed as a real phenomenon. He says that Jesus' sweat was like great drops of blood falling down to the ground. Luke 22:44. That has a clinical name, hematidrosis. It happens when anguish is so extreme that the capillaries surrounding the sweat glands rupture. It's not a metaphor, it's physiology. And it only happens when the body is on the verge of total collapse. No one has touched him yet. No one has struck him. But his body is already responding as if he were dying. Because he knows what's coming. Every blow, every nail, every second of the next 18 hours. And yet he prays, Father, if you are willing, remove this cup from me. Nevertheless, not my will, but yours be done. Luke 22:42. That cup, remember that word. Because when we get to 3 in the afternoon and Jesus screams something in Aramaic that no one expected, you're going to understand what was inside that cup. And it's going to wreck you. And now, among the olive trees, torches appear. John says a detachment of troops and officers from the chief priests and Pharisees came. John 18:3. The Greek word is spera. That's a Roman cohort, between 300 and 600 armed soldiers, to arrest a single unarmed man. That tells you everything about the level of fear they had. Judas approaches. He kisses him. That was the signal. Mark 14:44.
Thank you.
Whomever I kiss, he is the one. Seize him. A kiss.
Thank you.
The most intimate gesture in Jewish culture turned into a weapon. And Jesus says something that cuts like a silent dagger. Friend, why have you come? Matthew 26:50. He calls him friend after the betrayal. They arrest him. The disciples flee, all of them. Mark 14:50 says it plainly. Then they all forsook him and fled. Men who 3 hours earlier had sworn to give their lives for him disappeared into the darkness as if they'd never known him. But one didn't leave entirely. Peter followed from a distance. He slipped into the courtyard of the high priest's house and sat by the fire with the guards. A servant girl saw him and said, "You also were with Jesus of Nazareth." Mark 14:67. Peter denied it. Another person recognized him. He denied again. A third time they pressed him, "Surely you are one of them, for you are a Galilean." Mark 14:70.
Hi, Jersey.
And Peter began to curse and swear, "I do not know this man of whom you speak." Mark 14:71. At that very moment the rooster crowed, and Luke 22:61 records a detail that destroys you. And the Lord turned and looked at Peter. Jesus was being dragged through the courtyard at that moment, hands bound, face beaten, and he stopped. And he looked at him, not with hatred, not with reproach. He looked at him, and Peter went out and wept bitterly. Luke 22:62. That look. If you understand it, you understand all of Good Friday, because this is the same man who in a few hours nailed to a cross will say, Father, forgive them. If he forgave Peter with a look, what wouldn't he do for you? And what happens in the next 5 hours is so illegal that a modern lawyer could have the entire case thrown out. But there was no appeal. What there was a political machine determined to kill a man before dawn. And this is just the beginning. 1 in the morning, they drag him before Annas. Annas is no longer the high priest, but he's still running everything from the shadows. He has 5 sons and a son-in-law,
You're always welcome here,
Caiaphas,
NJ.
who hold the
God
key
bless
positions
you.
on the Sanhedrin, and he has a personal reason to destroy Jesus. Remember when Jesus overturned the money changers' tables in the temple? Those money changers operated with Annas's permission. Jesus cost him money.
You're
And
welcome.
Annas doesn't
Thank
forget.
you.
John 18:19 says Annas questioned Jesus about his disciples and his doctrine. Sounds reasonable, but it was illegal. The Hebrew criminal code prohibited making the accused testify against himself, and Jesus knew it. That's why he responded, I spoke openly to the world. Why do you ask me? John 18:20. An officer slapped him across the face. Do you answer the high priest like that? And Jesus, with his cheek burning, replied, If I have spoken evil, bear witness of the evil. But if well, why do you strike me? John 18:23. Pay attention to what just happened. A man struck unjustly maintains perfect legal composure while his judges violate every rule of their own system. That's not weakness. That's absolute mastery of the situation. From Annas, they take him to Caiaphas, and here a quorum of the Sanhedrin assembles. Not the full 71 members, only 23, almost all relatives of Annas. The law prohibits enemies of the accused from serving as judges. That law was ignored. They look for witnesses. Mark 14:56. For many bore false witness against him, but their testimonies did not agree. Mosaic law requires at least 2 agreeing witnesses for a capital case. Deuteronomy 17:6.
Hi,
They
Jeremy.
can't find them. Not even the liars can get their story straight. And then Caiaphas plays his final card. He asks directly, Are you the Christ, the Son of the Blessed? Mark 14:61. And Jesus answers, I am. And you will see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of the power and coming with the clouds of heaven. Mark 14:62. Caiaphas tears his robes. Blasphemy. And they vote guilty. He deserves to die. And then something begins that the Gospels describe with a coldness that's terrifying. Mark 14:65. Then some began to spit on him, and to blindfold him, and to beat him, and to say to him, Prophesy. They covered his eyes, hit him, and asked him to guess who struck him. It was a game. The guards of the Sanhedrin, supposed representatives of divine justice, turned the accused into a toy. Luke 22:63-65 adds that they said many other things, blaspheming him, many other things. Luke gives no details. And the fact that a physician who normally documents everything chose not to specify tells you how degrading it was. Meanwhile, Judas, Matthew 27:3-5 says that when he saw Jesus was condemned, he brought back the 30
Time is
pieces
in
of
the
silver to the
bio
chief
when you
priests
enter my
and
stream,
elders, saying,
guys.
I have sinned by betraying innocent blood. And you know what they told him? What is that to us? You see to it? The same men who paid him to betray Jesus discarded him like trash when they no longer needed him. And Judas went out and hanged himself. The 30 coins lay scattered on the temple floor. No one wanted to touch them. Matthew 27:7 says they used them to buy a field to bury foreigners. Even the currency of betrayal
Hi,
ended up
Andrew.
serving the dead. But there's a problem. Sanhedrin can't execute anyone. Rome took that right away decades earlier. John 18:31. It is not lawful for us to put anyone to death. So they need Pilate. And to convince a Roman governor blasphemy won't work. They need political charges, sedition, treason against Caesar. And that's where sacred history gets tangled with politics in a way the church almost never explains. If this is blowing your mind, hit that like button, because we haven't even reached 6 in the morning yet. The strongest part is coming now. 6 in the morning. They take him before Pontius Pilate. And to understand what happens in the next 2 hours, you need to know something about Pilate that changes everything. Pilate was not a secure governor. He'd already gotten into serious trouble with the Jewish leaders at least twice. Once for bringing standards bearing Caesar's image into Jerusalem. Another for taking money from the temple treasury for an aqueduct. Both times there were massive protests, formal complaints to Rome, and Pilate was left politically wounded. The priests knew Pilate couldn't afford another scandal, and they were going to exploit it. The charges now are completely different. Luke 23:2. We found this fellow perverting the nation and forbidding to pay taxes to Caesar, saying that he himself is Christ, a king. 3 political charges, surgically designed so Pilate can't say no. Pilate interrogates Jesus. Are you the king of the Jews? Jesus answers, it is as you say. Mark 15:2. Pilate goes outside and says publicly, I find no fault in this man. John 18:38. Innocent. But the priests insist. Pilate finds out Jesus is Galilean and sends him to Herod Antipas. Luke 23:8 says Herod was exceedingly glad because he wanted to see a miracle. Jesus didn't speak a single word to him, not one, and Herod, humiliated, dressed him in a royal robe as mockery and sent him back to Pilate. And here comes a detail that's a political bombshell. Luke 23:12. That very day, Pilate and Herod became friends with each other, for previously they had been at enmity with each other. The condemnation of an innocent man reconciled them. Jesus' blood served as political glue between 2 men who hated each other. Pilate tries one last thing. He offers to release a prisoner for Passover. He gives them a choice, Jesus or Barabbas. Barabbas was a murderer and revolutionary. Mark 15:7. A man with real blood on his hands. And the crowd, stirred up by the priests, Mark 15:11, shouts, Barabbas! Pilate asks, what then do you want me to do with Jesus? And the answer thunders across all of Jerusalem, crucify him. And in the middle of all this, Matthew 27:19 records a chilling detail. Pilate's wife sends him an urgent message. Have nothing to do with that just man, for I have suffered many things today in a dream because of him. While the crowd screams, crucify him, Pilate's wife is having nightmares that drive her to warn him. And Pilate ignores both things. His own legal conviction that Jesus is innocent and the supernatural warning from his own wife. Matthew 27:24 says Pilate took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. You see to it. He washed his hands, literally, as if water could cleanse cowardice. He declared a man innocent, handed him over to be tortured and executed, and thought that wetting his fingers absolved him. And then someone in the crowd throws the phrase that sealed the sentence, if you let this man go, you are not Caesar's friend. John 19:12. Friend of Caesar was an honorary Roman title. Losing that title meant ruin. And Pilate, the man who declared Jesus innocent 4 times, handed him over to be destroyed because his career mattered more to him than the truth. If you know someone who's never heard this complete story, share this video with them. They need to see this. And now comes what Isaiah prophesied 700 years earlier. His visage was marred more than any man, and his form more than the sons of men. Isaiah 52:14. The Roman scourging. You need to erase from your mind any movie image. What the Romans did doesn't look like anything Hollywood has ever shown. The instrument was called a flagrum. We know exactly what it looked like because one was unearthed from the ruins of Herculaneum, the city buried by Vesuvius in 79 AD. It was a short wooden handle with 3 or more heavy leather straps, and at the end of each strap were lead balls and sharpened bone fragments. 2 soldiers positioned themselves on either side of the prisoner, who was tied naked to a post. What follows is not dramatization. It's a medical description published in the Journal of the American Medical Association in 1986. The first blows cut the skin. As they continued, the straps reached the muscle, producing what the physicians described as quivering ribbons of bleeding flesh. Eusebius of Caesarea, a 4th century historian, wrote that eyewitnesses were horrified to see the condemned lacerated to the very veins and arteries, so that the inner parts of the body, both their entrails and their organs, were exposed to view. Ecclesiastical History, Book 4, Chant 15. The Jews limited lashes to 39. The Romans had no limit. They flogged until the officer in charge decided the prisoner was close enough to death, and after the scourging, an entire battalion of soldiers, between 200 and 600 men, according to Matthew 27:27, took turns humiliating him. They put a purple robe on him, a crown of thorns on his head, a reed in his hand as a mock scepter. They struck him on the head with the reed, driving the thorns deeper. They spat on him. They knelt in mockery. "Hail, King of the Jews!" Mark 15:18. When they finished, they ripped off the robe, and every blood clot that had stuck to the fabric was torn
Hey,
off.
Sean.
And they placed on his shattered shoulders the patibulum, the horizontal beam of the cross, between 70 and 90 pounds of raw timber. John 19:17 says Jesus went out carrying his cross, but he couldn't complete the journey. 600 meters of cobblestone streets uphill after a sleepless night, beatings in 2 courts, and a scourging that left him on the edge of death. His body collapsed. Imagine the scene: narrow streets, thousands of Passover pilgrims packed against the walls, Roman soldiers shoving people aside to clear a path, and in the center, a man who no longer looks human. Isaiah prophesied it. His visage was marred more than any man, and his form more than the sons of men. Isaiah 52:14. His back is an open mass of flesh
Nothing
and
much,
blood.
you.
His face is swollen from the beatings. He has thorns driven into his scalp, and on his destroyed shoulders, a 90-pound wooden beam crushing him down. He falls. His knees hit the stones. The beam rolls. The soldiers yank him up. He takes a few more steps, falls again, and the centurion, who needs to complete the
Sorry that you're
execution before
bored.
noon, makes a practical
There
decision.
will be Bible
He
study
grabs
around
a man from the
5
crowd.
p.m.
Mark 15:21 says they compelled Simon of Cyrene to carry the cross, and Mark names Simon's sons, Alexander and Rufus. Why name them? Because when Mark wrote his gospel, the Christian community knew them. Paul greets a Rufus in Romans 16:13. A man who was forced to carry a cross that Friday ended up founding a family of faith. No one knows at what point Simon stopped carrying the cross out of obligation and started carrying it out of conviction, but something happened in those 600 meters. Luke 23:27 adds something no one else records. A great multitude of the people followed him, and women who also mourned and lamented him. And Jesus, dragging himself toward his own execution, stopped. He turned around, and he spoke to them, "Daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children." Luke 23:28, about to die, and still thinking about others, still warning, still loving. But what you just heard is only the preparation. The crucifixion hasn't started yet, and what comes next is worse than everything before it combined. Golgotha, a rocky mound outside the walls, beside a busy road, because Rome crucified in public so everyone would see and be
God
afraid.
bless you, Glenn.
It's 9 in the morning. The third
Thank
hour,
you for the
Mark
favor.
15:25. They strip him, they lay him on the beam, and they drive in the nails, not through the palms. That's an artistic error that lasted centuries. The Greek word "kier" includes the wrist, and archaeology confirms it. In 1968, northeast of Jerusalem, they found the body of a first-century crucified man named Yehohanan ben Hakol. The nails went through the carpal zone, between the radius and the carpal bones. If they went through the palm, the body's weight would tear through the flesh and the hand would pull free. Rome knew exactly what it was doing. The nail in the wrist crushes the median nerve. Physicians who have studied crucifixion say it produces a continuous discharge of pain that radiates through the entire arm. A pain so specific that 19th century doctors had to invent a new word to describe it: causalgia. Then they lift the beam and fit it onto the vertical post. They nail the feet, one on top of the other, knees slightly bent, and here's Rome's diabolical engineering. To exhale, Jesus has to push himself upward against the nails in his feet, scraping his shredded back against the rough wood. To inhale, he has to let himself drop, hanging from the nails in his wrists. Every breath is a designed cycle of agony. Rome turned the survival instinct itself into an instrument of torture. And in the midst of that pain, Jesus' first words on the cross are not of complaint, not of hatred. They are, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they do." Luke 23:34. There are soldiers below casting lots for his clothes. John 19:23-24 gives a detail that seems minor but isn't. Jesus' tunic was without seam woven from the top in one piece. The soldiers decided not to tear it but to cast lots for it. An exact fulfillment of Psalm 22:18, written 1,000 years earlier. They divided my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots. Roman soldiers who had no idea that Psalm existed fulfilled a millennial prophecy out of pure greed. Priests are mocking him. He saved others. Himself he cannot save. Matthew 27:42. And without knowing it, they're stating the deepest truth of the gospel. They were right. If he saved himself, he couldn't save us. The irony is so perfect that only God could have written it. Over the cross, Pilate ordered a sign: Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. John 19:19. In 3 languages, Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. The priests protested, "Do not write, the King of the Jews," but he said, "I am the King of the Jews." John 19:21. And Pilate, the same man who caved to the crowd's pressure to condemn him, now stands firm and says, "What I have written, I have written." John 19:22. It's the only moment all day when Pilate doesn't negotiate. And it turns out what he wrote was exactly the truth. Beside him are 2 crucified men. One insults him, "If you are the Christ, save yourself and us." Luke 23:39. But the other rebukes him and then looks at Jesus. "Lord, remember me when you come into your kingdom." Luke 23:42. This man is dying. He has no future. He has nothing to offer. And Jesus tells him, "Assuredly I say to you, today you will be with me in paradise." Luke 23:43. Today, not tomorrow, not after meeting requirements. Today. Then he looks down and sees his mother. "Woman, behold your son." And to the disciple John, "Behold your mother." John 19:26-27. In the middle of his own death, he arranges her care, because a widow without a son in the 1st century was left completely unprotected. Jesus dying and thinking about the details of his mum's life. That's real love. And then noon arrives, and something happens that has no natural explanation. Now from the 6th hour there was darkness over all the land until the 9th hour. Matthew 27:45. 3 hours of total darkness starting at exactly 12 noon. And this could not have been a solar eclipse. Passover is celebrated during a full moon. A solar eclipse requires a new moon. It's astronomically impossible. Moreover, the longest solar eclipse ever recorded lasts just over 7 minutes. This lasted 3 hours. There is no known natural phenomenon that explains it, but a pagan Roman historian recorded it. Phlegon of Tralles, around 150 AD, wrote in his work Olympiads that in the 4th year of the 202nd Olympiad, at the 6th hour, the day turned into dark night, so that the stars were seen in the sky. 6th hour noon, exactly what the Gospels say. And Thallus, another 1st century historian, also mentioned this darkness and tried to explain it as an eclipse.
Hi.
But other
Hi,
ancient
Alex.
writers refuted him
Anybody
by
can-
pointing out that it was Passover and an eclipse was impossible.
You look very nice.
2 non-Christian historians confirm
you.
a darkness at noon.
Anybody
that
is
matches
welcome in the
exact
box
date and time
to
the
do Bible
Gospels
study.
describe. And during those 3 hours
What's
of
up?
darkness, something is happening that goes
How
deeper
volume
than
is
any
it?
physical pain. Something so terrible that it provokes the most
Anybody is welcome in the box to do Bible study.
heartbreaking
Did
cry.
Simply
in
stop
all
by?
of Scripture.
When he came and mustered
Think
him
about
earlier.
something.
Yes.
I ratted on you. I
Jesus
told him that
endured
he might
Judas's
start
betrayal
early.
without screaming. He endured the Sanhedrin's slaps without screaming. He endured the Roman scourging without screaming. He endured the nails without screaming. But this, whatever was happening during those 3 hours of darkness, this made him scream. What he was experiencing was worse than the nails, worse than the whip, worse than any physical pain a human body can register. Near 3 in the afternoon, Jesus cries out with a loud voice, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani? My God, why have you forsaken me? Matthew 27:46. Aramaic. His mother, the language of the heart. In moments of extreme agony, human beings revert to their first language. This cry was not theology. It was the scream of someone experiencing something he had never experienced in all of eternity. And here's what I promised you at the beginning about the cup. Remember Gethsemane? Father, remove this cup from me. That cup was not death. Jesus was not afraid to die. That cup was this, what was happening in the 3 hours of darkness. 2 Corinthians 5:21. For he made him who knew no sin to be sin for us.
What up, Buck?
Isaiah 53:6. The Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. Isaiah 53:10 says it even more directly. It pleased the Lord to bruise him. He has put him to grief. In that moment, the full weight of human evil from all of history was placed on the one person who had never committed a single act of wickedness. And the consequence was separation. Because Isaiah 59:2 says that sin separates from God. And Habakkuk 1:13 says God is of purer eyes than to behold evil. That's why the vocabulary changed. In 33 years of life, every time Jesus prayed, he said Father, Abba, every time. But in that moment, the word changes. He no longer says Father, he says, my God. The intimacy was interrupted. The cup Jesus begged to pass from him was experiencing what we deserved. Total separation from God. He drank that cup to the bottom, so you would never have to taste it. Maybe you're watching
How are
this
you
video
doing,
at a
Alex?
moment where you feel like God is far away, that he's not listening, that he abandoned you. Jesus felt that, not in theory. He felt it with every fiber of his being for 3 hours of darkness on a cross. And he did it so that separation would never be your final destination. Because Romans 8:38-39 says that nothing shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord. The reason nothing can separate you from God is because Jesus already experienced that separation for you. And after that cry,
Anybody
I
else want in the
thirst,
box?
John 19:28. Psalm 22:15, written 1,000 years before. My tongue clings to my jaws. They bring a sponge with vinegar to his lips. And then one single word in Greek that changes everything. Tetelestai, translated as "it is finished," John 19:30. But tetelestai doesn't mean it's over. It was a commercial term. It was written on receipts when a debt was paid in full. Paid in its entirety. The last thing he did before dying was to declare that the debt you and I owed to God, a debt we could never pay, had been cancelled. That's the fifth thing I promised you at the beginning. And the final word. Father, into your hands I commit my spirit. Luke 23:46. He said Father again. The communion was restored. The cup was emptied. The bridge was built. And he gave up his spirit. And the world broke apart. Matthew 27:51. The veil of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom. That veil separated the holy place from the most holy place. The historian Josephus describes that veil as a curtain roughly 60 feet high, 30 feet wide, and a handbreadth thick, so heavy that 300 priests were needed to move it. And it tore from top to bottom, not from bottom to top as a human hand would do. From heaven, access to God, blocked since Adam, was ripped open in an instant. The earth shook, and this isn't just the Bible. Geologists found a layer of disturbed sediment in the Dead Sea that corresponds to a seismic event in 33 AD. Noah's earthquake database does not record any other significant earthquake in Jerusalem between the years 1 and 50 AD. The tombs were opened. Old Testament saints rose from the dead and appeared to many in Jerusalem. Matthew 27:52-53.
You have a question for
Matthew writes
now?
this as a factual report in a gospel aimed at Jewish readers who could verify it with living witnesses. And the Roman centurion who supervised it all, the earthquake, the darkness, the veil, fell to his knees and said, "Truly, this was the Son of God." Matthew 27:54. A pagan soldier trained to believe in nothing but Rome broke formation and confessed what his eyes could not deny. Shortly after, the soldiers break the legs of the two thieves to speed up death. But they come to Jesus, and he's already dead. John 19:33. The soldier drives a spear into his side, and immediately blood and water came out. John 19:34. Forensic physicians identify this as pericardial fluid mixed with blood, consistent with cardiac rupture following extreme trauma. John adds, "And he who has seen has testified, and his testimony is true." John 19:35. A detail John could not have invented because the medical explanation wouldn't exist for centuries. And there's a prophecy here that's spine-chilling. Exodus 12:46. About the Passover lamb, nor shall you break one of its bones. Psalm 34:20. He guards all his bones. Not one of them is broken. A prophecy written 1500 years earlier, fulfilled by the casual decision of a Roman soldier who had no idea it existed. Joseph of Arimathea, a member of the very Sanhedrin that condemned Jesus, but who had dissented from the verdict. Luke 23:51. Goes before Pilate and asks for the body. He risks his position, his reputation, and possibly his life. Nicodemus arrives with about 75 pounds of myrrh and aloes. John 19:39, a quantity fit for a royal burial. They wrap the body, place it in a new tomb hewn out of rock, and roll an enormous stone over the entrance. And the women who had followed him from Galilee sit down in front of the tomb. Mark 15:47. Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of Joseph, in silence, staring at a rock. Friday, 3 in the afternoon. A man died on a cross after 18 hours that included 6 illegal trials. A scourging that stripped the skin from his bones, 600 meters carrying the instrument of his own execution, and 6 hours nailed to a beam breathing his own pain. That's what men did to him. But what he did is another story. In those same 18 hours, he forgave the men destroying him. He opened paradise to a dying criminal. He protected his mother. He bore the sin of the entire world. He paid an unpayable debt, and he rebuilt the bridge between God and humanity that had been broken since Eden. Every nail, every drop, every second of those 3 hours of darkness, all of it had a recipient, and that recipient was you. Romans 5:8. But God demonstrates his own love toward us in that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. That Friday, the veil was torn, and it was never closed again. There's a video on screen right now that connects directly to what you just lived through in these 30 minutes. What you're about to see there answers something I left unresolved on purpose. If you made it this far, what comes next was made for you. Click. The most highly trained soldiers in Rome fell to the ground like dead men, and what the priest did afterward is worse than what Judas did. That happened on a single Sunday in Jerusalem in the year 33 AD. And there's something inside that empty tomb that destroys every conspiracy theory. A word in Greek that changes what you think Jesus said to Mary. A bribe paid with temple money that ironically proves the tomb was left empty. And a private encounter between Jesus and Peter that no gospel dared to narrate. We're going to reconstruct that day hour by hour, from before dawn to nightfall, with all 4 gospels open at the same time. And something interesting is going to happen. None of them tell exactly the same story. There are details that seem to contradict each other, and that is precisely the evidence that nobody coordinated to fabricate anything. Let's begin. It's nighttime, Saturday. Jerusalem is silent, but it's not a normal silence. It's tense, uncomfortable. The noisiest city in the Middle East is mute. It's the Sabbath during Passover week, what the rabbis called Shabbat Haggadah. John 19:31 confirms it. That day of rest was of great solemnity, a doubly sacred Sabbath. And to understand what that means, you need to see Jerusalem as it was. According to historian Joachim Jeremias, the city had between 20 and 30,000 inhabitants. But during Passover, that number multiplied by 6, over 180,000 people by the most conservative estimates. Improvised tents covered every hillside. Alfred Edersheim describes impossible streets, bridges repaired weeks in advance to withstand the flood of people. Animals for sacrifice filled the pens. The smell was incense, animal blood, sweat, and baked bread. All of this in accordance with Numbers 19:16, which required whitewashing tombs near roads to prevent ritual impurity. In the midst of that frenzy, on the preceding Friday, Rome had publicly executed a man whom half of Jerusalem had welcomed with palm branches 5 days earlier. The crucifixion took place at Golgotha at the 3rd hour, according to Mark 15:25. Then 3 hours of darkness over the whole land, from noon to 3 in the afternoon, according to Matthew 27:45. And then death. And now,
I'm sorry. That's all right. Go ahead.
silence. The religious authorities had gotten what they wanted. The Galilean problem was solved, or so they thought. The disciples were scattered. Peter was probably still devastated after denying his master 3 times, exactly as Jesus had predicted in Luke 22:34. John had been at the foot of the cross and had received the charge to care for Mary, Jesus' mother, according to John 19:26-27. The rest had fled. Mark 14:50 says it without embellishment. Then all the disciples forsook him and fled. But there's a group that didn't flee, a group that history has relegated to the background, and yet was the absolute protagonist of that Sunday, the women. Luke 23:55-56 records a fascinating detail. The women who had come with Jesus from Galilee observed the tomb and how his body was placed, and they returned and prepared spices and ointments. But they rested on the Sabbath day according to the commandment. Notice what Luke does. He tells us that the women saw where the body was placed. They took mental note of the exact location. This was not a confused group of people who later went to the wrong tomb. They knew perfectly well where it was. And while the city rested under the law of the Sabbath, they prepared the spices, myrrh, aloe, nard, aromatic ointments used to honor the dead and slow decomposition. The burial on Friday had been rushed because the Sabbath was about to begin at sundown. John 19:39-40 tells us that Nicodemus had brought a mixture of myrrh and aloes, about 100 Roman pounds, and they had wrapped the body in linen cloths with the spices according to the Jewish burial custom. But the women wanted to complete the process. They wanted to do what Friday's haste had not allowed them to. Now imagine that Saturday night, the sun has set. Technically, the Sabbath has ended, but it's dark. You can't walk through Jerusalem in the darkness without torches. You can't find the tomb in the middle of a field of tombs without light. So they wait all night, with the spices prepared, with their grief intact, with the anguish of not having been able to say a proper goodbye. And you need to understand what preparing those spices meant. It wasn't like going to the pharmacy and buying a bottle. Myrrh came as dried resin that had to be ground into powder. Aloe was extracted from the plant and mixed with oils. Nard, the most expensive perfume in the ancient world, was imported from India and cost the equivalent of a year's wages for a worker. These women weren't preparing a symbolic gesture. They were investing everything they had to honor a dead man, a man the world had discarded as an executed criminal. Mark 16:1 identifies who they were: Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, and Salome. Luke 24:10 adds Joanna. There were at least 4 women, possibly more, and all of them had come from Galilee, more than 120 kilometers to the north, following Jesus throughout his entire ministry. Luke 8:13 confirms that this group of women served Jesus and the 12 with their possessions. They were the ones financing the movement, the ones who cooked, the ones who organized the logistics, and now they were the only ones who dared approach the tomb of a man condemned by Rome. Because approaching that tomb wasn't just an act of love, it was an act of risk. If the Jewish leaders had managed to get Rome to execute Jesus, anyone publicly associated with him was in danger. The disciples knew this. That's why they were hiding. But these women walked anyway. And what they don't know is that while they wait for dawn, something has already happened. Matthew 28:2-4 is the only gospel that records the exact moment. There was a great earthquake, for an angel of the Lord descending from heaven and coming forward rolled back the stone and sat on it. His appearance was like lightning, and his clothing white as snow. And for fear of him the guards trembled and became like dead men. This is important. The stone wasn't rolled away so Jesus could get out. The resurrected body of Christ didn't need someone to open the door. Later that same day, John 20:19 demonstrates this. Jesus will appear in a room with the doors shut. The stone was rolled away so that witnesses could enter and verify that the tomb was empty. And there's something most people miss: the guards. Matthew 27:62-66 narrates that the chief priests and the Pharisees went to Pilate the day after the crucifixion and said, "Sir, we remember that while he was still alive, that deceiver said, 'After 3 days I will rise again.' Command therefore that the tomb be made secure until the 3rd day, lest his disciples come by night and steal him, and tell the people he has risen from the dead." And Pilate answered, "You have a guard, go, make it as secure as you know how." So they went and made the tomb secure, sealing the stone and posting the guard. This changes everything, because it means the tomb wasn't simply closed with a rock. It was sealed with the official Roman seal. Breaking it meant the death penalty, and it was guarded by professional soldiers, not shepherds with
We'll
sticks.
start Bible
Roman
study at
legionaries
5,
trained for
guys.
war, and those soldiers had just fallen to the ground like dead men in the presence of an angel. The Greek word Matthew uses for guard is custodia, a direct borrowing from the Latin custodia. This suggests it wasn't a temple guard, which would have been Jewish, but a Roman guard. A Roman custody detail usually consisted of 4 to 16 soldiers. These men were trained to keep watch all night without sleeping. The penalty for falling asleep on guard duty under Roman military law was death, often by beatings from their own comrades. The fact that Matthew says they trembled and became like dead men before the angel is significant. These were not men who scared easily. They had seen combat. They had seen crucifixions. They had seen death up close. And what they saw that early morning left them paralyzed. Think about it from their perspective. You're standing guard in front of the tomb of an executed Jew. A job you probably considered absurd and boring. And suddenly, the earth shakes beneath your feet. A light more intense than anything you've ever seen pierces the darkness, and a figure that isn't human moves a 2-ton stone as if it were a coin. What do? Exactly what Matthew says. You fall like a dead man. Now then, it's the early morning of the first day of the week. Mark 16:2 says that very early on the first day of the week, they came to the tomb when the sun had risen. But John 21 says that Mary Magdalene came to the tomb while it was still dark. They don't contradict each other. What happened is that Mary Magdalene left before the others. She left when it was still dark, but the full group arrived when it was beginning to get light. Think about Mary Magdalene for a second. This woman had been freed from 7 demons, according to Mark 16, 9 and Luke 8:2. 7, not 1 or 2.
Bible study starts at 5 p.m. guys. Anybody's welcome in the box.
Her sanity, her identity,
Around
and now
5.
the man who had restored her was dead, wrapped in linen cloths inside a cold tomb. She walked in the darkness with spices in her hands to do the only thing left for her, anoint his lifeless body. Their concern was practical. Mark 16:3 records it. Who will roll away the stone from the entrance of the tomb for us? Those burial stones could weigh between 1 and 2 tons. 2 or 3 women couldn't move them alone. They needed help, but they walked anyway, without a plan, without muscle, only with love and spices. If you're listening to this right now and you feel like there's something in your life that's a stone too big to move, an obstacle you simply
Hi,
don't
Buster.
know how to overcome,
How are you doing?
hold on to this image, because God had already moved the stone before they arrived. When Mary Magdalene reaches the tomb and sees that the stone has been rolled away, she doesn't think of resurrection. John 22 records her immediate reaction. She ran to Simon Peter and to the other disciple, the one Jesus loved, and told them, "They have taken the Lord out of the tomb, and we don't know where they have put him." Her first conclusion wasn't miracle. It was theft.
My fourth was
Someone
okay.
took
How
the
about
body.
yours?
And this is powerful evidence. If the disciples had invented the resurrection, if this were a planned conspiracy, Mary's reaction wouldn't be panic and confusion.
I'm happy you had a good time.
He has risen,
Buster.
as he said. But no, her reaction is completely human, completely real. They took the body, and we don't know where. While Mary runs to find Peter, the other women arrive at the tomb. And here, each gospel contributes its perspective. Mark 16:5 says they saw a young man sitting on the right side, dressed in a long white robe, and they were alarmed. Luke 24.
Okay, what?
4 speaks of 2 men in dazzling garments who stood beside them. Matthew 28:5
Thank you for the
describes
favor.
the angel who had rolled the stone away. The message is the same in all of them. He is not here, for he has risen, as he said. Come, see the place where the Lord lay. Matthew 28:6. And then go quickly and tell his disciples that he has risen from the dead. Matthew 28:7. Now, can you put yourself in these women's shoes? They had just walked in the darkness with spices for a dead man. And now a being of supernatural appearance tells them the dead man is no longer there, that he's risen, that they should go and tell everyone. Mark 16:8 describes their state. And they went out and fled from the tomb, for trembling and astonishment had seized them. And they said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid. The trembling, the astonishment, the fear. Mark doesn't hide the human reaction. He doesn't embellish it. He doesn't present them as serene heroines. He presents them as what they were, terrified women who had just faced something that exceeded any frame of reference. And
Thank you, Buster.
to understand about why
God
this
bless
is so
you.
significant. In the first century, in Jewish culture, a woman's testimony had no legal validity. The Talmud in Rosh Hashanah 1:8 says it bluntly: women were not considered reliable witnesses in court. Josephus wrote that their testimony should not be accepted. It was a world where the female voice simply didn't count. And there's the trap for any skeptic. If the authors of the Gospels had invented the resurrection, they would have put Peter as the first witness, or John, or a priest, someone with legal credibility before their Jewish audience. Nobody invents testimony that weakens their own case, unless that testimony is true, unless the facts were so well known that you couldn't change them. Scholar Richard Bauckham argues that this is one of the strongest indicators of historicity in the entire account. But there's something even stronger. Jesus didn't just allow the women to be the first to know. He commissioned them. Matthew 28:10. Do not be afraid. Go and tell my brothers. In a culture that dismissed the female voice, the risen one chose precisely that voice for the most important news in history. It wasn't an accident, it was a declaration. If this made you think about what you just heard in a different way, if you just connected something you hadn't connected before, hit like on this video. Because what's coming is even stronger. While the women run with the news, the story moves to two men. Peter and
Press
John.
1 if you're going to be here
20:3-4
around 5
says,
p.m.
So Peter and the other disciple went out and were going toward the tomb. Both of them were running together, but the other disciple outran Peter and reached the tomb first. Think about the dynamic of this race. Peter is older, John is younger, but there's something more than age in that speed difference. Peter carries a weight that John doesn't. Peter denied him. Just 2 nights ago, while Jesus was being tried, Peter swore he didn't know him 3 times. And Luke 22:61-62 records that at the third denial, the Lord turned and looked at Peter. And Peter went out and wept bitterly. That look haunts him. That weeping hasn't stopped. And now he's running toward an empty tomb without knowing whether what he'll find is hope or the final confirmation that he lost the chance to say what he should have said. John runs with curiosity. Peter runs with guilt. Notice the detail. John runs faster, but he doesn't go in. He peers in. John 20:5. And stooping to look in, he saw the linen cloths lying there. But he did not go in. John peers in and sees the cloths, and something stops him. It could be fear, it could be reverence, it could be the ritual impurity of coming into contact with a tomb, which for a Jew meant 7 days of impurity according to Numbers 19:16. Then Peter arrives, and Peter, being Peter, goes straight in. John 20:6-7 records what he saw. Then Simon Peter came, following him, and went into the tomb. He saw the linen cloths lying there, and the face cloth, which had been on Jesus' head, not lying with the linen cloths, but folded up in a place by itself. This detail of the face cloth folded separately is one of the smallest and most powerful details
Rex.
in the entire account. Think about it. If someone stole the body, why would they take the time to remove the face cloth, fold it carefully, and leave
How
it
are
somewhere
you
else?
doing?
A tomb robber grabs the body and goes. He doesn't stop to fold the cloth. And if the disciples stole it, as the priests accused, why the partial disorder? Why leave the cloths but take the naked body? What Peter saw didn't fit any human explanation. The cloths were lying there as if the body had simply vanished from inside them. The face cloth was folded separately, as if someone had taken the time to leave it tidy. It was a scene that made no sense from any human angle. And to understand the weight of this, you need to know how first-century Jewish burial worked. According to customs documented in the Mishnah and confirmed by archaeological findings, the body was washed, anointed with aromatic oils, and then wrapped in linen strips. The arms and legs were bound with fabric strips. The torso was covered with a long sheet, and a separate cloth, the face cloth, or sudarian in Greek, was placed over the face. The myrrh and aloe, which Nicodemus had brought in a quantity of 100 pounds, according to John 19:39, were sprinkled between the folds of the linen. Over time, the resinous spices would harden, and the cloths would stick to the body like a kind of cocoon. Now imagine what Peter saw. The cloths were there, the shape of the body probably still visible in them, but the body was gone. It was as if someone had passed through the fabric without unwrapping, as if physical matter had simply ceased to be inside its wrapping. There were no signs that the cloths had been unwound, no signs of struggle, no signs of anything that any human mind could process. And the face cloth folded separately. Some scholars have noted that in the Jewish custom of the time, when a master finished eating and left his napkin folded, it meant he was coming back.
God bless
If he left it crumpled, it meant he was finished. Although this tradition is not documented with enough solidity to state it as fact, the image is powerful. The face cloth folded as a sign that the owner of that tomb was not finished. He was coming back. John 28 says, "Then the other disciple, who had reached the tomb first, also went in, and he saw and believed." John saw the empty cloths and the folded face cloth and believed. What did he believe? The next verse clarifies, "For as yet they did not understand the scripture, that he must rise from the dead." John 29. That is to say, they didn't believe because they remembered the prophecies. They believed because the physical evidence inside that tomb was undeniable. And then they went home. John 20:10. Then the disciples went back to their homes. Imagine that. You entered an empty tomb. You saw evidence of something supernatural. And you went home. You didn't organize a march. You didn't shout through the streets. You went home because you were confused, overwhelmed, and probably terrified. But Mary Magdalene didn't leave. John 20:11 says she stood weeping outside the tomb. While Peter and John left, she stayed, weeping. And as she looked into the tomb, she saw two angels in white, sitting where the body of Jesus had lain, one at the head and one at the feet. The angels ask her, "Woman, why are you weeping?" And she answers, "Because they have taken away my Lord, and I do not know where they have laid him." John 20:13. She's still thinking theft, still not expecting resurrection. Her grief is so deep that not even the presence of angels consoles her. And then something happens that changed history forever. John 20:14-16. Having said this, she turned around and saw Jesus standing there, but she did not know that it was Jesus. Jesus said to her, "Woman, why are you weeping? Whom are you seeking?" Supposing him to be the gardener, she said to him, "Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have laid him, and I will take him away." Jesus said to her, "Mary." She turned and said to him in Aramaic, "Rabboni," which means teacher. A single word, her name, Mary. And with that word, she recognizes him. She didn't recognize him by his appearance. She didn't recognize him by his clothing. She recognized him by the way he said her name. Because only one person in the universe said her name that way. Only Jesus called her like that. Only he knew her so deeply that the sound of her name in his mouth was unmistakable. In John 10:3, Jesus had said, "The sheep hear his voice, and he calls his own sheep by name." Not by category, not by group, by name. And Mary, in that garden, in that dawn, heard her name and knew she was alive again. Not because death had touched her, but because without him, she had been dead while living since Friday. Rabbinic tradition taught that God knows each person by name.
It's only for
Isaiah
Muslims.
43:1 says, "But now thus says the Lord, He who created you, O Jacob, he who formed you, O Israel. Fear not, for
Yeah.
I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine. Ubi, what happened in that garden was not simply a reunion between a teacher and his disciple. It was a demonstration that resurrection is not an abstract cosmic event. It is personal. It is intimate. It has a name, and the name was Mary.
It can be nasty.
The first encounter with the risen Christ was not in a temple, not before priests, not in a public event. It was in a garden, in private, with a woman who was weeping, with someone whom the religious world of her time would have dismissed as a witness. And Jesus chose to appear to her first. If someone you know needs to hear this today, share this video.
Hi, Mitch.
Because this message isn't just about what happened 2,000 years ago. It's about what can happen in someone's life right now. John 20:17 records what Jesus told her next. Do not cling to me, for I have not yet ascended to the Father, but go to my brothers and say to them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God. That phrase, do not touch me, or do not cling to me, as some versions translate the Greek mimu haptu, has generated centuries of debate. The Greek verb hapto, in the form it appears here, doesn't just mean to touch. It means to grasp, to cling to hold on to. Jesus wasn't telling her she couldn't touch him. He was telling her not to hold on to him, not to try to keep him as he was before, because the relationship was going to change. He would no longer be the rabbi who walked alongside her on the roads of Galilee.
How's her Sunday going, Mitch?
Something she couldn't yet comprehend. And notice the commission. Go to my brothers. Until that moment, Jesus had never called his disciples brothers. He called them disciples, followers, friends, but never brothers. The resurrection changed the relationship. They were no longer servants of a master. They were brothers of a firstborn. Romans 8:29 later confirms it, that he might be the firstborn among many brothers. Today, while all this is happening at the tomb and its surroundings, on the other side of Jerusalem, there's an emergency meeting. Matthew 28:11-15 narrates something that is almost never preached. While they were going, behold, some of the guard went into the city and told the chief priests all that had taken place. And when they had assembled with the elders and taken counsel, they gave a sufficient sum of money to the soldiers and said, tell people, his disciples came by night and stole him away while we were asleep. And if this comes to the governor's ears, we will satisfy him and keep you out of trouble. So they took the money and did as they were directed. Stop here. What you just read is the first conspiracy theory in the history of Christianity, and it was fabricated on the very day of the resurrection. The same religious leaders who had requested the guard to prevent a hoax were now creating a hoax of their own, and the alibi is absurd. His disciples came at night and stole him while we were sleeping. If they were asleep, how do they know it was the disciples? A sleeping witness is not a witness. A Roman soldier who admitted falling asleep at his post faced the death penalty. That's why Matthew includes the promise, if this reaches the governor's ears, we will convince him and keep you out of trouble. They needed political protection to maintain a lie that crumbled under the slightest logic. And here comes a detail very few mention. The fact that the religious leaders needed to bribe the guards is, in itself, evidence of the empty tomb. The tomb had still been occupied. They wouldn't need any alternative story. They would have simply said, come and see, there's the body. The bribe only makes sense if the body was, in fact, not there. The religious world of Jerusalem had a monumental public relations problem. They had executed a man who promised to rise again. The tomb was empty. The guards were terrified, and the best they could come up with was a story that didn't withstand the slightest scrutiny. And there's something else never mentioned in Sunday sermons, the economic cost of that lie. Matthew says they gave them a sufficient sum of money. The Greek phrase is arguria ikana, literally sufficient silver. It wasn't a tip, it was a considerable amount. The priests were spending temple money, money from the people's offerings, to buy the silence of Roman soldiers. Sacred money used to finance a lie. The irony is brutal. 30 pieces of silver had bought Judas's betrayal. Now an unknown but larger sum was buying the denial of the resurrection. The religious system that presented itself as the guardian of truth had become the financier of the greatest lie in its history. And that lie worked, partially. Matthew 28:15 closes by saying, "And this story has been spread among the Jews to this day." That is, when Matthew wrote his gospel, probably between the years 60 and 70.
What do you mean, where else is that talked about?
The Jews kept saying, the disciples stole the body. Justin Martyr, in the 2nd century, confirms that this was still the official Jewish response to the resurrection. A lie repeated for decades doesn't become truth, but it does reveal how much they feared the alternative. Subscribe to the channel if this is changing the way you see this story. Because what comes next is the scene that impacted me the most out of this entire day. Now we move forward to the afternoon. And here, Luke's account gives us one of the most cinematic scenes in the entire Bible. Luke 24:13-16. That very day, 2 of them were going to a village named Emmaus, about 7 miles from Jerusalem. And they were talking with each other about all these things that had happened. While they were talking and discussing together, Jesus himself drew near and went with them. But their eyes were kept from recognizing him. 60 stadia, approximately 11 kilometers, about 2.5 hours on foot. And for that entire walk, Jesus walks beside them and they don't recognize him. Luke says their eyes were kept. The Greek verb krateo implies that something external prevented them from recognizing him. It wasn't that Jesus was in disguise. It was that their eyes were held back, prevented from seeing what was right in front of them. Jesus asks what they're talking about, and Cleopas, one of the 2, responds with a phrase that drips total defeat. Luke 24:18-21. Are you the only visitor to Jerusalem who does not know the things that have happened there in these days? And when Jesus asks, what things? Cleopas responds, concerning Jesus of Nazareth, a man who was a prophet, mighty in deed and word before God and all the people, and how our chief priests and rulers delivered him up to be condemned to death and crucified him. But we had hoped that he was the one to redeem Israel. We had hoped, past tense, dead hope. They speak of Jesus as a closed chapter, a powerful prophet who came to a bad end, and the phrase that follows is devastating. And besides all this, it is now the 3rd day since these things happened. Luke 24:21. The 3rd day, the day Jesus had promised he would rise. And for them, that 3rd day brought no resurrection. It brought the final confirmation that everything was over. Then they mention something that has them confused. Luke 24:22-24. Moreover, some women of our company amazed us. They were at the tomb early in the morning, and when they did not find his body, they came back saying that they had even seen a vision of angels who said that he was alive. Some of those who were with us went to the tomb and found it just as the women had said, but him they did not see. They know the tomb is empty. They know the women reported angels. They know Peter and John confirmed there was no body, and still they don't believe. They have all the evidence and no faith, because evidence without revelation is not enough. And then Jesus speaks, Luke 24:25-27. And he said to them, O foolish ones and slow of heart to believe all that the prophets have spoken, was it not necessary that the Christ should suffer these things and enter into his glory? And beginning with Moses and all the prophets, he interpreted to them in all the scriptures the things concerning himself. Imagine that walk, 11 kilometers, 2.5 hours. And during all that time, the risen Christ explains to them how the entire Old Testament pointed toward what had just happened. From the Passover in Exodus, where the lamb dies, so the firstborn may live. From Isaiah 53, where the suffering servant is wounded for our transgressions. from Psalm 16:10, you will not let your Holy One see corruption. From Hosea 6:2, after 2 days he will revive us. On the third day he will raise us up, that we may live before him. The most extraordinary Bible class in history was given by a professor his students didn't recognize on a dusty road to 2 shattered people who didn't know they were walking alongside the answer to all their questions. And there's something that completely changes this scene when you understand the geography. The road from Jerusalem to Emmaus went downhill, descending from the hills of Jerusalem toward the coastal plain. It was a rural road, flanked by olive trees and wheat fields that in April were already grown. The afternoon sun hit their backs as they walked westward, and every step took them farther from Jerusalem. Every step was a retreat. They were leaving. They were literally leaving behind the city where everything had happened, like someone walking away from a disappointment too great to face. And Jesus didn't intercept them at the city gate. He didn't stop them. He walked with them in the direction they had chosen. Even when they were going the wrong way, he joined their path. He didn't correct them first. First he accompanied them. Then he explained. There's something profoundly revealing in that. Jesus doesn't force anyone to turn back. First he walks with you, even when you're walking away. Luke records a detail that goes unnoticed. In verse 27, it says Jesus explained to them in all the scriptures the things concerning himself. The pronoun all in Greek is pasais, all the scriptures. Not a passage here and another there. The entire Old Testament, Genesis to Malachi, the promise of Eden in Genesis 3:15, where the seed of the woman would crush the head of the serpent, the substitute ram for Isaac in Genesis 22, the Passover lamb of Exodus 12, the bronze serpent lifted by Moses in Numbers 21, the suffering servant of Isaiah 53, the stricken shepherd of Zechariah 13:7, the Messiah cut off in Daniel 9:26, 2.5 hours of concentrated revelation.
Passing laws that prevent kids from using tobacco and help people think. We are the American Heart Association.
From the author of the text himself, explaining his own text. There is no theologian, no seminary professor, no biblical commentator who has given a comparable class, and the 2 students didn't even know who the professor was. And then they arrive at Emmaus. Luke 24:28-29. So they drew near to the village to which they were going. He acted as if he were going farther, but they urged him strongly, saying, "Stay with us, for it is toward evening, and the day is now far spent." Jesus doesn't impose himself. He acts as if he's going to keep walking, and they invite him, they hold him back, they ask him to stay. Luke 24:30-31. When he was at table with them, he took the bread and blessed and broke it and gave it to them, and their eyes were opened and they recognized him, and he vanished from their sight. In the moment of broken bread, in the gesture of blessing, in that fraction of a second between breaking and giving, their eyes open and they recognize him, and in that very instant he vanishes. There's a reason why the broken bread was the trigger. It wasn't random. These 2 men had seen Jesus break bread before. They had been at the multiplication of the loaves. They had seen how he took an insignificant piece of bread, blessed it, broke it, and fed multitudes. They had seen the exact gesture at the Last Supper just 3 nights before. And now, at this small table in a forgotten village, they see the same hands make the same gesture. And perhaps, just perhaps, when he took the bread, they saw the marks on his palms, the holes, the evidence. And in that instant, everything clicked. The burning heart along the way. The scripture that made sense. The prophecies being fulfilled. And now the wounded hands breaking bread. Luke doesn't say Jesus disappeared slowly. The Greek verb aphantos igeneto literally means he became invisible. One moment he was there, the next he wasn't. He didn't walk away. He didn't say goodbye. He simply ceased to be invisible, as if his physical presence had only been necessary until they could see him with the right eyes. Their reaction is immediate. Luke 24:32. They said to each other, "Did not our hearts burn within us while he talked to us on the road, while he opened to us the scriptures?" The heart already knew. The body already felt it. But the eyes needed the broken bread to see what the Spirit had already recognized. Notice that expression, "our hearts burned." In Greek, kaiomene, burning, a flame. It wasn't a lukewarm feeling. It wasn't a soft hunch. It was fire. And they had felt it during the 2.5 hours of walking. They had felt it while the stranger explained the scriptures to them. But they hadn't identified it. Sometimes God's presence is so close that you mistake it for emotion, for coincidence, for a good moment. And only when you look back do you realize your heart was burning because he was walking beside you. And what they do next defies all human logic. Luke 24:33. And they rose that same hour and returned to Jerusalem. They had just walked 11 kilometers. It's nighttime. The roads are dangerous. There are bandits. There's no lighting. And these two get up at that very hour and walk 11 kilometers back, in the dark, without rest. Why? Because when you've seen the risen one, the darkness no longer stops you. When they arrive in Jerusalem, they find the 11 gathered together, and before they can speak, they're greeted with news. The Lord has risen indeed, and has appeared to Simon. Luke 24:34. Wait, he appeared to Simon, to Peter. When? No gospel narrates that appearance in detail. Paul confirms it in 1 Corinthians 15:5, and that he appeared to Cephas, then to the 12. But the Gospels don't recount it. What we know is that at some point between the morning and the evening of that Sunday, Jesus appeared to Peter in private, alone. A conversation that no writer recorded, and that was probably the most important of all. Because Peter hadn't just fled. Peter had denied him 3 times, with oaths, and now the risen one first seeks out the one who had most deeply betrayed him. Why doesn't any gospel narrate that conversation? Some scholars believe Peter himself asked that it not be recorded, that what they said to each other in that encounter was too personal, too intimate, too painful to be turned into public text. Mark, who according to early tradition wrote his gospel based on Peter's sermons, doesn't include a single line about this encounter. If Peter was his source, Peter chose to remain silent about that moment. There are things between God and a person that are not preached, that are not published, that are kept in the heart like a treasure no one else can understand. What we do know is the result. The Peter who denied Jesus beside the fire in the high priest's courtyard became the Peter who preached fearlessly before thousands at Pentecost. Something happened in that private encounter that restored not just his faith, but his identity. He wasn't just forgiven, he was rebuilt. And later, beside another fire, beside the Sea of Galilee, Jesus would complete the restoration by asking him 3 times, "Do you love me?" according to John 21:15-17. One question for each denial. One yes for each. I don't know him. But that came later. That first encounter on Sunday was just the beginning. If right now you feel like you failed too much, that you've strayed too far, that your denial was too great, look at what Jesus does. He doesn't wait for Peter to seek him out. He seeks Peter first, in private, without witnesses, without public humiliation. The greatest forgiveness in history happened without an audience. And now we arrive at nightfall, the culmination of this impossible day. John 20:19. On the evening of that day, the first day of the week, the doors being locked where the disciples were for fear of the Jews, Jesus
Hi,
came
Anthony.
and stood among them and said to them, "Peace be with you." Locked doors. Out of fear. Think about it. The disciples are hiding, terrified, probably expecting to be arrested themselves, and suddenly, without opening any door, Jesus is in their midst. And the first thing he says is not a rebuke. It's not, where were you when they crucified me? It's not, why did you all run? The first thing he says is, peace be with you. Shalom Aleichem, the deepest Jewish blessing. The peace that
I'm gonna end my
transcends
stream real quick
circumstances.
and then pop back
And
on
this
and
is not
pop
a
in.
casual greeting. In
I'm gonna
first
talk to you
century
for a
Jewish
minute and then
culture,
I gotta get back to
shalom
study.
didn't simply mean, may there be no war.
I just can't
Shalom,
type all
it
that.
meant
I'm too
wholeness,
lazy. It's gonna
completeness,
take me forever.
total well-being.
It's not worth it.
When Jesus
So I popped
says,
out of
peace
it.
be with you,
I'm
to a
gonna
group
start
of
it
men who had
again.
abandoned him, who had run when he
And
needed
I'll
them
see you
most,
there in a
who
second.
had broken
Right?
every promise they had made to him. What he's saying is, I accept you as you are. You don't need to fix yourselves
I
first.
can figure
You
out what
don't
to do.
need to apologize first. You don't need to prove you deserve my presence. My peace doesn't depend on your performance. This is the most countercultural moment in all of Easter Sunday, because in the ancient world, when a king was betrayed
I'm
by
gonna
his
ask this
generals,
too.
the response was execution. When a teacher was abandoned by his
How's
disciples,
everybody
the
doing?
response was expulsion. When a
Bible study
leader
will
was
be
betrayed by his
is
followers,
almost
the
here.
response was revenge. And Jesus, with all the authority of the risen one, with a body that passes through walls and that has defeated death itself, enters that room and says, peace, not justice, not punishment, not you're going to pay for this. Peace. John 20:20. When he had said this, he showed them his hands and his side. Then the disciples were glad when they saw the Lord. He showed them the wounds, the hands pierced by nails, the side opened by the spear. The resurrected body still bore the marks of crucifixion. He didn't erase them. He didn't heal them. He kept them, because those wounds were no longer signs of defeat. They were trophies of victory. Luke 24:36-43 adds a detail the other Gospels don't include. The disciples, terrified, thought they were seeing a ghost. And Jesus said to them, why are you troubled, and why do doubts arise in your hearts? See my hands and my feet, that it is I myself. Touch me and see, for a spirit does not have flesh and bones as you see that I have. And he showed them his hands and his feet. And while they still disbelieved for
Hi,
joy and were
bestie
marveling,
boy,
he said to them,
beastie boy.
have you anything here to eat? And then they gave him a piece of broiled fish and some honeycomb, and he took it and ate before them. The risen Jesus ate fish, not because he needed to eat, but to prove he was real, that he was physical, that he wasn't a ghost or a collective hallucination, a glorified body that passes through doors but also chews fish. A reality that surpasses every human category, and this detail destroys every alternative theory invented in 2,000 years. Collective hallucination. Hallucinations don't eat fish. Fainting on the cross. A half-dead man doesn't pass through locked doors. Legendary myth. Myths don't include such mundane details as a piece of broiled fish. Legend inventors make their heroes shine. They don't have them chewing to convince their friends they're real. There's something deeply tender about this scene. The creator of the universe, the one who called the stars by name according to Isaiah 40:26, the one who parted the seas and formed the mountains, is sitting in a room with a group of frightened fishermen eating what was probably someone's dinner. And in that gesture so simple, so everyday, so ordinary, he's telling them, it's still me. I'm still the one who dined with you. I'm still the one who broke bread at your side. Death didn't turn me into something else. It gave me back to you, but different, better, eternal. Luke 24:44-48 records that after eating, Jesus opened their minds to understand the scriptures. The same lesson he had given on the road to Emmaus, but now to everyone. And then he told them, thus it is written, that the Christ should suffer and on the third day rise from the dead, and that repentance for the forgiveness of sins should be proclaimed in his name to all nations, beginning from Jerusalem. You are witnesses of these things. You are witnesses, not philosophers, not theologians, not priests, witnesses. People who saw something and now tell about it. The entire Christian faith rests on the testimony of people who were in that room that night and saw the one who was dead, alive, eating fish, showing wounds, speaking of peace. And then he gives them the commission. John 20:21-23. Jesus said to them again, "Peace be with you. As the Father has sent me, even so I am sending you." And when he had said this, he breathed on them and said to them, "Receive the Holy Spirit." The same breath that created Adam in Genesis 2:7 now creates something new in the disciples. The resurrection is not just a past event. It's a commission for the future. They didn't come to witness a miracle. They came to be sent. But there's someone who wasn't there. John 20:24. Now Thomas, one of the 12, called the twin, was not with them when Jesus came. We don't know why he wasn't there. Maybe he was more scared than the others. Maybe he needed to be alone with his pain. Maybe he simply couldn't bear to be in a group that would talk about the man they had just lost. What we know is that when they told him what they had seen, his response was categorical. John 20:25. Unless I see in his hands the mark of the nails, and place my finger into the mark of the nails, and place my hand into his side, I will never believe. Thomas doesn't ask to see
Who's
Jesus.
ready for Bible
He
study
asks to
soon?
touch the wounds. He demands tactile evidence. He wants to put his finger in the holes. He wants to thrust his hand into the open side. It's a demand almost grotesque in its specificity, but it is profoundly human. Because Thomas wasn't being rebellious. He was being honest. He was saying, I've seen too much pain in the last 72 hours to believe in something beautiful without proof. And the most striking thing is that Thomas wasn't asking for something irrational. He was asking for the same thing the others had already received. John 20:20 says Jesus showed his hands and side to the disciples, and they believed after seeing. Thomas was simply asking for the same evidence the others had already had. His doubt was no greater than the others' initial unbelief. The difference is that he wasn't present when the evidence was presented, and Jesus didn't reject him for it. 8 days later, he came back specifically for him, but that no longer happened on Easter Sunday. That's another story for another time, but there's something you do need to know before we finish with this day. Something about the historical impact of what happened in those 24 hours. Historians, even non-believers, recognize that something happened in Jerusalem that Sunday that transformed a group of defeated followers into an unstoppable movement. Historian N.T. Wright, in his 800-page work on the resurrection, argues that no alternative historical explanation adequately accounts for what happened afterward. The disciples had no motivation to invent a resurrection. In the Jewish world, the Messiah didn't die. A crucified Messiah was a contradiction in terms. If Jesus had died and stayed dead, the logical response would have been to seek another messianic candidate, as in fact happened with other messianic movements of the era that simply dissolved after their leader's death. But these didn't dissolve, they changed direction. They stopped looking for a political Messiah who would free Israel from Rome, and began proclaiming something no Jew expected, that the Messiah had come, had died as a sacrifice, and had risen on the third day. And they were so convinced of this that they were willing to die for it. Tradition records that Peter was crucified upside down, that James was beheaded, that the others faced persecution, imprisonment, and death. People lied to obtain benefit, power, or protection. These men obtained none of the three. They only obtained suffering, and none of them recanted. Something happened that Sunday, something real. Something that turned Peter, the one who denied 3 times, into the man who preached before thousands at Pentecost. Something that turned James, Jesus' brother, who according to Mark 3:21 thought he was out of his mind, into the leader of the Jerusalem church. Something that turned Saul of Tarsus, the most violent persecutor of Christians, into Paul, the most prolific missionary in history. That something has a name, resurrection. And there's one last detail I want you to take away from this day. The way each person encountered the risen one was different. Mary found him in grief, weeping alone beside a tomb. Peter found him in shame after his worst failure. The Emmaus travelers found him in confusion, walking in the wrong direction. The disciples found him in fear, locked behind closed doors. Thomas would find him in doubt, asking for tangible proof. None of them went looking for him. He went looking for all of them. And he didn't find them at their best. He found them at their worst. That is the pattern of Easter Sunday. It's not a day for people who have their faith perfectly organized. It's a day for those who weep, for those who fled, for those who denied, for those who doubt, for those who walk in the wrong direction, for those whose doors are shut out of fear. Because resurrection doesn't seek those who are ready. It seeks those who are broken. What did happen on that Sunday was enough to change the course of humanity. In less than 24 hours, all of this took place. An earthquake moved a sealed stone. Roman soldiers fell like dead men. A woman recognized the risen one by the sound of her name. 2 travelers recognized him at the breaking of bread. Peter received forgiveness in secret. 11 terrified men encountered peace in a locked room. And the religious leaders invented the first organized lie of the Christian era. And all of this happened in a city that had no idea what had just taken place within its walls. Jerusalem continued celebrating Passover. Pilgrims continued buying lambs in the market. Romans continued patrolling the streets. Priests continued offering sacrifices in the temple. And inside a rock-hewn tomb, the linen cloths lay empty, and a face cloth was carefully folded to one side. The world didn't know it that day, but that day changed everything. Because what began with a few frightened women carrying spices in the darkness became the greatest movement in human history. Without an army, without money, without political power, only with the testimony of people who had seen the one who was dead, alive. 1 Corinthians 15, 3-6, written by Paul barely 20 years later, records the oldest formula of the Christian faith. That Christ died for our sins in accordance with the Scriptures, that he was buried, that he was raised on the 3rd day in accordance with the Scriptures, and that he appeared to Cephas, then to the 12. Then he appeared to more than 500 brothers at one time, most of whom are still alive. Most of whom are still alive. Paul is saying, if you don't believe me, go ask them. The witnesses are still living, verifiable, confrontable. This is not a 3rd-generation myth. It is first-hand testimony with accessible witnesses. That Sunday in Jerusalem was not a fairy tale. It was a day of confusion, fear, tears, running, locked doors, bribes, walks in the darkness, and broiled fish eaten by a man who had been dead. It was messy, it was chaotic, it was completely human, and that's why it was completely real. The tomb is still empty, the face cloth is still folded, and the invitation is still open. The same voice that said Mary in a garden, the same that said peace be with you in a locked room, the same that broke bread on a dusty road, that same voice speaks your name now. The question is not whether it happened. The evidence says yes. The question is what you're going to do with it. What you're about to see on screen now connects directly to
Hi,
something
Nathan.
Jesus did not say that prostitutes could enter heaven. He said something far stronger. He said that prostitutes were going first, ahead of the religious, in front of them. He said it looking directly into their eyes, in their own house, in the temple. Matthew 21:31. Truly I say to you, the tax collectors and the prostitutes go into the kingdom of God before you. Tax collectors and prostitutes, the 2 most despised groups in Jewish society. And Jesus says they go before the priests into the kingdom of God. Not behind, not beside them, before. And what nobody tells you is what happened before that sentence. Because that day in the temple of Jerusalem, a war broke out. And this is the story of that war. But first,
I'm sorry to hear
detail
that,
of
Nathan,
change
but not
everything.
all of us
In
is going through a
2019,
lot.
a team of
You're not the
archaeologists
only
from the
one.
Hebrew University discovered something in the excavations on the Temple
You
Mount
gotta stand
that
strong.
confirmed a centuries-old suspicion. They found the remains of what appears to have been a mikveh, a ritual purification bath, in an area that historians identify as the priest's private access to the temple complex. But what is interesting is not the mikveh itself. What is interesting is what was next to the mikveh: coins, many coins, and contracts carved on pottery fragments that suggested commercial transactions. The holiest priests in Israel literally had businesses just meters from where they purified themselves. The very men who demanded purity from the people were making money in the shadow of the altar. It is the week of Passover. Jerusalem is packed. Thousands of pilgrims have walked for days from Galilee, from the Decapolis, from diaspora communities. The temple is seething with people. The smell of incense mingles with the smell of blood from the sacrifices. The Levites sing the psalms. The priests move through the altar, smoke in their white tunics, and the day before something unheard of had happened. A man from Nazareth, a carpenter turned itinerant preacher, had entered the court of the Gentiles. That was the outer courtyard of the temple, the only space where non-Jews could come to pray. But the priests had turned that courtyard into a market. Money-changing tables everywhere, cages of pigeons stacked up, vendors shouting prices, the lambs bleating, and the noise. A deafening noise that made prayer impossible. Jesus entered there and overturned the tables. Matthew 21:12. Coins rolling across the limestone floor. Doves flying in every direction. The money changers shouting. And Jesus, in the middle of the chaos, with a voice that cut through the air, "My house shall be called a house of prayer, but you are making it a den of thieves." Den of thieves. He was not saying that to just anyone. He was saying it to the employees of Annas. Annas ben Seth, the former high priest who controlled all the commerce of the temple, because what was operating in that courtyard was not a religious service. It was a business. The pilgrims came with their Roman coins, which bore the image of Caesar engraved on them, and they could not use them to buy the sacrificial animals, because that image was considered idolatry. So they had to exchange them for temple coins, and on every exchange, the priests took a commission. Then those same pilgrims bought doves or lambs at inflated prices, because inside the temple there was no competition. It was a sacred monopoly, and the Jewish people themselves knew it. The Babylonian Talmud, in Pesukim 57a, records a popular lament. "Woe to the house of Annas, woe to their serpent's hiss. They are high priests, and their sons are treasurers, and their sons-in-law are administrators, and their servants beat the people with rods." Those were the people who controlled the temple, and Jesus had overturned their tables in front of thousands of witnesses. So now imagine what happened the next day. When Jesus returned to the temple to teach, the chief priests and the elders of the people were waiting for him. And they came to him with a question that was not really a question, it was an ambush. "By what authority are you doing these things, and who gave you this authority?" Matthew 21:23. In the first century Jewish world, no teacher could officially teach in the temple without validation from the Sanhedrin, and Jesus did not have it. So the question was a perfect trap. If he said his authority came from God, they would accuse him of blasphemy. If he said it came from himself, they would disqualify him as an impostor. But Jesus does not fall for it. He turns the question back on them and leaves them paralyzed. The baptism of John, where did it come from? From heaven or from men? Matthew 21:25. And Matthew records what the priests discussed among themselves in hushed tones. If we say from heaven, he will ask,
ChatGPT, what's the best high-income skill?
Pharisees' whitewashed tombs, thousands of Jews recoiled in horror, because 2 weeks earlier their own children had painted graves white so that no one would touch them. And Jesus had just told them that those holy men were walking corpses who contaminated everything they touched. What that phrase meant was so much worse than you imagine. And before this ends, you are going to understand why the religious leaders voted to kill him 5 days later. In the next minutes, you are going to discover 3 things that almost no preacher explains. First, why the exact word that Jesus chose made the entire audience recoil. Second, what the Pharisees had inside them that made them identical to the tombs of Jerusalem. And third, why that same metaphor applies today in a way that most Christians do not want to hear. But before we get there, you need to see a scene. We are in the year 33 of the Common Era. Jesus is in the courtyard of the temple in Jerusalem, surrounded by thousands of pilgrims who arrived for Passover. The religious leaders observe him from the porticos. They are the most respected men in Israel. They wear impeccable tunics. They have wide phylacteries on their foreheads. They have memorized the complete Torah. They fast twice a week. And at this moment, Jesus is about to pronounce the most devastating speech of his ministry. Matthew 23 records the phrase 7 times. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. It is the only chapter in the entire Bible where Jesus attacks without pause, without rest, without apparent mercy. And in verse 27, he uses a metaphor that hits like a hammer. You are like whitewashed tombs, which on the outside truly appear beautiful, but inside are full of dead men's bones and all uncleanness. However, here is what almost no one tells you. That image is not poetic, it is literal. Every year, just before Passover, the Jews of the first century would go out to the cemetery with lime and paint the tombs white. The reason was in the book of Numbers. Chapter 19, verse 16, anyone who touched a dead body became unclean for 7 days. If a pilgrim touched a tomb without knowing it, he became impure and could not celebrate Passover. So they whitewashed the tombs so that they would shine under the sun and no one would touch them by accident. Imagine the scene with historical precision. We are in mid-March of the year 33. Jerusalem has tripled its population. More than 200,000 pilgrims have arrived from Galilee, Syria, Egypt, Mesopotamia. The streets boil with activity. The smell of sacrificed lambs fills the air. And to the east of the city, in the valley of Kidron and the slopes of the Mount of Olives, there are hundreds of tombs carved into the rock. 2 weeks before Passover, entire families go out with buckets of white lime. It is not an optional ritual, it is mandatory. The Mishnah in the tractate Shekalim, chapter 1, Mishnah 1, records that in the month of Adar, the authorities sent inspectors to verify that the tombs were marked with fresh lime, because the winter rains had erased the markings from the previous year. If a tomb was not whitewashed, there was a penalty. The reason was practical and theological at the same time. Numbers 19, verse 16, establishes the law of impurity through contact with the dead. Anyone who touches one who was killed with a sword on the face of the field, or any corpse, or human bone or grave, shall be unclean 7 days. 7 days, not 6, not 5. 7 complete days. And during those 7 days, you could not participate in the temple worship. You could not eat the Passover lamb. You were excluded from the religious community. So the Jews whitewashed the tombs so that they would shine under the sun. From a distance, a whitewashed tomb looked like a beautiful monument. The lime shone almost like polished marble. Some wealthy families even decorated the sepulchres with moldings. But everyone knew what was inside. Decomposing bodies, worms, the smell of death. No one approached, no one touched them. The white was not beauty, it was warning. And now imagine that you are a Galilean pilgrim walking toward Jerusalem that week. You see the shining tombs on both sides of the road. Your 8-year-old son asks you, Abba, why do they paint the tombs white? And you answer him, so that no one touches them, because what looks clean on the outside is dead on the inside. And if you touch it, you will become impure. That conversation occurred thousands of times every year. Every Jewish child grew up understanding the metaphor. A whitewashed tomb is visible deception. It is death disguised as purity. And Jesus takes that image and throws it directly against the Pharisees. He does not say, you are like tombs. He says, you are whitewashed tombs. The difference is fierce. A normal tomb is ugly and everyone avoids it. A whitewashed tomb deceives. It attracts, it looks clean. But inside it is still full of death. The Pharisees understood perfectly. Jesus was telling them, you whitewash yourselves on the outside so that people will admire you. But inside, you are dead. And worse, you contaminate everyone who touches you. And if you have just arrived at the channel, I ask you something. Do not subscribe yet. Wait. Watch the next minutes. If what you discover about the harshest words Jesus ever pronounced gives you something real, then yes, hit the button. If not, no problem. But stay until the end. Because what is coming changes everything. And the missing piece to understand this chapter is in what almost no preacher explains. Matthew 23 does not begin with the tombs. It begins with a warning to the people.
My
Verse
power.
2. The scribes and the Pharisees sit in the seat of Moses. So whatever they tell you to observe, observe and do it. But do not do according to their works, because they say and do not do. Jesus recognizes that the Pharisees have authority to teach the law, but their life contradicts their words. And then comes the first blow. Verse 5. Rather, they do all their works to be seen by men, for they make their phylacteries broad, and they enlarge the fringes of their garments. The phylacteries were
How you
small
doing?
leather boxes that contained verses from the Torah. Pious Jews tied them on their forehead and left armed during prayer, fulfilling Deuteronomy 6, verse 8. But the Pharisees made them larger than necessary. They wanted everyone to see how spiritual they were. The fringes on their cloaks were also exaggerated. The law commanded the use of fringes as a reminder of the commandments, Numbers 15, verse 38. But the Pharisees made them so long that they dragged on the ground. Jesus continues. Verse 6, they loved the first seats at banquets, and the first chairs in the synagogues, and the greetings in the marketplaces, and that men call them Rabbi, Rabbi. This is not trivial. In the Jewish culture of the first century, public honor was power. The Pharisees did not serve the people. They served themselves from the people. They sought recognition, not obedience to God. And Jesus exposes it without mercy. Then come the 7 woes, 7 direct condemnations, each one heavier than the last. And you need to understand that in the Jewish culture of the first century, to say woe was to invoke divine judgment. It was not a casual complaint, it was prophecy. Isaiah used woe 22 times against Israel. Jeremiah used it against Babylon. Ezekiel against Egypt. When Jesus says woe 7 times in a row, he is declaring that the judgment of God is coming. First woe, verse 13. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you shut the kingdom of heaven against men. For you neither enter yourselves nor allow those who are entering to go in. This accusation is devastating. The Pharisees were the gatekeepers. They taught the Torah. They interpreted the law. And instead of opening the path toward God, they closed it with impossible regulations. They had turned faith into a labyrinth of rituals where only the experts could navigate. For example, the tractate Shabbat of the Talmud lists 39 categories of work prohibited on the Sabbath, but each category had subcategories. Can you carry a needle on the Sabbath? It depends. If the needle has thread, it is work. If it has no thread, it is permitted. Can you spit on the Sabbath? It depends. If you spit on dry ground and the spit makes mud, you are violating the prohibition of kneading. You had to spit on stone. Think of a peasant woman in Galilee trying to follow all the oral traditions that the Pharisees demanded on top of the Torah. It is impossible. And when she failed, the religious leaders condemned her. They excluded her. They told her that God was angry with her. You shut the kingdom of heaven. You neither enter yourselves nor allow those who are entering to go in. Jesus, by contrast, said in Matthew 11, verse 28, "Come to me, all who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. For my yoke is
Hey,
easy
Plumber
and
Matt.
my burden is light." The Pharisees placed heavy yokes. Jesus offered rest. Second woe, verse 15. Woe to you,
How are
scribes
you?
and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you travel sea and land to make one proselyte, and when he is made, you make him twice as much a son of hell as yourselves. A proselyte was a Gentile who converted to Judaism. The process was long. First, he had to study the Torah for months, sometimes years. Then, if he was a man, he had to be
You got
circumcised.
into an argument with a
Afterward came
Muslim?
ritual baptism in a mikveh, an immersion pool.
I am so
And
sorry.
finally, if the temple was accessible, he offered a sacrifice. Only then was he
What was
considered
it
a complete
about?
Jew. The Pharisees invested enormous resources in
It's
obtaining
probably about
converts.
Jesus.
They traveled to Antioch, Alexandria, Rome. They taught in synagogues of
Jane.
the diaspora. And when someone converted, it was a triumph for their movement. Flavius Josephus, the Jewish historian of the 1st century, mentions in Jewish Antiquities, Book 20, that the royal family of Adiabene, including Queen Helena and her sons, embraced Jewish customs around the year 30. The Queen made a pilgrimage to Jerusalem a few
About
years later, and the Jewish leaders
an
celebrated
argument
her
about
as
what
proof
Sharia
that their
law
message
is
attracted
about.
even royalty.
The
And Jesus
Sharia
says
law.
something demolishing.
Let's.
You make him
You're
twice
gonna
as
get
much
into an
a son
argument
of
with a
hell as
Muslim about a
yourselves.
Sharia law.
Why? Because the new convert
I mean,
did not learn to love God.
no matter what we
He learned
say,
to follow rules.
they're going to
He
argue
did
back.
not receive grace.
Because how
He
they see it,
received
Sharia
legalism.
law is okay.
And because he was
And
new
any
in the
Muslim will
faith,
say that.
he applied the rules with fanatic
So-
zeal. He became more rigid than his teachers.
We
more
are doing
intolerant,
Bible
more
study
proud,
around 5.
twice as much a son of hell.
It's actually 3
Think of
o'clock
Saul
now.
of Tarsus before he encountered Jesus.
Just be
Philippians
careful
3, verses 4
when
to
you're
6.
arguing with a
If
Muslim.
anyone thinks he has reason for confidence in the flesh, I'm also circumcised on the 8th day of the lineage of
Yeah,
Israel,
they're trying
from the
so
tribe of
hard to
Benjamin,
bring
a
a
Hebrew of
Sharia law
Hebrews.
back.
As to the law,
They're trying to
a
make it
Pharisee.
global.
As to zeal, a persecutor of the church. As to the righteousness that is in the law, blameless. Paul
And I
was the
honestly
perfect
pray that they
proselyte of
don't,
Pharisaism,
because
and he
people need to
persecuted
truly
Christians with
understand how
fury
bad Sharia law
until
really is.
Jesus stopped him on the road to
It's
Damascus.
not good one
Acts
bit.
9, 3rd woe, verse 16.
Hi, it's
Woe
me.
to you, blind guides, who say, if anyone swears by the temple, it is nothing. But if anyone swears by the
Yeah,
gold
but
of the
they
temple,
aren't even
he is
honest
bound.
about
Here Jesus
what
exposes the
Islam is
mental
about.
gymnastics that
When
the
it comes to
Pharisees used
Muslims,
escape from their
they
promises.
won't be. If
In
you
the
want the
Jewish
honesty,
culture,
you need to talk to
swearing
an
by something
ex-Muslim,
sacred was
because
binding.
they are.
If you
They
swore
actually
by the
left
temple,
the
you
satanic
were
sex
invoking the
cult
presence
of Islam.
God as witness. You could
It's
not break that
demonic,
oath
it's
without grave
antichrist.
consequences. However,
So if you
the
want the
teachers of
truth,
the law
go to an
had created
ex-Muslim, not a
system of
Muslim.
escape. They said,
Because a
if you
Muslim
swear
is
by
going
the
to
temple,
lie.
but do not
It's
specifically
literally
mention
in
the
their
gold
Quran.
of the altar or the sacrifices
So.
upon the altar, then your oath is not completely binding. You can break it if you find a technical excuse. Jesus calls them foolish and blind. Verse 17, for which is greater, the gold or the temple that sanctifies the gold?
Oh,
And verse
thank you,
18,
Plumber,
and if
for
anyone swears by
the
altar,
hands. God
it is
bless
nothing.
you.
But if anyone swears by the offering that
Thank
is
you
upon it,
for the
he
support.
is bound. Verse 19, fools and blind, for which is greater the offering or the altar that sanctifies the offering?
I do pray that a lot of
Jesus'
you come to
argument
Bible
is
study. I already
devastating.
know quite a
The
few that
gold
are
is
coming.
not sacred in
So
itself. It is sacred because it is in God's
always
temple.
stand
The
strong,
offering is
okay,
not
Plumber?
sacred in itself. It is sacred
Always speak
because
the
it is
truth,
on
God's
altar.
word,
To invert the priorities is
and put the
spiritual
evil back
madness.
in its
But
place
these
with
doctors of the
scripture.
law did it because it was convenient for them. They could swear when they wanted to impress and break oaths when they wanted to escape. Jesus
But I do pray that
concludes in verse 22,
Sharia law does
and
not
he who
go
swears
global
by heaven
because that's going to be
swears
horrible.
by the throne of God and by him who sits upon it. You cannot separate the oath from God. Every promise you make invokes his name, even if you do not mention it directly. And God takes your word seriously, even if you do not take it. Fourth woe, verse 23. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you tithe the mint and the dill and the cumin, and have left the most important matters of the law, justice, mercy, and faith. These you ought to have done, without leaving the others undone. This is the pulsing heart of Pharisaic hypocrisy. The law of Moses
Jesus is
commanded
Lord
the
of the
tithe.
Sabbath.
Leviticus 27 verse 30, and the tithe of the land, whether of the seed of the land or of the fruit of the trees,
Hi.
is the Lord's. It is a thing
Sorry,
dedicated
guys.
to the Lord. Deuteronomy 14 adds details about how to
Sorry.
use the tithe to sustain the Levites.
My
and to
name's not
celebrate
Baby,
feasts.
it's Jinnah.
Now
But
then,
hi.
the scribes took the tithe to a microscopic extreme. They cultivated herbs in small pots in their patios, mint, dill, cumin, and when they harvested, they counted the leaves. If they had 100 leaves of mint, they separated 10 for God. If they had 50
I don't know
grains
what's
of
in my
cumin,
throat.
they gave 5. They were meticulous to the obsessive level, with details that the Torah did not even mention explicitly. Imagine a Pharisee in his garden with a tiny scale, weighing individual grains of cumin to make sure he gives exactly 10%. He spends an hour doing calculations. Finally, he separates his tithe. He feels spiritually superior. He thinks, God is pleased with me because I am so careful. And that same day, the Pharisee goes to the market. He sees a widow selling 2 loaves of bread. He knows that her husband died and she has no inheritance. He knows that she has 3 small children to feed. And instead of helping her, he charges her interest on a debt she cannot pay. He threatens to take her house if she does not pay. And he walks proudly back home, believing that God blesses him because he tithes the cumin. Jesus says,
That's awful.
you have
You
left
don't
the
do
most
that.
important matters of the law, justice, mercy, and faith. The
God
word
have
justice
mercy
in
on
Greek is
us.
crisis, which means right
Hi,
judgment.
Triplet.
It implies defending
Trip
the oppressed,
left.
protecting the weak, correcting
How are you
injustice.
doing?
Micah 6 verse 8 summarizes what God requires. O
We're
man,
doing Bible
he has
study
shown
today
you
on
what is
Luke
good and
6.
what the Lord requires of you. Only
I'm
to do
okay.
justice and to love mercy and to
I do
humble
pray that
yourself
you have a
before your
wonderful
God.
Sunday, and you
Mercy
are
in
welcome
Greek is
to
eleos. It is active
anybody's
compassion.
welcome to get
It
into
is
the
not just
box
feeling pity.
so we can all
It is
study
active
Luke
to relieve
6
suffering.
around 5
James
o'clock.
1 verse 27.
It's
Pure
3:06
and
right now
undefiled
here,
religion before
so
God the Father is this: to visit
yeah, whenever
orphans
you
and
enter my
widows in
stream,
their
it will say
afflictions,
what time
and to keep oneself unstained from the world.
and what we're
faith
doing.
in Greek is pistis. It is trust in God, not in your own merits. Not
I'm
in
pretty
your
sure Florida
ritual
time's my
compliance,
time as well.
in God
So.
himself. Hebrews 11 verse 6. Without
You're
faith,
you're
it is
excited for it,
impossible
Power?
to please God, because he who comes to God
It's going to be on the
must believe
Sabbath.
that he exists and that he rewards those who
Oh.
seek him.
Can't wait.
Jesus says that these 3 things are the most important matters of the law. And then he adds something crucial. These you ought to have done
If I
without
get
leaving the others
5
undone. He is
ones,
not saying that the tithe is bad. He is saying that if you tithe
we could do it
but do
around
not
4
practice
o'clock.
justice, mercy, and
But that's
faith,
if I get enough
your religion
ones,
is empty.
like 5
It
of
is
them,
theater.
and
is
it
a
can't be from
whitewashed
one
tomb.
person.
Verse 24, blind guides who strain out the gnat and swallow the camel. This image is deliberately
Yes,
absurd
Power,
to
you are
engrave the
more than
point.
welcome in the box
Leviticus 11
when we're
lists
studying Luke.
unclean animals that the Jews could not eat. Verse 4 mentions the camel. Verses 20 to 23 mention winged insects.
I can only
that
have
are
5
an
people in the
abomination.
box, so
The
we would
Pharisees
have
took
to
these laws with
take
extreme
turns.
seriousness.
The more that
They
wants to
filtered
join.
water and wine through cloth to
Hi,
trap any
Royce.
small gnat or insect that might have fallen in. They did not want to swallow anything impure. Even so,
How are you
metaphorically,
doing?
they swallowed whole camels. They committed enormous injustices and did not even notice them. They robbed widows' houses while praying long prayers.
Time to
Mark
praise
12,
the
verse
Lord.
40, who devour
You should be
widows'
doing that every
houses
day,
and as
though,
a
guys.
pretext make long prayers. These will receive greater condemnation. Hypocrisy is obsession with microscopic details.
You're doing okay? Well,
while
that's good to
ignoring
hear.
enormous evils. It is counting leaves of mint, but
Always
oppressing
give
the poor.
God glory no
It is
matter
straining
what,
out
Royce.
gnats, but swallowing camels.
You're here one day and
Fifth
gone the
woe,
next, so
verse
always tell your
25.
loved ones, no matter
Woe
what,
to
that
you,
you love
scribes and
them.
Pharisees,
Because it could be the
hypocrites,
last time you
because
see them.
cleanse the outside of the
So
cup
always
and of
give
the
God
plate,
glory
but
for another
inside you are
day.
full of robbery and injustice.
Because He's not done
This
with you.
accusation touches a
You still have that
specific
purpose.
Pharisaic practice documented in the Talmud. The Pharisees had elaborate rules about the ritual
Thank you for the
purity
likes,
of
guys,
utensils.
on the YouTube.
If a cup had touched something
Amen
impure,
to that.
it had to be
Amen.
washed in a certain way. If a Gentile had used it, it needed special purification.
You know, the
Mark
more
7,
you
verses 3
do
and
get to
4
know the Lord, the
describes
more
the
you want to do
traditions
what's
of the
right in His
Pharisees.
eyes. You know,
For the
be
Pharisees and
faithful,
all the Jews
be
hold to
compassionate,
the tradition of the elders.
be
Do not eat
modest,
unless they wash their hands
speak the
many
truth,
times. And when they come from the marketplace,
be
they
forgiving,
do not eat unless they
be like
wash.
Jesus, you
And there
know?
are many other things they have
Deny
received
your
to
flesh
keep,
and be more
like
like
the washing
the
of drinking
Savior.
cups, and of pots, and of metal utensils, and of beds.
I mean, we're always going to
Imagine a
fall
Pharisee
short of the
preparing
glory
to
of
eat.
God,
He
but
washes the cup 3 times. He carefully
He
rubs
knows
the
that I do
rim.
my
He
best.
makes sure that no drop of impure water touches the inside.
And I will
Finally,
be
he sits
faithful to the
satisfied.
end.
The cup is pure. He can drink without contaminating his soul. And that same cup
He
was
knows
bought
that
with
his daughter's
stolen
not
money.
perfect.
The Pharisee charged usurious interest to a poor Jewish brother, violating Exodus 22, verse 25.
Hi,
When
Sky.
you lend
How are
money
you
to one of my
doing?
people, to the poor with you, you shall not be to him as a creditor, nor shall you charge him interest.
Hi.
Or perhaps that cup was
Are you
bought with
joining
money
us
from
for
a
Bible
tithe
study?
that never reached the Levites,
It's not till
because
5.
the Pharisee kept it for himself. Jesus says, you cleanse the outside of the cup, but inside you are full of robbery and
What
injustice.
accent?
The Greek
I
word
am
for
an
robbery
American.
is harpage, which means plunder,
How was you
violence,
confused? Did you
It is
actually
not
think I
casual
was
theft.
British?
It is systematic exploitation.
I'm actually not.
The Pharisees
Guys,
stripped the poor legally.
I am
They
actually
used the law
American.
as a weapon to enrich
This
themselves.
British
Verse
accent
26,
comes on out of
blind
nowhere
Pharisee,
sometimes.
cleanse first what is
I may,
inside the
yeah.
cup and the plate,
I
so
may.
that the outside
But
also
sometimes
may
it
be
comes
clean.
on a lot stronger
Cleansing
than
must
other
begin
times,
from
but
within. You cannot have a corrupt heart
I'm
and
actually an
clean
American
hands. You
Cherokee.
cannot steal with your right hand.
The
and
Cherokee
lift
I'm
that same
I'm
hand
starting to
in
question.
worship. 1 John 1 verse 6. If we say that we have
Oh, yeah.
fellowship with him and
Only
walk
the
in
good Lord
darkness,
knows what
we
his
lie
daughter is.
and do not practice the
I do
truth.
not.
6th woe, verse 27.
It
Here we
was
arrive
I
at the
only
central
first
metaphor. Woe
first
to
4
you,
words I
scribes
ever
and
heard from
Pharisees,
you,
hypocrites,
so I didn't
because
know.
you are like
I am
whitewashed
an
tombs,
American.
which on the outside
I don't
truly
know if I
appear
have
beautiful,
British in
but
me.
inside are full of dead men's bones and all
We all got something in
uncleanness.
us, you know?
We already saw the historical background. Now let us go deeper into the Greek words. Matthew uses the term koniao, which means literally to whitewash or to plaster with lime. It is the same word used in Acts 23 verse 3, when Paul shouts at the high priest Ananias during his trial. Then Paul said to him, God will strike you, whitewashed wall, for
Hi,
you
Trevor.
sit there to judge me according to the law, and yet, in violation of the law, you order me to be struck. Ananias was high priest, but he was corrupt. Flavius Josephus describes him in Jewish Antiquities, Book 20, as
Hi,
a violent
beautiful.
man,
How are you
greedy
doing?
and of bad character. He sent his own servants to the threshing floors to seize by force the tithes that belonged to the common priests, leaving some in misery. He was a
I'm
whitewashed
doing
wall.
okay, I
He looked
suppose.
like legitimate
But I am
authority,
happy that you're doing
but
good.
he was rotten inside. The word for beautiful in verse 27 is horaios, which means attractive to the sight, visually pleasing. The whitewashed tombs were not only neutral, they were deliberately attractive. Some wealthy families even hired artisans to carve designs in the fresh lime. Archaeologists have found tombs from the 1st century with decorative inscriptions, Jewish symbols, geometric patterns. From a distance, they look like small temples, and inside, They are full of dead men's
God
bones
bless
and
you
all
guys, and
uncleanness.
thank you so
The word
much for
uncleanness
taking the
in
time
Greek
to
is
join.
akatharsia, which means ceremonial impurity. It is the opposite of holiness. In the Levitical system, contact with a corpse was the most severe form of impurity. Numbers 19, verses 11 to 13, establishes that touching a dead body makes one unclean for 7 days, and the one who does not purify himself defiles the tabernacle of the Lord. That person must be cut off from Israel. The Pharisees knew this better than anyone. They were experts in the laws of purity, and Jesus tells them, "You yourselves are the source of maximum impurity. You are walking corpses. You contaminate everyone who touches you." Verse 28, "So also you, outwardly indeed, show yourselves righteous to men, but inwardly you are full of hypocrisy and iniquity." The word hypocrisy in Greek is hypocrisis. Originally it meant to act in the theatre. The Greek actors used masks called prosopa, one mask for comedy, another for tragedy.
Hi.
The actor changed masks according to the role, and the public knew that the person behind the mask was not the character, it was acting. The Pharisees wore spiritual masks. In public, the mask of holiness. In private, they removed the mask and revealed greed, pride, cruelty, and they thought that God did not see behind the mask. But 1 Samuel 16, verse 7, "Man looks at what is before his eyes, but the Lord looks at the heart." The second key word is iniquity. In Greek, anomia. It means literally without law. It is the same word that Jesus uses in Matthew 7, verse 23, to describe the false prophets who do miracles in his name, but live in sin. "And then I will declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of iniquity." Here is the devastating irony. The Pharisees were legalists. They taught the law. They memorized every letter of the Torah. But in their heart, they lived in anomia, without law.
Hey, Watcher.
Without real moral restraint. They used the law as a disguise, but they violated it constantly when it
How are you
suited them.
doing?
Seventh woe, verse 29. "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you build the tombs of the prophets, and you adorn the monuments of the righteous, and say, if we had lived in the days
I'm
of our
doing okay, I
fathers,
suppose.
we would not
I'm
have
happy
been their
that you're doing
partners in
good.
shedding the blood of the prophets." This final accusation is the most cutting because it predicts what the Pharisees are about to do. In the first century, there was an industry of building prophetic monuments. The Talmud mentions elaborate tombs for Isaiah, Jeremiah, Zechariah, other prophets. Archaeologists have found funerary structures from the Herodian period with inscriptions that honor prophets of the Old Testament. The Pharisees invested money and effort in these monuments. They organized ceremonies. They pronounced speeches about how wicked their ancestors had been.
Are you going to
Killed
be
the
joining
prophets.
us for Bible
They
study?
said, "We would never have done that. We respect the prophets of God. We are different. We are righteous." And
Are you
Jesus
busy?
turns the accusation around like a knife.
Are you going to be
Verse
busy
31.
5 o'clock?
"Thus you bear witness against yourselves that you are sons of those who killed the prophets." What does he say? That to build monuments
you're
for dead
working?
prophets
I'm
while
sorry.
rejecting the living prophet is supreme hypocrisy. It is easy to honor a dead
Are
prophet
you
who
working
no
through
longer
5
bothers.
o'clock?
A dead prophet does not confront your sin. He does not call you a hypocrite. He does not threaten
Well,
your
I do
power.
pray
You
that
can
God will
build
be
him
with
a beautiful
you.
tomb and feel spiritual. A living prophet, on the other hand,
Oh, until
is
10?
dangerous. He speaks
Well.
uncomfortable truths. He exposes your corruption.
Well, just be
He
safe,
forces you to choose,
'cause there's only
repent
one
or
of you.
kill him. And the religious leaders had already chosen. In a few days, they would vote to crucify Jesus.
You're welcome.
Verse 32. "Fill up then the measure of your fathers. Fill up the measure," is language
That's
of
why
judgment.
we're all unique,
Genesis
because there
15,
will
verse
only be
16
one of us
says
in
that God waited
existence.
400 years
Nobody will
before
meet
judging
another
the
one that
Amorites,
has your heart,
because the measure of their
who
iniquity
loves like
was
you,
not
who
yet
thinks
full.
like you.
But when iniquity reaches a certain point, judgment falls.
Never
Jesus
take that
is saying,
love for
"Your
granted
fathers
or
killed
that
prophets.
friendship for
You will
granted.
kill the Son of God.
Because
You will
something
complete the
very
measure,
rare
and judgment
when it comes
will
to
come."
love If
Verse
it is very
33,
rare to find
serpents,
in this
of
generation,
vipers, how
that
shall
is a
you escape
gift
the
from God.
condemnation of
He
hell?
blessed you with that
Jesus
in
calls
your
them
life
serpents,
because
the
it's
same
rare.
word that John the Baptist
So never
used
take
in
that for
Matthew 3
granted,
verse 7 when the
because
Pharisees
you won't
came to
find
his
it elsewhere and
baptism.
He won't bless you
Generation
again.
of vipers,
That's
who
why
has
it's highly
warned you to
important
flee
to
from
give
the
Him
wrath to
glory
come.
for that
It
blessing
is not by chance.
and to cherish
John
it,
prepared the way. Jesus
because He
completes
handed
the
it to
judgment,
you,
and then comes the prophecy. Verse 34.
especially if that
Therefore,
person has a
behold,
fragile heart.
I send you prophets and wise men and
But God
scribes,
bless you,
and some
Watcher,
of them
and you're
you
always
will kill
welcome
and
here.
crucify, and others you will
Are you a
scourge
big
in
fan
your
of
synagogues
Johnny
and
Depp?
persecute from city to city. Jesus predicts the persecution of his disciples. Peter would be crucified. Stephen would be stoned. Paul would be scourged 5 times. Acts 5 verse 40 records that the apostles were beaten
I don't know
by
why my
order of the
sock is coming
Sanhedrin.
apart.
Everything was fulfilled exactly as Jesus said. Verse 35, that upon you may come all the righteous blood that has been shed on the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah son of Berechiah.
Is everybody studying
Between
the
temple
Luke
and the
6?
altar. Jesus closes the sermon.
Because it's on
Abel
the
was the
Sabbath.
first martyr, Genesis 4. Zechariah was the last martyr recorded in the Hebrew Old Testament, which ended with 2nd Chronicles. 2nd Chronicles 24 verses 20 and 21 tell how Zechariah was stoned in the courtyard of the temple by order of King Joash. Jesus is saying all the blood shed by
I don't know
religious
if it's
hypocrites
fully
will
just
fall
on
upon
the
this
Sabbath.
generation. And it fell.
That part,
In the
I don't
year
know.
70, the Romans destroyed Jerusalem. The temple was leveled. More than 1 million Jews died. Now let us return to the central image, and before continuing, a brief pause. If you are already part of this family, if you have been here for some time studying the Word with me, give this video a like. That helps the channel a lot to grow and to allow more people to discover these truths that almost no one explains. If you have just arrived, you do not need to do it yet. Watch first, decide later. If not, no problem. Why did Jesus choose whitewashed tombs instead of any other metaphor? He could have said, you are like actors with masks, like wolves in sheep's clothing, like rotten fruit with a shining peel. All of those images would work. Jesus, however, chose whitewashed tombs, and the reason is that
Anybody
this
else
metaphor
getting
has 3
rain?
characteristics that fit perfectly with
And
religious
we're getting a
hypocrisy.
thunderstorm.
And each characteristic has direct application today. First characteristic, impeccable external appearance designed to impress. The Pharisees were masters of public image. Their tunics were longer than those of other Jews. Their phylacteries were broader, their fringes more visible. When they fasted, they put ashes on their faces so that everyone would know how spiritual they were.
It's pouring
Matthew
down
6, verse
here
16.
with huge
When you
thunderstorms.
fast, do not be sad
Oh,
faced,
you're getting
like the hypocrites.
you're
for
getting
they
thunderstorms?
disfigure their
Oh,
faces
please
to
be
show
safe.
men that they are fasting.
Yeah,
Truly, I tell you, they
of all the
already have
heat
their reward.
that everybody's
When they
been
prayed,
getting,
they sought the most visible
now we're getting
corners of the
thunderstorms.
synagogues. Matthew 6, verse 5. And when you pray, do not be like the hypocrites, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and on the street corners to be seen by
Hi,
men.
Soul.
Truly, I tell you, they already have their reward. Everything
How
was
are you
calculated
doing?
for the audience. Religion was performance, spiritual theater, and it worked. The common people admired them. They considered them giants of faith, models of
I'm doing
holiness,
okay.
and Jesus saw beyond the facade. 1 Samuel 16 verse 7.
I pray
Man
that you'll
looks
be
at what is
safe, and you're
before his
welcome
eyes,
to
but the
join us for
Lord
Bible
looks at
study
the
at 5
heart.
o'clock.
And here is the modern application. The technology changed, but the temptation is identical. Today, the whitewashed tombs do not wear broad phylacteries. They use Instagram. They do not pray on the
You're
corners of
welcome.
synagogues. They live stream their devotionals. They do not fast with ashes on their face. They post photos of their underlined Bibles with artisanal coffee beside them. Imagine someone who spends 30 minutes every morning taking the perfect photo of their devotional time. They adjust the light. They place the Bible at a specific angle. They put a cup of coffee. They write an inspiring caption, Praying for all of you today, family. And they post it. They receive 100 likes. They feel spiritual. And they never read the Bible. They only photographed it. The prayer was a hashtag, not a conversation with God. Everything was performance.
Hi,
A
Stephen.
digital whitewashed tomb. Or imagine a ministry leader who preaches about humility on Sundays, but drives a vehicle that costs more than the annual salary of half his congregation. He speaks about generosity, but has never invited a poor person to his house. He teaches about service, but treats his employees like servants. A whitewashed tomb with a pulpit. Or think of someone who corrects the theology of others on social media with biblical verses, but has not spoken to his brother for years over a minor offense. Matthew 5, verses 23 and 24. Therefore, if you bring your gift to the altar, and there you remember that your brother has something against you, leave your gift there before the altar, and go. First be reconciled with your brother, and then come and offer your gift. The impeccable external appearance without internal transformation is the first trait of the whitewashed tomb. And modern technology does not eliminate it. It amplifies it. Second characteristic, hidden contamination that is transmitted by contact. Numbers 19 establishes the law of impurity by contact. Touching a dead body makes you unclean, and the uncleanness is not visible. Someone could touch a corpse, wash their hands, look clean, but continue to be ceremonially impure for 7 days. The contamination was invisible but real. The Pharisees spiritually contaminated everyone who followed their example. They taught that God loved ritual compliance more than the heart. They transmitted a religion based on appearances, not on love. And those who followed them adopted the same hypocrisy. Think of the proselyte of the second woe. Verse 15, you make him twice as much a son of hell as yourselves. The new convert did not only learn the rules, he learned the spirit behind the rules. Legalism, judgment, pride. He became more Pharisee than the original Pharisees. And here is the application that hurts. Religious hypocrisy is contagious. It is transmitted from generation to generation, from leader to follower, from father to son. Imagine a child growing up in a home where dad reads the Bible aloud every night, but shouts obscenities in traffic every morning. Where mom teaches verses about forgiveness, but has not spoken to grandma for 5 years over a fight about inheritance. Where Sundays are holy, but Mondays are cruel. That child learns that Christianity is acting, that the Bible is a book you read, not truths you live. That God matters in church, but not in real life. And when he grows up, he replicates exactly the same pattern. He becomes a second-generation whitewashed tomb. Or think of a church where the pastor preaches against materialism, but the board of directors is obsessed with building a larger building to compete with the mega church on the other side of the city, where they talk of community, but the rich sit in one section and the poor in another, where they sing about the love of God, but they discreetly expel anyone who asks uncomfortable questions about finances or leadership. The new believers observe, and they learn. They do not learn to love Jesus. They learn to act like Christians. They learn the language, the gestures, the songs, but they never experience real transformation. They are disciples of a whitewashed religion. And when they leave to plant churches or lead ministries, they transmit the same contamination. Third characteristic, real death disguised as apparent life. A tomb is death. There is no life in a grave. Only bones, dust, decomposition, silence. But when you whitewash the tomb, you create the illusion of something alive. From a distance, a whitewashed tomb can look like a small temple, a place of worship, something sacred, and inside there is only death. The Pharisees were spiritually dead. They had no genuine relationship with God. They only had religion. They fulfilled rituals, but their hearts were cold. They memorized scripture, but they did not obey it. They prayed words, but they had no real communion. and they covered that spiritual death with layers of religious activity.
Hi.
More fasting, more tithing, more laws, more ceremonies. They appeared to be the most spiritually alive Jews, but they were dead. Revelation 3 verse 1 says something almost identical to the church of Sardis. I know your works, that you have a name, that you are alive, and you are dead. Sardis had a reputation as a vibrant church, but Jesus said you are dead. Activity is not life, noise is not worship, religion is not relationship. And here is where this metaphor hits hardest today, because it is possible to be involved in everything Christian and to be spiritually dead. Imagine someone who serves in 3 ministries of the church, leads a small group, plays on the worship team, helps in the children's ministry, goes to all the events, knows all the Christian jargon, has Christian friends, listens to Christian podcasts, reads Christian books, shares verses on social media. But in their heart, they do not love Jesus. They only love the Christian community. They like to feel useful. They like the identity that being a leader gives them. They like that people respect them. But when they are alone, they never pray spontaneously. They never read the Bible from real hunger. They never experience conviction of sin. They never weep with gratitude before the cross. They are busy with the things of God, but do not know God. They are a whitewashed tomb. All the activity is the white line. The interior is spiritual death. Or think of someone who can quote complex doctrines, wins theological debates on the internet, defends the faith with sophisticated arguments, but never forgives, holds grudges for years, speaks badly of other Christians with different theology, feels superior to less educated believers. Their doctrine is impeccable, but their love is non-existent. 1 Corinthians 8 verse 1, knowledge puffs up, but love builds up. You can have perfect theology and be spiritually dead. You can memorize the complete catechism and not know Christ. You can defend the faith and not have it. Jesus did not hate the Pharisees as people. He loved them. That is why he spoke to them with such harshness. He was trying to awaken them before it was too late. He was breaking the layer of lime so that they would see the interior death and seek real life. Jesus did not hate the Pharisees as people. He hated the hypocrisy that destroyed lives. And he used the most visceral image possible to awaken them. Here is the uncomfortable question that we need to confront with honesty. Did religious hypocrisy end with the Pharisees of the first century? And before answering, I leave you something to think about. In the comments below this video, tell me, in what area of your life do you feel you are whitewashing the tomb instead of emptying it? Read it later, and you will see how others are also struggling with the same thing. You are not alone. No, absolutely not. Matthew 23 is not a dead historical text. It is a mirror, and every generation of believers needs to look at itself in it. Because the temptation to whitewash tombs is universal. It is not exclusive to the Pharisees. It is human. How many churches today have beautiful buildings but cold congregations, sanctuaries with impressive architecture and cutting-edge technology, but superficial relationships and absent love? Bright stage lights and giant screens, but extinguished hearts and feigned faith. How many leaders preach holiness on Sundays, but live in secret sins that destroy families? They speak against pornography while consuming it. They teach about fidelity while being unfaithful. They preach generosity while accumulating wealth. They condemn pride while building personal empires. How many Christians memorize verses but never forgive anyone? They can quote Ephesians 2 verse 8 about salvation by grace, but hold bitterness against brothers for years. They know Romans 8 entirely, but have not spoken to their father since
James
last Christmas over a
4:7,
trivial
submit
offense.
yourself then to
How many
God,
post
resist the
photos of their
devil, and he
devotional
will flee
life on
from
social
you.
media, but exploit their employees? Instagram shows an open Bible and coffee. Reality shows unjust wages and degrading treatment. Verses about love of neighbor in the biography. Cruelty towards subordinates at the office. How many sing about surrendering to God, but never obey?
Hi, Christian.
God asks them something inconvenient. lift their hands in worship on Sunday. They close their hearts to conviction on Monday. They cry during the emotional music. They ignore the poor person who passes by their car every day on the way to work. Jesus would say the same thing today that he said then.
And how is your Sunday going?
The fundamental problem is not religion in itself. The problem is religion without transformation. And that sickness has no human cure. You cannot strive your way out of it, because religious effort is exactly the problem. It is possible to read the Bible every day.
You showed
and
your
have a
friend my
heart full
YouTube.
of pride.
Thank you.
In fact, biblical study without humility produces Pharisees, not disciples. You can memorize entire chapters and use them as weapons to wound.
Are you going to be
not as
here
medicine to heal.
during Bible study
It is
around
possible
5
to
o'clock?
pray in public with eloquence and hate in private with ferocity.
Power's going to be here.
The
Simply's
beautiful
going to be
words
here.
directed at God mean nothing if your mouth destroys reputations when you speak of
And a
others.
few others.
James 3 verses
You know
9
Fiji will
and 10.
be here.
With it we bless God the Father, and with it we curse men who are made in the likeness of God. From the same mouth proceed blessing and cursing. My
And
brothers,
uncle.
this should not be so. It is possible to give generous tithes and steal
Hi,
dignity
David.
constantly. You can put thousands in the Sunday offering and remove human value with your words every day of the week. 1 John 3 verse 17. But he who has the goods of this world and sees his brother in need and
Luke
closes
6.
his heart against him, how does the love
Jesus
of God
is
abide
the
in him?
Lord of the
It is
Sabbath. So
possible
I'm
to sing
assuming that it's
praises
going to
with
be on the
passion and destroy
discussing what the
families
Sabbath
with
is.
gossip. Your
And
voice
how
can
Jesus,
sound angelic in the choir,
stuck to
while
it.
your tongue sows discord in the parking lot. Proverbs 6 verses 16 to 19 lists 7 things that God hates. And the last is, he who
Last
sows
week
discord
we
among
were
brothers.
discussing
1 Corinthians 13
Jesus
verses
gathering
1 to
up his
3
disciples,
summarizes it
Peter,
with cutting
well, Simon
clarity.
Peter, fishers
If I
of men,
speak
and
with
now
the
we're going to
tongues
do
of
the
men
Sabbath.
and of angels, and have not love, I am become as sounding brass or a clanging cymbal. And if I have prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith so as to move mountains, and have not love, I am nothing. And if I distribute all my goods to feed the poor, and if I give my body to be burned, and have not love, it profits me nothing. Without love, everything else is empty noise. Without authentic internal transformation, the most elaborate external religion is only a whitewashed tomb, beautiful on the outside, dead on the inside, contaminates everyone who touches it. But here is where the gospel enters like light in absolute
I pray that you can
darkness.
make it, Christian.
Because Jesus did not pronounce
I
Matthew
pray that God will
23
be with you
only to
throughout your
condemn
day.
without remedy. He pronounced it to warn, to shake, to break the illusion, to offer a last opportunity for repentance before it was too late. Verse 37. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, who killest the prophets and stonest those who are sent unto thee, how often I have wanted to gather your children, as a hen
Amen to
gathers
that,
her chicks
Christian.
under her wings, and you would not. Listen to the pain in those words. Jesus repeats the name of the city, Jerusalem, Jerusalem, like a father calling a rebellious son, like a husband weeping for an unfaithful wife. There is anger in Matthew 23, yes, but behind
See you
the
at
anger,
5,
there is
Christian.
torn love.
God bless
How
you.
often I have wanted. The verb is in the past. Jesus had repeatedly tried to gather Israel under his protection. For 3 years of ministry, he offered life.
Welcome,
he healed
guys.
the sick. He forgave sinners. He taught truth. He showed the real character of God, and the majority of the religious leaders rejected him. As a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, this image comes from Deuteronomy 32, verse 11, where God is compared to an eagle that protects her young. Jesus identifies himself with Yahweh himself. He is God made flesh, offering refuge,
Yes, always
protection,
praise our
life,
Lord.
and you would not. There is the tragedy. It was not that they could not. It
No
is
matter
that they
what,
would
always
not.
give
They
praises
chose
to our
dead
Lord.
religion over living relationship.
Lance.
They preferred whitewashing tombs to being resurrected.
Are you going to be
They
here
chose
during Bible
appearances
study?
over authenticity, and the result was devastating. Imagine you are a Pharisee in the courtyard of the temple that day. in the year
It starts at
33.
5 o'clock.
You have just heard Jesus call you
It'll be
a
4
whitewashed
o'clock here in a
tomb
few.
7 times in different forms. You have 2 fundamental options before you. Option 1, get angry,
sorry,
justify
guys.
yourself, reject him. You can say, who is this Galilean carpenter to judge me? I have memorized the complete Torah. I fast twice a week.
What do you mean,
I
accent?
tithe everything I have. This man has no
I am from
formal rabbinic
America.
credentials. He did not study with Hillel or Shammai. He is an ignorant man who deceives multitudes.
I
You
am
can
an
turn
American.
and leave, reaffirming your religion, polishing your mask, adding more lime to the tomb. Option 2, let his words penetrate. You can recognize that Jesus is right. that
Eastern
your life
European
is theater,
accent.
that your
I can
religion
hear.
is facade.
I am not from
that
there.
inside you are spiritually dead. That you
I
need
was never
internal
born there,
cleansing,
neither.
not only external. That you need a new heart, not more rituals. The majority of the Pharisees chose option 1, and in 5 days they crucified Jesus. But some chose option 2. John 3 records Nicodemus, a Pharisee who went to Jesus by night. He said to him,
You are actually the
"Rabbi,
first
we
who
know
said that
you
I
have come
sound
from God as a
Eastern
teacher,
European.
because no one can do these signs that you do if God is not with him." And Jesus
I do not
answered him
know what
with
I
words
am.
that cut like a scalpel. Truly, truly,
And I am
tell
not
you
an
that he who
AI
is not
either.
born again cannot see the kingdom of God. Nicodemus did not need more religion.
I actually
He
look
already had religion in abundance.
Ukraine.
He needed to be born again. He needed to die to his old
Well, that
life
is a
and receive
first.
new life. He needed God to replace his heart
How do
of
I
stone
look Ukraine?
with a heart of flesh. Ezekiel 36
Typically
verse
people
26.
say I look
I will
Russian.
give you a new heart, and I will put a new spirit within you. And I will remove
I think
from
I'm
your
more
flesh
full-blooded
the heart of
American than
stone,
anything.
and I will give you a heart of flesh. That is what Jesus offers. Not whitewashed religion,
God bless
resurrected
you.
life, not improved ritual, total regeneration, not more layers of lime over death. An empty tomb and new life inside. And here is the final turn that completes everything. Jesus himself became the tomb that was emptied to give us life.
I have heard
3 days
that
after pronouncing
I
Matthew
sound
23,
well.
Jesus died on the cross of Calvary.
People have
His body
mentioned
was taken
European,
down.
but you were the
Joseph
first
of
who said
Arimathea, a
Eastern
secret member of the Sanhedrin who believed in Jesus,
European
offered
accent.
his own new tomb, cut into
I don't know
rock.
how I look
Matthew
Ukraine.
27, verses 57 to 60. When evening came, a rich man from
It's God
Arimathea
bless.
named Joseph came, who also had been a disciple of Jesus. He went to Pilate and asked for the body of Jesus.
Press 1 if
Then
you're going to
Pilate
be in
commanded
Bible
that the
study.
body be given to him. And taking the body, Joseph wrapped it in a clean linen cloth.
Oh,
and
it's
laid
okay.
it in his new tomb, which he had cut in the rock. And after rolling a great stone
I am a
to the
pretty
entrance
laid back
of the tomb, he
woman,
went away.
not like every
For
other
3
woman.
days, the body of Jesus was in that tomb. Not whitewashed, not decorated, not hidden, really dead. The Son
Hi.
of God lay in darkness. He who has life in himself experienced real death. 2 Corinthians 5, verse 21. He who knew no sin, he made sin
Oh my
for
goodness,
us,
I'm
that we
sorry,
might be made
guys.
the righteousness of God in him. But on the 3rd day, something happened that had never happened before in history. The tomb opened, not from outside, like the whitewashed tombs that people open to clean. From inside, the stone rolled, not so that Jesus could come out, so that the witnesses could enter and see that it was empty. And Jesus came out alive, resurrected, victorious over death. 1 Corinthians 15, verses 55 to 57. Where, O death, is your sting? Where, O grave, is your victory? For the sting of death is sin, and the power of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, who gives us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. The tomb of Jesus was not whitewashed to deceive. It was empty to save. It was not decorated to impress. It was open to liberate. And when you trust in him, when you are born again, your tomb is also empty. Your spiritual death is replaced with spiritual life. Your hypocrisy is substituted with authenticity. Your external religion is transformed into internal relationship. Your heart of stone is removed, and you receive a heart of flesh. 2 Corinthians 5 verse 17, so that if anyone is in Christ, he is a new creature.
Amen.
The old things have passed away. Behold, all things are made new. No more whitewashed tombs, only resurrected life. No more religious masks, only transformed faces that reflect the glory of Christ. 2 Corinthians 3 verse 18. Therefore, we all, beholding with unveiled face as in a mirror the glory of the Lord, are transformed from glory to glory into the same image as by the Spirit of the Lord. What part of your life are you whitewashing instead of resurrecting? That is the question that Matthew 23 forces you to face. It is not comfortable, it is not easy, but it is necessary. What mask are you wearing that you need to remove? What aspect of your faith is performance instead of genuine devotion? In what area of your life are you counting leaves of mint while swallowing whole camels? Are you obsessed with others seeing your spirituality, or are you in love with Jesus in secret? Does your
What kind of language is that?
or transform your character? Are you holier on Sunday in church or on Tuesday at the office? Do you sing about surrendering to God, but never obey when he asks you something that costs? What
God bless
spiritual
you.
death are you hiding under religious rituals? What secret sin do you cover with public Christian activity? What bitterness do you disguise with spiritual language? What pride do you hide behind correct doctrine? Jesus sees beyond the white. He sees your heart. He knows what is behind the mask. And he does not call you a tomb to destroy you. He calls you a tomb to empty it, to fill it with life, to make you new for real. That is the radical difference between religion and resurrection. Religion whitewashes the tomb. Resurrection empties it. Religion covers death with lime. Resurrection defeats it with power. Religion gives you rules to follow. Resurrection gives you life to live. Which one do you keep? Because you cannot have both. You cannot whitewash the tomb and empty it at the same time. You cannot feign holiness and experience real transformation simultaneously. You cannot act for the audience and worship in spirit and truth. You have to choose. The Pharisees chose whitewashed religion, and they lost everything. Nicodemus chose resurrected life, and he gained Christ. John 19 verse 39 mentions that Nicodemus brought spices to anoint the body of Jesus after the crucifixion. He publicly identified himself with the rejected master. He chose Jesus over his religious reputation. What do you choose? The Ark of the Covenant was not stolen. It was not destroyed. It was not captured by Babylon. It is not in Ethiopia. Yahweh himself withdrew it, and he announced it 600 years earlier through the mouth of Jeremiah in a verse that almost no one preaches. This video is going to show you exactly why it disappeared, and what replaced it is going to forever change what you believe about the presence of God. We begin. The most sacred object in all the history of Israel, the chest of acacia wood covered with pure gold, where the presence of Yahweh dwelt, the earthly throne of the God of the universe. And one day, simply, it stopped being there. There is not a single page in all the Bible where someone says, and King so-and-so stole the ark. There is not a single Babylonian chronicle that lists it among the spoils of the temple. There is not a single scribe who documents its capture, its destruction, its burial, or its rescue. Here goes the fact that almost no one told you in church. When Jesus was born, the ark had already been gone for centuries. When the Magi visited the child in his house, the Holy of Holies of Herod's temple was completely empty. No ark, no golden cherubim, no tablet of the law. Only a bare stone on the floor where the glory once rested. And that is exactly what you are going to understand in the next few minutes. Why Yahweh removed the ark. Why he planned it in 3 consecutive blows over 4 centuries. And why Jesus was born into a world where the center of Jewish worship had been emptied on purpose. Because what replaced the ark absolutely changed everything that it means to approach God. We are going to do something different in this video. We are going to start at the end, year 70 of our era, month of August, suffocating heat over the hills of Judea. Roman troops commanded by General Titus entered Jerusalem after 5 months of brutal siege. The city is unrecognizable. The famine had reached levels that the historian Flavius Josephus describes as appalling in his work, The War of the Jews, Book 6. Mothers devoured their children. The corpses piled up in the streets. The smell of death mixed with smoke and dust was so dense that the Roman soldiers vomited as they advanced. Josephus, who was present on the Roman side as a translator and witness, wrote enormous mortality figures for the siege. Tacitus spoke of 600,000 besieged. Modern historians dispute the numbers, but the human horror of the event is confirmed in multiple independent sources. What is indisputable is that the survivors would be sold as slaves in the markets of Egypt and Rome. And then Titus orders something that no Roman general had ever done before against a temple dedicated to a single god. Something that went against the usual Roman policy of respecting foreign sanctuaries. He orders the total destruction of Herod's temple. The flames rise, the white marble stones blacken. The gold that covered the walls of the sanctuary, gold enough to build an empire, begins to melt and seep through the cracks of the stone. And here something happens that Josephus himself recounts. Roman soldiers, seeing that the gold was seeping under the foundations, began to dig literally stone by stone. This would later explain why Jesus had prophesied, according to Matthew 24 verse 2, that not one stone would be left on another. While some dig looking for the gold, others enter the sanctuary. They cross the outer courtyard. They cross the courtyard of the women with its white columns still intact in some areas. They pass the courtyard of Israel, where only Jewish men could enter. They climb the steps of the sanctuary. They enter the holy place where the 7-branched golden lampstand was, the table of the bread of the presence, and the altar of incense from which perfumed smoke was still rising, mixing with the smoke of the war. The soldiers stop in front of something. A veil, a monstrous curtain, woven with blue, purple, and scarlet threads on fine linen. It has cherubim embroidered on it. They tear it down. They enter the Holy of Holies. And there inside, in the geographic and spiritual heart of the temple, in the place where Yahweh had promised to dwell, in the most sacred space of Judaism, in the room where supposedly the most sacred chest in the world was, they find nothing. There is no ark. There are no golden cherubim. There is no tablet of the law. There is no golden vessel with manna. There is no rod of Aaron that budded, only a stone, smooth, empty, silent. That stone still exists today. It is in the center of the dome of the rock, that Islamic building with the golden dome that you see when someone films Jerusalem from above. That smooth stone,
soon, guys.
Exposed with no object on top, is exactly where for centuries the Ark of the Covenant rested. And the question almost no one asks is this: how did we get there? How did the most sacred object of the people of God go from being the absolute center of the nation to not being recorded anywhere when the Romans arrived? To understand that, we have to rewind 1,000 years, and you are going to discover that the disappearance of the Ark was not a single event. It was 3 blows, 3 stages, 3 moments calculated with a precision that has no human explanation. If this is already blowing your mind, I'm asking you a favor before continuing. Give the video a like, and if you are part of this family, you already know. Leave me the little like out of trust. That helps a lot for the channel to keep growing. If you just arrived, you do not need to do anything yet. Wait. We are going to get to much stronger things. First blow, year 1400 before Christ, approximately. Let us go to the desert of Sinai. Moses has just received the tablets of the law on the mountain, and Yahweh gives him exact instructions to build a chest. The dimensions are in Exodus 25, 2.5 cubits long, a cubit and a half wide, a cubit and a half high, more or less 1 meter 25 by 75 by 75 centimeters. Acacia wood, coating of pure gold inside and outside, a crown of gold around it, 4 rings of gold cast in its corners to pass the poles that would allow it to be transported. The poles also of acacia covered with gold, and they were never to be removed from the rings. Never. On top, a lid of solid gold called the mercy seat, and at the ends of the mercy seat, 2 cherubim also of solid gold, looking at each other with their wings extended forward. And there, exactly between the wings of those 2 cherubim on the mercy seat, there dwelt the visible presence of Yahweh.
Looks like God speaks a lot in Luke 6.
The cloud by day, the fire by night, the voice that spoke to Moses, the glory that filled the tabernacle when Aaron offered sacrifice. All of that emanated from that exact point
Hi,
between the
RJ.
cherubim. The ark was the earthly throne of the God who created the universe. It was the material anchor of his presence. And from that moment the ark began to travel. It crossed the Jordan, opening the waters. It went around Jericho 7 times and the walls fell. It was in Shiloh for almost 4 centuries. According to rabbinic tradition, some
The discussion about the
369
Sabbath.
years in the sanctuary where the priest Eli served in his last phase, until the Philistines captured it. And here something happens that almost no one tells. The priest Eli, already old, is sitting on a bench at the entrance of the sanctuary. A messenger arrives running from the battle, his face covered with dust, his clothes torn, and he
Yeah,
shouts the
Jesus
news to
talks a
him.
lot in this
Israel has been
chapter.
defeated. His 2 sons are dead, and the Ark of God was captured. When Eli hears the word ark, he falls backwards, breaks his neck, and dies. His pregnant daughter-in-law immediately goes into labor.
Who's
Before
already?
dying, she gives birth to a son and names him Ichabod, which means the glory has departed. And that
Powers
is what she
still
said
there?
according to 1 Samuel 4, verse 21. The glory has departed from Israel. But the Philistines could not keep it. Where they put it, disasters occurred. The statue of their god Dagon appeared broken on the floor twice in a row. The inhabitants of the cities began to die. The chronicles of 1 Samuel 5
How you doing,
describe
Jay?
tumors that appeared on the skin and plagues of mice that devastated the fields. After 7 months, they returned it on a cart pulled by 2
Hi,
cows
Jordan.
without a human
How are you
guide,
doing?
tied with their calves shut in. The cows, against their natural instinct of staying with their calves, went straight to Israelite territory, bellowing in pain. The ark returned. But David's first attempt to bring it to Jerusalem ended in tragedy. And here something happens that deserves to be told well. David had gathered 30,000 chosen men. Music, joy, dance, instruments. They loaded the ark on a new cart pulled by oxen. A man named Uzzah, son of Abinadab, walked beside the cart, accompanied by his brother Ahiah. They were on the road, crossing the threshing floor of a farmer named Nachon, when one of the oxen stumbled. The ark tilted. Uzzah, in an instinctive movement, reached out his hand and touched the chest to prevent it from falling, and he fell dead on the spot. 2 Samuel 6, verse 7 says that the wrath of Yahweh was kindled against Uzzah, and right there he struck him for that boldness. David was filled with dread, so much dread that he did not want to continue bringing the ark to Jerusalem. He left it at the house of a man named Obed-Edom the Gittite for 3 months. 3 months during which Yahweh blessed Obed-Edom
Hi.
and all his house.
How are
Only
you
when David
doing?
heard this did he recover his courage and went
Are
back
you going to
for
do
the
Bible
ark.
study with us?
But this time the priests and Levites carried it, not on a cart, but on their shoulders, exactly as Yahweh had ordered in Numbers 4. And David danced with such intensity before the ark that his wife Michal, daughter of King Saul, despised him in her heart upon seeing
It's
him
actually
leap
going to
like a
be
man,
about,
dressed only in a linen
yeah.
ephod.
We're going to start at 4
Solomon
o'clock.
built
I
the
can't
temple,
wait till 5,
and on the
okay?
day of the dedication, When the priests finally
Not when it comes to
deposited the
this.
ark in the Holy of Holies under the wings of the enormous cherubim of olive wood covered with gold,
Because I want to hear what God, Jesus says.
something extraordinary occurred.
Son of Man is a
1
title
Kings 8
Jesus
verse
used
10
for
records
himself.
When the priests came out of the sanctuary, a cloud filled the house of Yahweh, and the priests could not continue
The measure
officiating
you
because the
give will
glory
be the
of
measure
Yahweh
you
had
give
filled the
back.
temple with such intensity that it was impossible to remain there.
Translation
Solomon
notes, the
falls to
measure
his
you
knees,
give will be the
raises
measure
his
you
arms
give
to
back.
heaven, and with broken
640.
voice pronounces a prayer
Our
that
disciples,
is in 1
641.
Kings
Greet
8
your,
from verse 22
greet your
to
brothers.
53.
I
A
also
prayer
and
that ends with
640.
a question that is going to mark all the rest of this story. But is it true that
Amen.
God will dwell on the earth? Behold, the heavens of the heavens cannot contain you. How much less this house that I have built, Solomon knew. In the most glorious moment of Israel, when the cloud
Are you going to
filled
do
the
Bible
temple
study with
and the
us?
presence of Yahweh descended
Do you
upon
speak
the ark,
English?
the wisest king in history
I'm sorry.
already intuited that this was
No,
barely
I don't
an echo
speak
of
Spanish.
something greater, that chest
I barely
could
know
not
my
contain God,
language.
and Yahweh himself was going to stop dwelling there forever, as everyone thought. But then, barely 5 years after the
Hi.
death of Solomon, came the first blow, year
How are you
925
doing?
before Christ. Reigning in Israel was King Rehoboam, son of Solomon,
Love
a
your
weak king
enemies.
who had inherited a kingdom divided by his own arrogance. 5 years before, the 12 elders of Israel had met with him and had asked him
Oh
to
wait,
lighten
this
the
is
tax
also in
burden
Luke
that his
6.
father had placed. Rehoboam, despising the counsel of the wise elders
You guys see
and
that?
following the counsel of the youths who had grown up with him, had responded with words that would shatter the kingdom.
How do
My
you
father
say it?
loaded you with a heavy yoke, but I will
Beetlejuice?
add to your yoke. My father chastised you with whips, but I will chastise you with scorpions. 10 tribes rebelled. Only Judah and part of Benjamin stayed with the Davidic dynasty. And from the south,
Yeah, I can't
sensing
wait
the
till
weakness,
5.
came a
I really
pharaoh.
want to get into this
His
word
name
now.
was Shishak. In the Egyptian inscriptions, he appears as Sheshonq I, founder of
Hey,
the
Mike.
22nd dynasty of Egypt, of Libyan origin. And this fact is not theology, it is pure and hard archaeology. In the temple of Karnak in Egypt, there is an immense wall
Jesus
called
chooses the
Bubastai
12
portal, also known as
apostles.
the Sheshonq portal. And on that wall, Sheshonq
Jesus
ordered
heals
carved
on the
list of
Sabbath.
cities he
Discussion
conquered in his
about
campaign
Jesus,
through Canaan.
about the Sabbath.
Originally around 175 names, of
Crowds
which
follow
some
Jesus. The
127 can be read today.
Beatitudes.
That
The
inscription still
Sorrow.
exists. Anyone can go to see it. It's been catalogued
Sorry.
and translated since the
Oh,
19th century
I pray I'm
by
not
the
getting sick.
Egyptologist Jean-Francois Champollion,
Oh,
the same
Heavenly
one who
Father.
deciphered the hieroglyphs. And the inscription confirms
Sorrow,
exactly what 1
foretold,
Kings
and
14
love your
verse
enemies.
26 says.
I
Shishak
think
entered Jerusalem. He sacked the temple of the Lord
And
the king's
Jesus
house.
talks a
He
lot
took
on
everything.
Luke
He even
7,
took the gold shields that Solomon had made.
a little bit on
Imagine
Luke
the
9.
scene. The Egyptian troops crossing the gates of the city. The war chariots with their
A lot
creaking
on Luke
wheels and
7.
whips.
Oh
The
my.
pharaoh at the head, dressed with the double crown of Egypt. Rehoboam coming out to receive him, not with an army, but with tribute, silver, gold, anything that could save the city from
Oh, that's
destruction.
beautiful.
And the Egyptian soldiers entering the temple, crossing the courtyard, carrying Solomon's gold shields, the sacred utensils, the cups of the sacrifices. Rehoboam, humiliated, ordered bronze shields
Is
made
that
to
a
replace
verse?
the gold ones. Bronze instead of gold. An exact metaphor of what Israel had become. And every time the king went to the temple, the guards would take out those bronze shields and put them back.
How
An
many more
imitation,
chapters do we
a
have?
shadow
Luke?
of lost glory. But here comes the detail that the immense majority overlooks. The biblical
We're about to
text
get
says
ready
that
into
Shishak
Luke,
took
guys.
everything. But later, when the
Oh
following
my
reigns
goodness.
are described, the ark still appears.
Who's going to be studying with us right now on Luke?
During the reign of King Josiah,
Anybody's welcome in the
almost
box.
300 years later,
And let's stay
the
on
king
topic,
orders
okay? This
that
is about the
Levites put
Lord.
the holy ark in the house of the temple. The exact phrase says, "Put the holy ark
Amen.
in the house that Solomon built." Why would
Thank
they have
you.
to bring it back if it had never been gone? because something
Luke goes all the way up to 24. We're on 6, so we still got quite a bit to
One
go.
of the most solid theories in biblical
But Jesus
archaeology,
talks a lot throughout
defended
Luke.
among others by the Israeli academic Israel Finkelstein and by Eric Klein in his analysis of Solomon's temple.
I feel like we're going to have to go backwards because
The ark was probably
I
hidden
don't know,
by
John's
the priests
after
in one
Luke.
of the underground passages of the Temple Mount. There are
So
rabbinic
Luke,
records
John,
in the Talmud, in the tractate Yoma, that mention tunnels
John.
under the Holy of Holies precisely to protect sacred objects from invasions. There is even a medieval rabbinic tradition cited by the Rabbi Maimonides
Acts
in his
of
work
the Apostles.
Mishneh Torah of the 12th century that maintains that King Solomon, knowing prophetically that the temple would be
I will be
destroyed,
actually using
had ordered the construction of a secret system of
the
underground
app up
vaults
here on my
precisely
computer
to hide the ark when the
because
moment
this
came.
is a different
This
this
theory
is
has
in
an
LT,
impressive
that's
echo
in
modern
IV, so they're
archaeology.
a little
The
different
excavations of the western
in
wall
wording.
tunnel, directed for decades by the Israeli archaeologist Dan Vahat, have revealed a complex system of passages that run under and beside the Temple Mount. Some of those passages
And you can
are
read
older
with
than
me,
the
so I'm going to
Second
use
Temple.
that.
Some date back to the first temple. The pharaoh took the gold. The ark, hidden underground, survived. But something had changed forever. For the first time since the desert, the ark
Alrighty.
had been hidden. For the first time, it
Anyone
had
wants to
been
get in the box?
outside the Holy of Holies. And although it returned,
I would say have your
it returned
Bibles
under
with
a
you
shadow. The shadow that chest, which seemed untouchable,
because I can't show you my Bible
and between Shishak and
unless you're on my
Josiah,
YouTube.
there is something else that the biblical text only lets us glimpse. The intermediate reigns, especially those of the idolatrous
Christian
kings
will
like
be here
Ahaz,
too.
Manasseh,
John
and
said
Amon,
he'll come.
transformed the temple. Ahaz replaced Solomon's bronze altar with a
Oh my
replica
goodness,
of a
he
pagan
talks
altar
a
he
lot
had
on
seen
here.
in Damascus. Manasseh
That is
placed
nothing
an
but
image
God.
of Asherah inside the temple. Amon followed the trend.
This is
What happened to
Matthew.
the ark
That's all
during those
Jesus.
perverse reigns?
Jesus
The
literally
biblical
talks
text
through
does
this
not
whole entire
say,
chapter.
but the mention of Josiah ordering it put back indicates that
Oh
during
my.
the previous reigns it had been
Yeah, I
removed,
think I just lost my chapter.
probably to protect the sacred chest from the corrupt environment
Nope,
that
that's
filled
Matthew.
the sanctuary, or because the idolatrous kings simply did not want it near. If this is leaving your head spinning, give it a like right now. I am asking you seriously. It is the only way this channel has of continuing to reach more people with these things. Second blow. 300 years later. Reigning in Judah was
How
King
did I lose my
Josiah.
That's
Year
not it.
620 before Christ, approximately. A young, devout, reforming king. The last great king of David's dynasty before the disaster. He was barely 8 years old when he ascended to the throne after the assassination of his father, Amon. His people had been submerged in idolatry during the previous reign of his grandfather Manasseh, who had ruled 55 years, the longest and most perverse reign in the history of Judah. He had placed altars to Baal and poles of Asherah inside the temple of Yahweh. He had sacrificed his own children in the valley of Hinnom. He had practiced divination
I'm probably gonna
and
start
consulted
this.
mediums. And Josiah did something that no king had done. He ordered.
You guys ready? Six.
The temple cleansed. They removed all the idolatry that previous kings had brought in. Idols of Baal, poles of Asherah, horses of the sun that were at the entrance of the temple, dedicated to the Assyrian solar cult. everything out, everything burned in the valley of Kidron, and during that cleansing, something unexpected occurs. The high priest Hilkiah is supervising the works. Stones are moved, forgotten rooms are emptied, and among the rubble and the dust of generations, they find a scroll, an ancient scroll, dusty, with semi-blurred
Powers, you're still
writing.
there?
Hilkiah unrolls it, reads it,
I want to
and
see how
his
far
face
that my
turns
thing
white.
does not
He
glitch.
calls Shaphan, the royal scribe. I have found the book of the law in the house of Yahweh. Some academics believe it was a copy of Deuteronomy, possibly hidden during the reign of Manasseh, when
Thank you
even
for the
possessing a
gift.
text of the Torah could cost one's life. Others believe it was the original scroll given by Moses and kept beside the ark, as Deuteronomy 31 verse 26 orders. Shaphan takes the scroll to the king, reads it before him, and when Josiah hears the curses that would fall upon Israel if it abandoned the covenant, the exact words that Yahweh had said through the mouth of Moses, the king tears his garments, weeps, tears his clothes again, because he understands. He understands how far the people had fallen. He understands that the announced judgment was already in motion. And then he did something extraordinary. He ordered the ark brought. The phrase is in 2 Chronicles 35 verse 3. Josiah tells the Levites, "Put the holy ark in the house that Solomon son of David, king of Israel, built. You will no longer have to carry it on your shoulders. Now serve Yahweh your God." Here, there is a key word. You will no longer have to carry it. Carry it where? From where were they carrying it? The ark, during the previous idolatrous reigns, had been removed from the temple. It had been hidden.
Is my thing
or
glitched,
moving,
guys?
and Josiah returned it. But the return lasted barely 13 years. Because in 607 before Christ, Josiah died in battle against the pharaoh Necho at Megiddo, and with his death, Judah entered the final countdown. In 606, first Babylonian invasion, Nebuchadnezzar arrives and takes a group of young nobles, among whom is Daniel. In 597, second invasion. He takes King Jehoiakim, the nobility, the officials, and a priest named Ezekiel. And in 586, third invasion, the definitive one. Here, something happens that you are going to want to listen to with much attention, because what is about to come is the central piece of this entire story. The prophet Jeremiah is in Jerusalem. He is about 60 years old. Wrinkled hands, white beard, sunken eyes from the tears he has shed during 4 decades prophesying exactly what is about to occur. And no one has listened to him. They put him in a cistern full of mud where he sank up to his thighs in chapter 38 of his book. They beat him in the room of a scribe named Jonathan. They imprisoned him several times. They called him a traitor for announcing that Jerusalem would fall. They called him a Babylonian spy. They called him a deserter. But Jeremiah continues, limping among the streets full of screams, walking among the false altars that still remained hidden, weeping, according to the book of Lamentations, to the point that his tears were rivers. And while all that happens, Jeremiah writes something in chapter 3 of his book. It is a text about which we are going to talk in detail, but for now, we are going to save the exact phrase for later, because it is going to be the anchor of this entire video. What we can say now is that Jeremiah knew. He knew that Babylon was coming. He knew that the temple was going to be destroyed. He knew that Yahweh had handed the temple over to destruction. He knew that the glory that rested on the ark was already withdrawing. And then something occurs that is not in the Hebrew Bible, but is in an ancient Jewish source. It is in 2nd Maccabees, chapter 2, verses 4 to 8. 2nd Maccabees is not in the Protestant Bible. It is in the Catholic and the Orthodox Bibles, and is considered a deuterocanonical book. But even for Protestants, the text has historical value and records a pre-Christian Jewish tradition that was widely known. That means it circulated before Christ. It was common heritage of Second Temple Judaism. The text says like this: "It is a letter supposedly written by Jewish priests in Egypt to their brothers in Jerusalem around the year 124 before Christ. And it narrates a tradition. It tells that the prophet Jeremiah, warned by God through an oracle, ordered that the tent and the ark follow him, and that he went up to the mountain where Moses had contemplated the inheritance of God. And upon arriving Jeremiah, he found a cavern in the form of a room, and there he deposited the tent, the ark, and the altar of incense, and he sealed the entrance. The mountain where Moses had seen the promised land is Mount Nebo, in the present-day Kingdom of Jordan, opposite the eastern bank of the River Jordan. If you go up to the summit of Nebo, even today you can see in the distance the outlines of Jericho, the mountains of Judea, and on clear days, even the reflections of the Dead Sea. Imagine the scene. An old prophet, accompanied by loyal priests escaping from Jerusalem shortly before the fall, carrying the ark covered with cloths on their shoulders, crossing the Jordan to the north where the Babylonians had not yet arrived, climbing Nebo at slow pace, hidden among rocks and scrubland, finding a hidden cavern, depositing there
Hi,
the
Drew.
chest, sealing the entrance with stones,
No.
with mud, with
Because
the
it's,
silence
working
that
just
an
fine.
eternal secret demands. The letter continues. Some of those who accompanied Jeremiah
I'm just gonna start reading it. This says Jesus is Lord at the Sabbath. One Sabbath, Jesus was going through the grain fields, and his disciples began to pick some heads of grain, rub them in their hands, and eat the kernels. Some of the Pharisees asked, "Why are you doing what is unlawful on the Sabbath?" Anybody can get in the box. Joseph? Hi.
Are you gonna restart?
Mm.
I didn't have my volume down.
But yeah, anybody can get in the box to study with us. Jesus answered them, "Have you never read what David did when he and his companions were hungry? He entered the house of God and taking the..." Which Bible are you going to be reading?
I haven't even pulled one out yet. I was just listening.
Concernant? What's a form of
I
bread?
must start talking.
He ate what is lawful only for priests to eat, and he also gave some to his companions. Then Jesus said to them, "The Son of Man is Lord of the Sabbath." What? Huh? Thank you for the like. On another Sabbath, he went into the synagogue and was teaching. A man was there whose right hand was shriveled. The Pharisees and the teachers of the law were looking for a reason to accuse Jesus. So they watched him closely to see if he would heal on the Sabbath. But Jesus knew what they were thinking and said to them, with the shriveled hand, "Get up and stand in front of everyone." So he got up and stood there. Then Jesus said to them, "I asked
Why
you..."
is that thing?
Huh?
Why is that thing popping?
What?
The do not stream nudity or obscene violent behavior, never stream while driving.
Yeah.
Does that pop up regularly?
No, it shouldn't.
It's all good. I didn't know if you prompted it to go, it don't.
Then Jesus said to
Alright,
them, "I asked you which is lawful on the Sabbath, to do good or to do evil. Some save life or destroy it." He looked around at them all and then said to the man, "Stretch out your hand." He did so, and his hand was completely restored. But the Pharisees and the teachers of the law were furious and began to discuss one another what they might do to Jesus. And then it goes to the 12 apostles. But
So that was verse 1 through
10.
10. 11.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's slow down a little bit. It's all good. I'm just not prepared because I've been working on something else the entire time.
So we go back up to the very beginning.
Give me a minute to catch up here. Love the enthusiasm. My brain's just not in gear.
Anybody on my YouTube have any thoughts on this? You're more than welcome to join in. That's how we learn and how we grow in God's Word.
Okay. Right. So the first section, I'm just rehashing out loud.
Mhm.
I kind of missed that. My fault. The first section is the disciples pick wheat on the Sabbath. That is reflected in Matthew chapter 12, 1 through 8, and Mark chapter 2, 23 through 28, if anybody wants to look.
Yeah.
By allowing his hungry disciples to pluck grain on the Sabbath, and by subsequently healing a man with a withered hand, Jesus came into direct conflict with the religious elite. Again, this is to emphasize human need over ritual. Jesus declared that the Son of Man is Lord of Sabbath. That's Luke 6:5. This establishes the theological principle that God's law is intended to be life-giving rather than oppressive burden. Human need takes precedence over rigid man-made ceremonial ritual. So that's the theological ideas in verses 1 through 6. 5, 6, somewhere. Yeah, 5 through... Where did you stop? You stopped at 11, right?
Yeah.
But Pharisees and the teachers? Okay. So that pretty much sums that.
Thank you. You guys are more than welcome to study with us.
Hello, Ray. Alright. So, let me see here. I looked this up earlier. I don't know if you want to do this, but my program gives questions.
Okay.
This is considered to be the Sermon on the Plain, I believe. Oh, pronounced Beatitudes.
Beatitudes.
Emphasis
Yeah.
on the A, yes. Many people do call it the Beatitudes, though. Do you remember? That's also Matthew 5. We read that before.
Matthew 5.
But let's not jump too far ahead. Let's see what we have here. Right. 423. Okay. So, let me think. Jesus chooses the 12 disciples. Alright. Any questions? Anything anybody wants to add? Anything? Anybody want to get in the box? Going once, going
Come on,
twice.
guys.
Do you want to read or do you want me to read?
You can read this one.
Alright, so going.
The 12 apostles.
I'll read what? I'll do the next one too if you want. The Beatitudes is a big thing. We should do that separately. Because after verse 20, it's all Jesus. Or the whole rest of the chapter. So, chapter 6, verse 12. The title is Jesus Chooses the 12 Disciples. You can find this also in Mark 3, 13 through 19. One of those days, Jesus went out to a mountainside to pray and spent the night praying to God. When morning came, he called his disciples to him and chose 12, whom he also designated apostles. Simon, whom he named Peter, his brother Andrew, James, John, Philip, Bartholomew, Matthew, Thomas, James, son of Alphaeus, Simon, who was called the Zealot, Judas, son of James, and Judas Iscariot, who became a traitor. So that's all the disciples. We know what happened with Judas Iscariot. Traitor.
He traded Jesus and then later hung himself after throwing the silver that they gave him back to the Pharisees. He was possessed? You think that he was possessed?
Yeah. Tell me if anyone knows. There's actually 2 accounts in the Bible of how Judas Iscariot died.
I'm going to stick
They're both
with the
pretty
original.
graphic.
He hung himself.
There's one where he hung himself, and there's one where he pretty much explodes. Let me Google it. I got so many tabs open.
I don't think he actually exploded. I think he hung himself. You think that he committed suicide? Yeah, he hung himself on a tree.
Yeah, I think that's true in both.
Yeah.
Judas. So one of them, do we want to venture this?
Well,
You like that idea, or do you want?
I know that he hung himself. She said that, he committed suicide, so yeah, she believes that he also hung himself. I don't see him exploding.
It's in Matthew 27, 3 through 10. Judas overcame with remorse, returns the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and hands it. Priests used the returned blood money to buy a potter's field, a cemetery for foreigners, named the Field of Blood. It is also accounted in Acts 1, 18 through 19. Judas purchased a field with the betrayal money. He falls head first his body bursts open and his intestines spill out. The land becomes known as Akeladama, Aramaic for the field of blood. Read Acts 1 for the complete version in Acts 9. It says, scholars and theologians have debated whether these descriptions are mutually exclusive or complementary. Many suggest the accounts can be harmonized by proposing that Judas hung himself and that the body decomposed over time in intense heat. We don't need to get into all of it. And then his body exploded. So there are two accounts. Don't know if that's really important. Anything anybody want to ask or add to verses 12 through 15? Because then we got a couple verses and then about the Beatitudes, and then we go right into like Jesus' word for like 50 verses. All the way through.
Do you guys know who they replaced Judas with? I want to see if you guys know.
Yeah, how do you pronounce it?
Matthias?
I think that's it. I can spell it. I've heard people pronounce Matthias or
It's Matthias.
Matthias. I think you're right.
But he was the one that was replaced. Well, replaced Judas.
Released. Clear me. Matthias. So it's two T's, Hias.
Yep.
How? Pronounce.
Matthias is his name. Anybody on my YouTube, if you have any questions,
I'll let that go because it doesn't say.
but if you're going to request a box, please don't be inappropriate. This is a place of God. Hi, chat.
Sorry. Turning off my alarm.
Alrighty. Hi, M.
All right. Am I reading? Are you reading? By the way, I'm reading out of the NIV.
You can read it. Blessings and woes.
KJV.
Isn't it?
You want me to, or you want me?
Yeah, you can read this one.
Wouldn't matter to me. All right. So, chapter 6, verse 17, title is Jesus Gives the Beatitudes. There's also Matthew 5, 1 through 12. More famously from, it's a little longer. So, verse 17 through 20 is the introduction to that. And then I will cue you in when we start the Beatitudes. Verse 17. He went down with them and stood on a level place. A large crowd of his disciples was there, and a great number of people from all over Judea, from Jerusalem, and from the coastal region around Tyre and Sidon, who had come to hear him and to be healed of their disease. Those troubled by impure spirits were cured, and the people all tried to touch him, because power was coming from him and healing them all. Looking at his disciples, he said, "This is the beginning of the Beatitudes. Blessed are you who are poor." Praise the Lord for that. "For your is the kingdom of God. Blessed are you who hunger now, for you will be satisfied. Blessed are you who weep now, for you will laugh. Blessed are you when people hate you, when they exclude you and insult you and reject your name as evil because of the Son of Man. Rejoice in that day and leap for joy, because great is your reward in heaven. For that is now their ancestors treated the prophets. For that is how their ancestors treated the prophets. Or about that. But woe is to you who are rich, for you have already received your comfort. Woe to you who are well fed now, for you will go hungry. Woe is to you who laugh now, for you will mourn and weep. Woe is to you when everyone speaks well of you, for that is how their ancestors treated the false prophets. We've got the negative first and then the positive. It's kind of odd for Luke. But is anybody familiar with the Matthew 5 version of that? Anybody?
No.
Don't look, it's still in place. I'm going to see if we have any information. Alright. See if you really want to dig in. Matthew 5 is also the Beatitudes, 1 through 12. This is how it breaks out throughout the canon. Beatitude 5:3 from Matthew is poor in spirit. Is also found in Isaiah 57:15 and James 4:7 through 10.
Anybody's more than welcome to get into the box to discuss Luke 6 with us that we are reading.
Matthew 5:4 is mourning. Is in Isaiah 61, 1 and 2. 2 Corinthians 1:4. Psalms 51, James 4:7 through 10. Meekness is in Psalms 37, Matthew 11. That's 5:5. Righteousness 5:6 is in Isaiah 11 and 42. Mercy 5:7 is in Psalms and Ephesians 5. Pure in heart 5:8 is in Psalms 24 and 1 John 3. Peacemaker 5:9 is in Isaiah 57, Romans 12, Hebrews 12. Persecuted verse 5:10 is in Isaiah 52 and 2 Timothy 3.
You have any questions, Paul, Power, on this?
1, 2. Let me see what I'm.
Well, if you have any questions, just let us know.
No.
That's how we learn.
Luke 6.
You're welcome.
This is also called the Sermon on the Plain. I think I knew that before. The computer's acting a little slow. Give me a minute and I want to explain what that means.
Yeah, if anybody has any questions on the verse today, just what you would like to know. Next we'll be reading
The
is
Sermon on
Love
the
You for
Plain.
Enemies. Huh?
What's up?
Nothing. What was you gonna
Good.
say?
The Sermon on the Plain establishes Christian ethics through a radical reorientation of moral obligation and human relationship. Jesus commands his followers to love enemies, do good to those who hate them, lend without expecting return, and be merciful as God is merciful. That's Luke 6:20 through 49, which we will get to. He demands that we transcend conventional reciprocity. The passage contains radical promises and demands that we shape both the gift and the demand of the gospel. Anything else? Any questions? Anybody want to tell me this? Alright.
If
What's
anybody has
next?
any questions,
Wanna read?
just put it down. We're gonna keep on reading. This one is Love for Enemies. But to you who are listening, this is all Jesus too. But to you who are listening, I say, love your enemies. Do good to those who hate you. Bless those who curse you. Pray for those who mistreat you. If someone slaps you on one cheek, turn to them the other. Also, if someone takes your coat, do not withhold your shirt from them. Give to everyone who asks you. And if anyone takes what belongs to you, do not demand it back. Do to others as you would have them do to you. If you love those who love you, what credit is that to you? Even sinners love those who love them. And if you do good to those who are good to you, what credit is that to you? Even sinners do that. And if you lend to those from whom you expect repayment, what credit is that to you? Even sinners lend to sinners, expecting to be repaid in full, but love your enemies, to do good to them and lend to them without expecting to get anything back. Then your reward will be great, and you will be children of the Most High, because He is King to the ungrateful and wicked. Be merciful just as your Father is merciful. Thank you for the favor. Okay, that was...
that NIV?
Yeah. Hi, JC.
Good day.
So, no matter what others do to you, always show love.
Always act as Jesus would. Here, let me see something.
That was 27 to 36.
The title I have here is Jesus Teaches About Loving Enemies. It's also found in Matthew 43 through 48. Anybody wants to look that up.
Anybody have any questions? Don't be scared to ask
Anybody
them.
on YouTube?
Yep.
No, it's not HD. No. What is it?
Hi. So, are you going to break this one down?
Good picture. No, I was just pulling up your screen, so if anybody asks something, I can read it.
So God wants you to always show love and compassion to others. So I learned that the Beatitudes apply more to the Jews in the tribulation than the church.
Explain. Might be if you go, might be easier to go into her YouTube channel. Because you can type rather than use the phone. I'm not sure what device you're using.
Hi, Teddy Bear.
So would you say that the tribulation is a 7-year period? Does it come before, during, or after the rapture?
Did you come for Bible study, Teddy? You have any questions on Luke 6? Jenna, what is the YouTube name?
You want me to type it in?
I got it. In a minute. Thought I gave you it. There you go. Thank you for the like.
Hi,
Hello.
nice to meet you. Yeah, I look a little raggedy. I just got home from work. So this was actually a video I had seen a long, long time ago, about a year ago, regarding the Beatitudes. Not to say that they don't apply for today. They can still apply for the church. But he was bringing up things like, for example, I'm trying to find, where is it? Like,
I've definitely heard that before, but it was a while ago, so I'm drawing fog instead of anything.
yeah, I'm looking back at notes. Like, it talks about the 9 fruits of the Spirit, the 9 Beatitudes. Like, verse 3, blessed are the poor in spirit.
It just went, yeah, it just went out.
Is your sound working?
I don't know if she can hear us either. We can't hear you.
Put it into the chat.
Amen.
Because I can't do that.
Oh. Hey. Auto-correcting me. She can't. We can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Just 1 minute. Thank you, Power. She's too focused on looking down.
I don't know how else to tell her. We can't hear you.
Wow,
I couldn't. I know. I just want you to go on forever, and then realize that we didn't hear anything. So.
So the
Sorry about
whole
that.
time you were talking, we didn't hear any of it. We were trying to get your attention
Yeah.
because we couldn't hear you. Did you connect your Bluetooth?
I did. I had my Bluetooth on because I'm watching, like yeah. Okay, so I'll start over. In a video that I saw with Robert about by Robert Breaker, he said that a lot of this has like double meaning, but that it pertains more to the Jews in Jacob's period, or in Jacob's, what is it called? Jacob's suffering.
Jacob's trouble.
Jacob's trouble. There we go. Jacob's something. I knew it.
Yeah.
So like,
Yeah. There's like a
For
there's like
instance-
a whole separate theology Dr. Jacob's trouble.
Yeah. So it's like he says like like you can like blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Supposedly it's talking about Jews who are humble and inherit the earth. Let's see, verse 6, he said, he looked at Revelation 13 and Luke 6:20, blessed are they that hunger and thirst for righteousness. To see Revelation, I'm sorry, I'm rambling a lot.
You're okay.
So do you think that the whole of the Beatitudes are the criteria for to be in or not be in the tribulation, that judgment period?
I think it can have a double meaning. Like we can apply it for the church today, but I do believe Robert Breaker, where the way he broke it down and explained it, where it pertains more to the Jews during the tribulation period.
Yeah, it would kind of make sense coming from Matthew.
Like
Maybe
Matthew,
a little less coming from Luke, but
Matthew 24. Let me see. Yeah, he said Matthew 24 is tribulation. When ye therefore shall see domination. And he said, I think I put a note here, Revelation chapter 12:12. Let me see.
so I don't know if this has a note for it, but that also goes back to Jeremiah as well.
Thank you, Chosen.
Yeah,
And then, of course, what I was reading through in Matthew, in the parallels verses in the Matthew account, but the first 4 Beatitudes in Isaiah, and the second, or the 6th and 7th, I think, come in Jeremiah. I forget. I just read it, but.
content, Psalm 24, blessed are the. Yeah, and then Luke 21:24, he said Jesus was speaking to the Jews about. Sorry, I'm like all over the place.
Yeah, I think I probably saw this with Robert Breaker.
Yeah, it was.
And probably also Gene Kim. There's a lot of people that believe that it does have a dual meaning. Like I said, I think when you read it through, although it's so similar, when you read it through in Matthew tends to, because of chapter 24, tends to lean towards the judgment. When you read it through in Luke, although it's very similar, Luke comes from a Greek background, so I would think he is more applying to the church age.
Yeah.
Hence the 2 accounts.
Yeah, I wrote in, let's see, Matthew 5, seeing that the nation of Israel rejecting their Messiah, during Matthew 5, Daniel's prophecy is on hold until God deals with Israel again in Matthew 5.
We're on the discussion on Luke 6, Chosen.
Luke 6.
Yeah.
Luke 6.
Yeah.
The Beatitudes.
Luke 6 is,
What you saying, Jenna, is some people believe that the Beatitudes are a description or criteria for the tribulation.
Oh,
Some
okay.
people think that is something that what people have to go through, or what people have to, or what people will endure. So
I think it can have a double, like it's speaking to we can apply it today, but I do believe what Robert Breaker said, that it pertains more to the Jews during Jacob's trouble. Blessed are the merciful. Matthew 25:31 is Armageddon, or when the Son of Man shall come in his glory. That's Armageddon. Because I remember there's two events that people often confuse in the Bible that think it's the same event, but it's not. And one is like the Lord's Day, and I think the other is like, but one is talking about Armageddon, and then another is talking about like the rapture or something. And people think it's the same thing.
Yeah, there's more than one judgment. The rapture is a completely different thing. But the tribulation and the later judgments are completely separate. So we can stay on topic. If you thought that this was a church age judgment, I would think it's more so when it comes from Luke. Do you think that's also tribulation related?
Which,
The Beatitudes.
the Beatitudes?
In a church sense, in an applicable situation for today, for the church.
I think it can have a double application, a double meaning. But I do think it mostly pertains to the Jews.
Do you think it's different between Matthew and Luke? From their perspectives, because Matthew being a Jew, and Luke being Greek or Rome.
And Greek being Rome. I don't know. I've never heard that perspective before.
I've heard breakers before.
The Son of Man shall come in his glory.
Well, let's move on to Jesus teaches about loving enemies. We can come back to that.
Can you hear me?
There's a lot there in the Beatitudes.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I've been through it quite a few times.
Okay.
Do you want to read, Jenny, or do you want me to read?
Anybody can read. Wait, we're going back to the for your enemies.
Yeah, starting at verse 27, I think.
I already read that part.
37?
Yeah, I've already read all that.
Where did you stop? I thought we stopped.
37 is
Right.
judging others.
So then 39.
No,
Did
we
you read
need to
that?
start at 37.
Oh, okay. Do you want to, or do you want me to, or does anybody else want to read? You want to read?
Do not judge, and you will not be judged. Do not condemn, and you will not be condemned. Forgive, and you will be forgiven. Give, and it will be forgiven to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over will be poured into your lap. For with the measure you use, it will be measured to you. He talks a lot on this page. He also told them this parable. Let's listen to this part. Can the blind lead the blind? Will they not both fall into a pit? The student is not above the teacher, but everyone who is fully trained will be like their teacher. Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye? Well, that's worded differently. in your brother's eye, and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye? How can you say to your brother, brother, let me take the speck out of your eye, when you yourself fall to see the plank in your own eye? You hypocrite. First take the plank out of your eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck from your brother's eye. Alright, now we can talk about that.
Don't judge others. I think that,
Hi, Grandpa.
it's,
What do you see?
In, go ahead.
I was going to ask,
Okay.
what does everybody see within this verse? Yes, Chosen, you can come in the box.
It's the wrong button.
Hey guys,
Hi.
Hey, nice to meet you.
How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. I just came from church.
That's
You
good.
Yeah.
So I don't know what you heard so far. Joe just read Luke 6:37 through whatever that one is, 40, I believe. Where'd you go all now?
Do not judge.
Yeah. And the speck and the plank. I was just looking up the difference in the KJV. Like,
Yeah, I'm reading New King James. There's no you show.
it's 40.
I can have one more person in the box, guys. If anybody else wants to join, I can have one more person.
In the wrong book.
I think people misunderstand when it says not to judge, because I believe we are supposed to judge in a righteous
supposed-
way.
But a lot of people don't.
Jesus gave us
I'm
that
sorry, go ahead.
authority.
But the thing is, it has to be in the moment of Jesus, which I will say, like when you're judging in Jesus' way, you're actually a lot quieter. You don't speak.
Yeah.
If you're speaking, you're being in the flesh. If you speak too much, you're speaking in the flesh. Judging righteously, which I've learned and observed a lot of people who are Christian. Now, if you're coming harshly and you're coming off of just speaking, people are not going to yield to, God's will. You have to come to them like in the will of God, which the will of God, he's very quiet. He comes off of love, but you can see the demeanor of judging, but it's in a loving judgment, which is very quiet. And you're when somebody is feeding judgment, it's okay, say your part, but you're showing them love, but they can see like you're wrong. You're just wrong.
Right.
But you're showing it in a loving manner, but in the right manner.
And I think also to be sure to judge yourself as well. To make sure that you're not saying, you can't do this, but I want to do it over here. Make sure that your mindset is the same as the person, or that you're applying how you live your life to whom that you're judging. Because I have to say, I think everybody judges, but as to what you're saying is to keep it in your head. You know what I mean? Be quiet about it. Don't necessarily get it past your lips if you can help it, but to make sure that we weigh our own actions with others.
Yeah, and it has to be God's. It can't be in our own, because if we're in our own, we're gonna be like, well, I'm better because I'm now in God and you're not. Like, no, man, you can't come off like that.
Right.
That's coming in pride. Even when you're showing that, it's coming off in pride when the people are looking at you. You have to come in God, which people don't want to be like God. And when you're in God, it's like you can tell by the fruits: humility, self-control, all those things. And sometimes when I see a lot of Christians, they're like, yeah, well, you're being this and that, and then it's like, why do you think a lot of people are not trying to come to Christ?
Yeah, absolutely.
You have to come off in a righteous manner. And a lot of people's like, I am doing it righteously. It's like, no, you're not.
Yeah.
You're not.
I hear a lot, like, and I hate to hear it, is, how could people go to a church like that? Of course, there are ones that are just blatantly blasphemous and horrible, but people get into a situation that they love and are comfortable with, and then say, oh, well, everybody else is not doing the right thing because I'm comfortable over here, and this is what I'm hearing, what I like, so what you're doing can't be right. And that is just so flat out wrong and too ubiquitous. It's everywhere. Everybody does it at some point. I've done it myself. And without checking myself, say, well, that's not what I learned, so how can that be right over here? It's very wrong. Very, very.
But that's why he says, don't take your peck out of your eye.
Yeah. That's what I was looking up, because in the NIV it says dust. And in the KJV, I think plank is in both, but I like the plank. Because it's not just a little tiny thing that's sticking in your eye. It's big.
It's a
And
big.
it hurt.
It's a metaphor.
Yeah. Well, I like the hyperbolic part of the metaphor.
Yeah.
I like it to be, if it's just a speck, we could blink that out. But if it's a plank, you better work on it.
But that's the thing, you have to come in humility. A lot of people don't do that. And I observe that with people. And I've watched, like, what was it, the Lord told me to, like, follow certain Christians? And I follow, like, a lot of the streamers, not the streamers, the like, people that, and they come off with arrogance and pride unknowingly, because they're like, well, and they would talk to Muslims and all these other people are like, oh, so and this and that, and then they would say a verse and they're like, then they are like making them look like they're idiots. It's like, bro, you're not being God's like what are you doing? Like, they're like, yeah, but he's showing that he's a fool. It's like, yeah, you're not supposed to show they're fools. You're supposed to show the mercy of God.
Right.
And if you're showing how you're showing, they're going to think, well, God's like that? God's like that? He's very prideful? When your word says he's not, that's very contradictory.
Yeah. I agree with you. I think that we represent a lot. If we witness or talk to other people, that everybody that came before us did work. Everybody that comes after us is going to do some work. So we got to be sure to keep that platform as open, trustworthy as possible. Not that people are going to be attacked, or because it really can very simply and very easily ruin a lot of things that somebody's already done. Jenna called it the softening of the heart, and it's very important, very hard to do. So you got to be mindful that we do it with everybody else involved in past and present and future.
It is hard, but it becomes easy when you yield to God's will, and when you yield to God. When you yield to Christ, it gets a lot easier.
Way.
I mean, he's going to do it either way. Like, what was it? I heard a story where a guy had a dream where Jesus came to him in a dream, and Jesus told him, and I have to probably look this up, I heard a story. They said Jesus came to him in a dream, told him go to a hospital and heal over 100 people. He was like, wait 1 second. He woke up in an hour, went, and then he asked the hospital, he said, the Lord told me to come here. Can I pray for the 100 people? He's like, yeah, no. They're like, why? They're like, well, all these people left because Jesus actually came to men in a dream and healed them. I was like, that's crazy. They were like, yeah, Jesus came in their dreams, healed them in their dreams, and then they walked out. And it was like, bro, you just got to be obedient to what he says. If he tells you right now, go.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
that's
he doesn't need
amazing.
you.
That's
He
amazing.
doesn't
Right,
need you. You need him. You need the healing. So when you're blessing people, when you're giving to him, you're being blessed by doing his will. But it's like when you don't do it, he's still going to do his will.
This one is
Yeah,
a
no
tree and its fruit. So who's going to read this one? Because I want to stay on the topic.
I can read it. Is it
Okay.
verse 43?
Yeah, 43. Are you
43
reading?
to what?
Are you reading it through the NIV? Which one are you reading?
In the New King James.
Oh, it's going to be set up different then.
I mean, I have.
We can read both. There's nothing wrong with comparing.
Well, if you're ready
You
to
want to
read
read
it,
that?
it goes all the
Oh,
way
yeah.
to 45.
Or-
You want to go to, okay. For a good tree does not bear bad fruit, nor does a bad tree bear good fruit. For every tree is known by its own fruit. For men do not gather figs from thorns, nor do they gather grapes from a
Briars.
briar's bush. A good man out of the good treasure of his heart brings forth good, and an evil man out of the evil treasure of his heart brings forth evil. For out of the abundance of the heart his mouth speaks.
That's the New King James.
Yeah, that's the New King James.
That's not far off from the NIV. Not that much different.
Yeah, it's New King.
I have a Schofield at KJV, but I don't.
So, breaking it down, does this verse tell us?
It's all about fruit. Can I miss your topics?
All about fruit. How you present yourself. How your heart is.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of what we were just talking about. Keeping things in the same vein. Bad things produce bad things. Good things produce good things. Keep your heart about Jesus.
Yeah.
And good tree. The bad tree produce bad fruit.
So
Go for
it's
it.
just that's not talking about quantity. It's talking about quality.
Yeah.
Quality, not quantity, right? Because
Yeah.
funny, I've been hearing about that subject like for the last 2 weeks about bearing fruit and bearing fruit. And I was misunderstanding it and thinking a lot of it pertained to how many people, like a lot of churches think, oh, we're growing, look, we're bearing fruit, but Satan can have a lot of followers too,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah,
Right.
true.
So it's not how many, you know, because sometimes we see churches and they grow and they think they're prosperous and they're like, yeah, God is here, look, you know, the chairs are getting filled up. But I heard someone else talking about fruit and how they said, well, if you look at the weeping prophet, I think it was Jeremiah, he
Yeah.
preached, he tried to tell, I think it was Nineveh, for like 40 years to repent from their idolatry. So some modern day Christians would look at him and say, well, he didn't bear any fruit, so he's not obeying God, you know? But the city still got destroyed and he was still obeying God. So it's not the amount, it's the quality.
Right.
It's the same as Noah for 100 years also.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. Because sometimes people. I'm sorry. I was just
No, go ahead.
sending. No. I was gonna wrap it up.
I don't do well with blank spaces. As soon as people are quiet, I jump in. So just tell me to shut up.
Yeah, I've got the ADD thing going on. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, back to that. So it's more about quality than quantity. So
Yeah, well put.
that clears it up for me, because for a while I was kind of feeling like that, like I haven't brought anyone to salvation, but it's not me that brings them, it would be God.
Amen to
Yeah,
that.
we're just sowing seeds. We're putting seeds in people. It's God that's watering them.
We
and feeding
plant the
them.
seed and God does the rest. We're not here
Exactly.
to force or convert. We're just here to spread the seed, which is this holy word. It's their
People just
choice
need
to accept
Need
it.
to hear.
Yes.
Got it.
Amen to
Sorry,
that.
I ramble a lot.
No, you're fine.
It's okay. I do it too.
Yeah, but I'm running back and forth and doing laundry and stuff, so forgive me, but I am listening.
All right, the next one is the wise and the foolish builders. Richard, you can read this one.
Going with the very
40
last one.
Yeah, 46 to 49.
I'm looking at both versions here. 46. So I'll read the NIV, but the KJV title is "The Wise and the Foolish Builders." The NIV title is Jesus teaches about building on a solid foundation. I'm just going to make one note here. If we follow the form of Luke here, Luke was a physician, and he's known as being very methodical and very technical. So we went from teaching about loving our enemies. Well, first the Beatitudes, which kind of sets the standards. And then you have love your enemies. And then you have teaching, judging others. And then fruit. So he's building towards this, which is teaching about building a solid foundation. So that's what just happened, and this is how Luke wraps it up in chapter 6, starting in verse 46. Why do you call me Lord, Lord, and do not do what I say? As for everyone who comes to me and hears my words and puts them into practice, I will show you what they are like. They are like a man building a house who dug down deep and laid the foundation on a rock. When a flood came, the torrent struck that house but could not shake it, because it was built. It was well built. But the one who hears my words and does not put them into practice is like a man who builds a house on a ground without a foundation. The moment the torrent struck that house, it collapsed, and its destruction was complete.
Sorry.
It's kind of like, I think, for some reason,
So,
that passage should come in the beginning.
so without the foundation,
Bible.
everything is weak, nothing is sturdy, nothing is solid. You need that foundation. You need to work your way up.
Yeah, absolutely. Matthew 16:18. Upon this rock I will build my church, not upon the quicksand. Or
Yeah, hi, Casey.
but that's not even far off.
Anybody else have any questions that they want to know? Is there any other hidden passage to this one, Richard?
I was just gonna say the parallel to this is Matthew 7:24 to 29. 7.
Hi, Shav.
This Bible doesn't see daylight. Pages aren't really turnable. Matthew 7:22. Alright, this is its parallel count. Matthew 7:24 to 29. Jesus teaches about the building on a solid foundation. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine puts them into practice. It is like a man who builds his house on rock. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against the house, yet it did not fall because it had its foundation on the rock. But everyone who hears these words of mine and does not put them into practice is like a foolish man who built his house on the sea. The rain came down and the streams rose and the winds blew and beat against the house, fell with a great crash. Pretty close to verbatim.
So, other words, like I said, you need a solid foundation. You need to work your way up. You can't start from the top and then down, you know? You gotta have the foundation first. That's what puts all the structure together.
See, yeah,
Hi.
you can't lead when you're not a servant yet.
Huh?
Yeah, no doubt.
It's like I said, you can't lead when you're not a servant yet.
Right.
It's
You
like
can't
coming
lead
in
without
and being
being
like,
a
I gotta be
servant.
leader
Yeah.
now. No, you can't. You gotta start from the bottom and go up.
Yeah, I think even as you lead, you should be a servant.
No, but that's the ultimate way of being a leader, serving.
Yeah, absolutely. Agree 100%. I mean, a teacher teaches, but a teacher learns to
Yeah.
teach.
Sometimes they're the student while being the teacher.
Always are, I would argue. We can't, there's an old saying that is, those who can't teach, but those who can were taught. I don't know where that ignorance came from or that rashness, but everybody's taught at one point and everybody had to learn to teach. So
Yeah.
that would be the foundation. And no doubt that Christ is the master teacher.
Exactly, because he came as a servant.
And I have to read, and I tell you that you are Peter. We're reading anything. And on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell will not prevail against it. I just can't read the NIV version. The gates of Hades, I can't go there. Will overcome it? No, I can't. But same meaning, I guess. So anybody want to discuss the imagery of the rock? Who is the rock? What is the rock?
I think it's sound doctrine. It's Jesus Christ. Because some
Amen.
people believe that it's Peter, the first pope. But later on, if you keep reading, he tells Peter, "Get behind me, Satan."
Yes.
So it shows that Peter, in the end, did not become the rock. It's Jesus, and it's sound doctrine.
The master teacher.
Right.
And how many times, actually I'm not smart enough to pull out the verses, maybe somebody knows, but how many times Jesus says that, he is not the top, not the, who is teaching for the Father, and it's for us, essentially.
I mean, I think they tied Peter because his name means rock.
Yeah. I think they talk about him as the first pope.
Yeah.
It's not in context. Like they couldn't have known that in that moment. But why he would be proud to be the first pope. The popes didn't bring too much after that, so that's a whole other subject, maybe.
Yeah, the Pope is, he calls himself the vicar, which means he's in place of Christ.
Yeah. Total blasphemy.
Mm-hmm.
100%. I mean, how did the whole structure of the Pope start out? They started selling salvation and positions of power. But I think it's a different topic for a different time. I get a little heated about that one.
Right.
There's a lot there. But with that said, Peter in the New Testament, I think, is fantastic. His 2 books and then Mark. Mark is really described for Peter. So being the first book written in the New Testament, there's a lot to be said for him. Until later.
I'm going to get off because I have to take care of some stuff. I'll be listening. I just don't want to make noise and distract everybody.
Okay.
Well, you're always
Okay.
welcome here,
But
okay?
Thank you. I'll still be listening.
Okay. God
Thank
bless
you.
you.
It was a pleasure meeting you guys. God bless you.
God bless you too, sister.
Could really break down that last passage quite seriously. There's Lord of Lords, call me Lord, Lord. There's a name study right there. Why would you say, chosen, why would you say that it's Lord is chosen rather than the Christ or God, obviously, would be used there, but
I mean, I would be honest. The word has said Lord so many times. The Bible has said Lord so many times. So I know the bloodline of Jesus' family, which starts in Abraham. Aw, thank you for the soccer ball. It starts in Abraham. He was called Lord. David was called Lord, but it was like little case L, which makes, to me, it makes sense because it's pointing towards Christ, because it's the bloodline of Christ. So they were probably it was foreshadowing the coming of Jesus when they kept calling him King, Lord, the multitude. I mean, their whole lives. It's very interesting, and I see the patterns with like the way they're saying Lord, not like the Christ, not this or that. It's the Lord, Lord.
right.
Which is very, to me, it's
from. I'm gonna look it up. Luke 6. Sorry, thinking out loud. It's dangerous.
But to me, it's like the whole Bible talks about Lord. It says Lord a lot.
When I looked it up earlier, is that what I typed in, Jenna? I think Luke 6:46 is considered to be the key verse.
Yep.
Is why I picked that out. But now that I'm thinking about it, was that the one that I typed in, Jenna? Oops, it disappeared.
Yep.
Luke 6:6. Lord. And Colleen Street.
Why do they call it Lord, Lord?
Yeah. So it's Kyrios, which is more master than Yahweh.
Yeah. And didn't
that makes
David?
sense, because this is more of a teaching thing, so master is much more compatible than the Yahweh reference.
Lord, Jesus pointed out all him by his title respected
Probably coming along, Jen. Uh-oh.
mission to him.
Did I see that?
Yeah, I'm peeling. I didn't even know it.
For his teaching.
It's hard to tell. Is it still really red?
Oh my. Are you staying inside?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Jen. Oh, at work.
I have
Don't
to.
eat it.
Don't plan on it.
How's it feel, aside from the peeling?
Well, this one's not peeling, but it got the worst of it.
Aloe.
I don't
Yeah,
have
you put
any of
that-
that, girly.
Oh, I don't know why, like the question, how I'm hearing it now is like, why are you humbling yourself, but you're not truly humbling yourself?
Yeah. In that last
Because when you're saying, Lord, you're literally, you're submitting. You're submitting.
Yeah.
You're
So that's why I
completely
was looking
submitting.
it up, because in the Greek, the way that it is translated, translates closer to master than to Lord, sovereignty, or Yahweh, or I guess sovereignty is the best word. It's
But
more
yeah,
master.
Yeah, you're giving him authority. You're saying, I submit myself to you.
Yeah.
I bow down to you. I
Yeah.
humble myself because I'm below you.
Right. So that's what I was leaning into earlier, where the teacher, the what do you call it? The classical teacher stands in front of the class that teaches. But Jesus totally flips that around and says that I am not only the teacher, but I am more a messenger than the master. So he is not number one.
But see, I will say this is what's wrong with men. We truly need to submit. We need to submit. The reason why, and I've learned this, I'm starting to learn this now, we need to submit to the Lord so others can submit to us that submit to the Lord. Because when we're not being masculine, the generations, the culture, the economic system, the judicial and government acts chaotic. And when men don't act more masculine and are in the Lord, they're not doing what our duty is to be as men, because we're the lifeline of communities.
Yeah.
So when we're being weak, communities are weak, and that's why we have chaos across the world, and selfishness and childish bearings and pride going crazy, and women acting like more manly than
Masculine.
very masculine.
Yeah. And I think
Or they
I
want to
don't
be
wanna
equal
really
to
take it
men,
there, but I
and it's
think
like, no.
Exactly, because it had to start with us not being the men that God called us to be. Because we're not
Right. I think
calling
I
them
am the
Lord.
type
on
of woman
purpose.
that it says in the Bible, and I will always go with this. You're supposed to, as a woman, you're supposed to submit to your man. You know, God made men first, and then he made women out of man's ribs, near his heart, not his foot.
These two are equal purposes.
So I will
Yeah.
always, if God tells me you need to submit to him, I'm going to 100%. I'm not going to question him, but do I have to, God? Do I really have, I'm not going to be like that. And a lot of women are like that. It's like, why are you questioning God? If he told you to do so, do it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it, okay? It's not that hard.
But God also told Abraham to submit to his wife, but it was also because Abraham was submitting to God. And then on top of that, a lot of people don't talk about this. Sarah called Abraham Lord
Yeah.
because they
Yeah,
were one body.
That's a big topic. Yeah, it really is. Is it a Christophany or?
It's a
But yeah,
present.
and then I was gonna add to that, like it's very explicit what Jenna was just saying. You know, wives submit to their husbands, but as husbands will submit to the church, as Christ submitted to his father. So,
Well, I'm not going to question
Paul
God.
goes,
I'm just going to do it.
Paul is very explicit about everybody having their separate offices, and that every office is important. So it's not a construct of authority; it's a construct of purpose, of what each person is able to do, can do, and that everybody in their place and in their abilities is important. So I think the father took, or the husband, the man took the role of, rather stay away from authority, but provider, and those sort of things. But it's definitely being blurred today, and I think it's purposed because I think people are afraid of Christianity, afraid of Christians, afraid of
It's
that.
either that or they're angry.
Yeah, that
They're
too.
very angry.
Yeah, I'm sure that plays a part in it, no doubt. Angry.
But then
I'll even throw
both
in
sides,
fear.
it's fear, but it's also anger. Like, why can I not do what I want? I'm still gonna do what I want, but screw you, God. Like,
Right.
You know, women
Right,
will
but
always
then-
be like that because they see it as when the man says, God says to submit to me, they see it as, excuse me, who made you king? You know? They're going to put that in their
Right.
minds like, so you want me to bow down to you? It's like, it's not about bowing down. It's respect. It's love. It's like, maybe I'm just rare. I don't know. But if the Bible says to do
That's-
something, don't question God. Just do it.
Shouldn't be there.
shouldn't be rare, but it's becoming a rare incursion now. Where
Yeah,
what's a common thing?
we're definitely moving away from it. We talked about it before, Jenna, the stealing the rainbow from God's judgment through Noah and using it for gay pride.
It's
I mean, that is a
disgusting.
direct attack on judgment of who men should be, and
It's
diluting.
disgusting. And they will pay for
It
that
couldn't really
on
be more
Judgment Day.
blatant.
Hi, Jesus. I get a lot of God and Jesuses in here.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Is it Jesus? It's a little more
I
technical.
think I've had a Zeus in here before.
He doesn't say where he's from.
Oh, Heavenly Father.
Yeah, and I think to put a very simple topic or title on that entire topic is idol worship. Those who worship themselves think that they can do this, that, and the other thing.
I'm too
I'm
white to
too
be
white to be
Jesus.
Jesus. That's a great statement.
You're too white to be Jesus, and why is your name Jesus? Jesus was actually bronze color. It's actually quoted in the Bible. It actually tells his
Oh, so a
appearance.
little bit darker than me.
Yeah, he was bronze. His skin tone was bronze.
Ginger.
His eyes were like the furnace red.
So would you pronounce it Jesus? Spanish?
Are you Spanish? Hi, Abraham.
I'm too tasty like to be Spanish. You're right.
I'm too pasty white to be Spanish. Well, regardless of your appearance, we're all beautiful creations because we're in the image of God.
Gotcha.
So you're beautiful. Always know that.
God is so good.
Yes, God is good.
You paid like for
Amen to that, yes. Let's be more like Christ and less like our flesh. Let's always deny our flesh and feed our spirit with the Word of God daily. Because we are in the end times, and it's we need to spread the word. We need to plant that seed more than ever. Because they're trying to silence us, which is not going to happen.
Yeah, that whole topic.
They're going to kill us more.
It
Yeah.
says in the Bible, you will be persecuted in my name. It's like, whatever you do, don't
Like,
get the
but
mark of the beast.
What I don't like is when Christians like, oh, God's gonna protect. It's like, guys, do you know the world hates him? So they're going to hate us. They're going to, like, at the end times, we're going to be slaughtered. We're going to be killed for our faith. It won't matter if we evangelize or what.
I think a
If
lot.
they know we're Christian,
Yeah, I think a lot of them
They
will
will.
turn will turn away from Christ at that time because they're going to be too scared. But I'm not. I will die happily because He died for me. So you can kill me all you want. You can slaughter me. You can shoot me. You can do whatever you want. I'm ready because I want to be with my Lord. This world is too toxic.
and that's
Endure it to the very end, and this is scripture. You will inherit the kingdom. No matter what, endure it.
the one that.
Do you have any, Chosen? Do you have any thoughts on like the order of rapture and tribulation and the millennium?
I kind of grew up on that, but I lean towards that and being tortured because Satan will rule over the earth and there won't be any Holy Spirit. So I still believe in the rapture, but I also can see that the possibility that we might be persecuted and then we go to heaven.
I think that we will be. God will bring the dead up first. The believers of the dead,
Yeah.
and then He'll bring up His children, believers, so we don't witness the aftermath. I don't think God wants us to witness it, so He will take us up first, so we don't have to endure any of that. And then everybody left behind will be judged. They will go through all of that. That's the
but
they do have
they
do have a chance. They do have a chance of repentance to actually turn from their God will give them that chance, that little space of chance. They can choose to finally accept Him or not.
Or not.
So then, would you believe that the rapture is after the tribulation? If you when you say torture, is that the tribulation or is that judgment before the millennium, or
I think that's the tribulation.
Judgment before the millennium.
The rapture is whenever He if I remember the timeline right, don't quote me on this. I think the rapture is whenever He brings us up, and then the tribulation is where they're judged.
judged? Some people believe before. Some people believe it happens in the middle. Some people believe
Only
it
God
happens
knows.
after. I would like to believe in the pre that way. I'm good. Get tortured. That's chosen. What's it? I do admit that that's although it's what I read in the Bible when I study it.
But
That's
a lot
the
of
way
people
that I read
don't.
it.
They don't
But I
touch.
But I do
Oh, it
admit
talks
that that's
about
the
a lot
easy
in
way out.
Revelation.
So how do you think it plays out, Chosen?
I mean, I'm still learning because I'm reading more, but I just try to understand all of them, all the outcomes, because I know my thoughts are going to change over time when I yield myself to the Lord. So
Amen.
I don't fully understand it yet, But it's like, I truly believe when we get tortured, we get drawn closer to him. So that's why I kind of believe in the torture method part, and then we go to him. But then again, I could also see Jenna's part where it's like he wouldn't allow us to endure that because again, Satan will torture and have all the reins, and he's not going to allow his kids to be tortured like that.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
'cause Satan.
That's how I rationalize it.
But it's like I can see both ends because it will make us more on fire. But then again, it's like, again, I'm limited to my own mind, and I know my heart.
Right.
So it's like my mind's sometimes wrong, but it's like I'll still learn more. See
Yeah,
it differently.
absolutely. I mean, I've known people that have studied it back and forth, and have gone from pre-tribulation to mid-tribulation to post-tribulation, and then came back and said, "Wait a second, I can't do that. I got to go all the way back."
Exactly.
The more you learn, the more there is to learn. So.
But to me, we're limited to our minds, so it's like,
Yeah.
we don't have God's mind. We don't. So it's
Yeah.
like, it's going to keep changing when we get older.
And the other thing is, I think the only thing that we actually know is that we don't know. That's the only thing that's absolutely explicit. Not even Christ. It's up to the
He
Father.
doesn't know the day or the hour, but the Father will know.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's the only thing that's absolutely explicit. Everything else is like, well, maybe, possibly, we could think this, but we'll say it over and over again. I am pre-tribulation rapture, and happy to believe it, because I want to go, and I don't want to see it. You know, because if you think about all the people that we may have witnessed to that didn't make it, family members that are not saved, loved ones that are not saved, are we really built to watch them go through the fire, to go through the shaping, the judgment, let alone the whole thing that you brought up about Satan?
No, the word literally says he will reign over.
Yeah.
And God will not put his hand upon nothing.
Yeah.
And I was like, when I read that, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And Satan hates with all raw power. With all his might, he hates the human race. And I'm like, dude, do you guys know what would happen if he has full reign on the earth? And God has nothing, not even his hand upon it.
Yeah.
Hell will break loose, and chaos and strife and pain and turmoil and demonic things will happen on a astronomical level.
Yep.
Yeah. The whole earth.
The whole earth, not just like a couple nations. The whole
Globe.
You will see so much darkness. It won't stop.
That's why I like the rapture. Get me out of here.
Yeah.
Sorry, people.
Like-
I gave you a shot.
It's like I don't want to. When I heard that, I was like, why did he's gonna really start slaughtering the Christians? The actual followers.
Interesting. If you look at the whole story, the whole redemptive plan, it's I gave you a shot, you failed. I gave you a shot, you failed. I gave you a shot, you failed. So when we get to that moment when it's really ugly, people can't be saying, well, now I want to behave. No. You've had a shot your whole life. Everybody's had a shot for thousands of years. So, there's a lot of
And
ways to
God's
think
hand
about
was
it.
always in the middle of everything, even.
Yeah. No doubt.
But then people want to say, well, this and that, and you got this and that. You know, you gotta symbolize your soldiers and think about them too. It's like, bro, but the most important thing is aligning yourself with Christ,
Yeah.
and then all the blessings will multiply.
It's interesting because people, I don't know how to explain. try to go into other realms and control it, or bring Christ into those realms and not dealing with themselves well. So it's twice as bad. Not fruitful. We're going to get back to living.
Yeah, you're crossing boundaries where you're not supposed to be crossing. Yeah, you're crossing boundaries that God told you not to go in. And I've been there. It's like the evils of the supernatural are, like, I can't describe what they. It's beyond, like, people will say, well, eating babies is very evil. It's like, yeah, but that's child's play to a demon.
Yeah.
That's laughter for them. That's not fun. That's laughter for them. They're the entity of evil.
Yeah, they're laughing because they just gave in to that. And that's.
Like, do you know how many, like, yeah, they see it as a toy, and it's like, but then these like, when I tell people demons are worse than sociopaths, psychopaths, and all these people combined, like, you guys really don't understand, people really don't understand the ultimate power of evil.
Yeah.
It's beyond what we can comprehend.
Yeah, because the most evil people on the planet are still people.
Exactly. They have their limits. Demons don't.
Yeah.
Their anger is limitless. It's just like how God's love is endless, their hatred is endless.
Yep.
We were
And then
talking
people
about
say, how do you know? Because I experienced it. It's not something you play with.
We were talking about this before. Somebody was asking about judgment and eternal and whatever the question was, I forget. But if you think about how perfect heaven can be, how sinless it is, then hell would have to be the exact opposite.
Exactly. It's the worst place on earth.
Worst.
It's the worst ever.
100% sin, 100% idol worship, 100% the exact opposite. No praising, all argument.
Or ripping apart.
Ripping apart, gnashing of teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, because otherwise, then heaven would be less. If there weren't the complete opposite.
Like, I've
High
even,
power.
which people say, well, good can't be without evil. It's like, no. That's yin and yang. That is a lie. Good will extinguish evil. Evil can't be in with good at all. It can't be in the same room as light. Dark can't be in light.
Right.
It will shut itself from it. It will hide itself. Because it can't stand light.
So, and that gives more credence to the incarnation of Christ. Nobody can be in the presence of God because we are not 100% holy. So we can't sully any bit of it. That's why he had to come to earth. So then, again, hell would have to be the exact opposite.
Exactly.
Cannot be present with him until he chooses to bring us to the beginning of eternity for us.
Also, since we're on like spiritualness, there was one time I saw a demon, and the only thing it said to me was, "I'm the least of them."
Yeah, it's scary.
And I was like, "Wait, what?" It was just a dark figure, and I couldn't move, and it felt like the whole earth was like on my body, spiritually.
Yeah.
And it said I'm the least of them, and I was like, what?
That's a lot of weight. I mean,
Like I was like, what?
figuratively or not.
Yeah, and when I heard that, that's when I told people, you guys really don't understand the level of evil. You don't understand the level of evil.
I just hope that
You
my
don't.
theology is correct and I get to go. And not see it
Like
all.
when I heard that, I was like, yeah, no, I don't want to be in evil. I don't want to be in evil. I don't want to be like. I was like, this is what? You're the least of them.
How that evil can be used, even in a Christian setting. People that use the end times as a weapon to raise money, to tell you that if you don't do as humans are saying, then you're going to go to hell. Follow us or
Hey,
not.
Waffles.
So, that would probably be the Antichrist disguised as whoever, whatever.
I mean, shoot, the Antichrist, I keep trying to tell people gotta understand Lucifer's not gonna show himself in its actual form. He's gonna show himself as what he was created in God's image. When he was created in God, when he was divinely desired and very, when he was Lucifer, he's gonna show you like he's an angel of light. He's gonna show you like he is of God. He's a friend of God when he's not.
And the scary part is, in many implications, it says them. It doesn't say he or it. So
Yeah, them. He's not alone. He has many followers.
it's scary.
Yeah. That's why I was like, when I heard a demon tell me I'm the least of them, I was just like, guys, you really don't understand how powerful these beings are compared to the human race. Now they're nothing compared to God. Don't get me wrong. But compared to us, they could slaughter one of them. The least of them could slaughter the whole earth in probably an hour if they wanted to, if God's hand wasn't upon, or his grace wasn't upon this earth.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of people don't understand, and they're not spiritual. And then when they say they're spiritual, it's like, guys, you really don't understand what you're getting into. You don't. And you can't really tell them if they don't understand, and then they're not coming off of in humility. You can't speak to them like that, because they're coming like children with wanting to have toys, wanting to rattle the toy. Oh, it looks nice, I want to rattle. It looks pretty, right? It's like, yeah, but don't touch it.
Yeah, don't touch the stove.
Don't touch the stove, it's hot.
Nope. You will get burned.
Yes.
But that's why we try to come to them, and I only come to them when God says so. If he doesn't, I just look at them. I love them, I try to guide them. But then if God says, tell them about me, then I will. But then if they say, well, you know what, I don't want to hear more. Okay. Well, you have a good day, bye. And then I walk
I'm
away.
gonna go get something to drink real quick. I'll be right back.
Hi, Jesus.
There's so many Jesuses.
I get a lot of Jesuses in here.
Oh, I'll be right back too. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Okay. How are you doing? Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through him who strengthens me. Yeah, that one's a good one. I don't know why they didn't capitalize that.
Turned later to mark the way, but they could not find it. When Jeremiah learned of this, he reproached them, saying that that place
You
would
be
remain
safe
unknown
now, Powers.
until
God
God
bless you.
gathered his people again and showed
Okay.
his mercy. Then the Lord will manifest these things, and the glory of the Lord and the cloud will appear, as it manifested in the times of Moses. This tradition is cited by the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus in his Antiquities of the Jews, Book 10. It is cited by the rabbinic tradition in the Mishnah Yoma 5.2, and it is cited by the Christian historian Eusebius of Caesarea in the 4th century in his work Preparatio Evangelica. Is this true? It is an ancient and respected tradition, sustained by multiple independent sources. But beyond the exact geographical details, there is something of this tradition that cannot be ignored, and that is that the ancient Jewish tradition, the pre-Christian one, the one that was transmitted orally from before the birth of Jesus, sustained something very specific about the ark. It sustained that it had not been captured. It sustained that it had not been destroyed. It sustained that it had been hidden. And it sustained that it would reappear at a determined moment. When God fulfilled the promise made to the people, that phrase, save it, we are going to come back to it, third blow. And this is where almost all Christians pass by without noticing anything. Year 586 before Christ. Month of Av according to the Hebrew calendar. August in the solar calendar. Nebuchadnezzar enters Jerusalem after a siege that had lasted 2.5 years.
Hi.
The city was reduced to a shadow of itself. The famine had been so brutal that the chronicles record the same horror that 100 years later would be repeated with Titus. Mothers devouring their children, men killing each other for a handful of
Amen to
flour.
you too,
The Babylonian
Powers.
commander Nebuzaradan enters the temple. He burns the sanctuary, he burns the palaces, he demolishes the walls, and he takes almost the entire population to Babylon. And the Babylonian scribes obsessively document everything. They were maniacs of record keeping. The entire Babylonian economy operated with clay tablets and professional scribes who catalogued down to the last copper cup. In the cuneiform archives found in Babylon, we have immense lists of the objects sacked from Jerusalem.
Also,
Hmm?
Jenna,
Hmm?
also, I'm reading in Second Samuel,
Yeah.
and I don't know why, I read this, and I was like, this is another point that David is in Jesus. So, I forget his name, Joab, or it was one of his people telling him, you mourn for your enemies, but the ones who do things for you, you don't care for. And I'm like, what are you guys talking about? He would still defend the ones. He defends everyone, but not everyone. But that is of God. But it's like, when I heard that, I was like, that's what Christ is to us. Because he yearns for the ones that are not his, because he wants them to come to him.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Powers, what do you mean you're not able to comment on my YouTube channel? This channel's been having a lot of problems, so everybody's comment might not appear. So
Oh.
if I'm seeming like I'm ignoring, it's because I don't see your comments. There was like a really bad virus with the AI through YouTube, and it affected a lot of comments. But my channel is one of them. It's affected a few channels. Mine is one of them, and they're not going to fix it. So
What do you mean they're not fixing it like now, or
they're not
They're
going
just
to.
not going to.
I've emailed them. They're not going to fix it. So my channel, some people can't interact with me, and I can't interact with some of their channels.
I think that's done purposely.
But it's because of their AI. It glitched. It's now seeing accounts as bots or not real people. I don't see how they think that of my account, but that's why I'm not a big fan of AI. This
I'm
is what
not either.
happens.
I've already tested AI, and I'm like, yeah, I don't trust it, because everybody's like, oh, that's just that software.
They literally did it to 2 of my accounts now, so it's
wow.
whatever.
The reason why I don't trust it is because I tried it like a couple years when it was new, and people have called me that I'm a very smart genius in, like, which I don't care for this anymore, but I'm a genius in football knowledge, like NFL knowledge. So I was asking it just very simple questions. So it answered, and I was like, okay, it's doing good. I started getting more into the most difficult versions that I know, that I had to actually look up and study. It answered me, and it was wrong. And then I was like, and then I was like, yeah, I don't trust this. And then people are like, why? I said, because I outsmarted an AI generated thing. I shouldn't be outsmarting a computer.
They run off of your algorithm. So whatever information you're looking is where it's compiling.
Exactly. But the thing is, it's not going to be always accurate, which is like,
yeah, I don't trust. I'm not arguing for it. I don't trust it either. I think
no, but that's why I'm like, I don't.
For it, but I think we're in trouble. No doubt about it. Jen, did you see my comment? It's just the same normal one. I'm just saying if it's working.
No, it's not. Because
I just typed in boo.
half of what I put on here didn't even appear.
Is it still showing it as recording?
Yes.
That's weird.
That's weird.
They literally have my channel completely. I'm about done recording. I'm about done with YouTube. This might be my last
Also,
live.
I remember saying this in spirit, which it's not terrifying me, but I'm like, okay, yeah, he's coming soon. We don't know the day or hour, but I said this like audibly. I said he's coming for his bride. Whoever's not his bride is being left.
Yeah.
And I was like, I said that, and nobody was around me. I was like, oh my.
Thank you for the subscribe. God bless.
Because people are probably like, we gotta save America. Screw, like, nope, it's not savable. Jesus is coming for his bride. Whoever is in his bride, they're being.
Yeah. I hope to be there.
You don't want it to be
too,
the
bro.
powers. You don't want it to be the last live.
I do not want to witness the tribulation.
No, because it's gonna be worse than anything you can imagine. It's gonna be worse than Sodom and Gomorrah and Noah's flood.
Yeah, they
The
were
full
all
It's gonna be the
armor
worst
of
thing
God.
on planet Earth.
We need to put on the full armor of God.
Yeah. Right?
What's up, Christian?
Not much.
Yes, Ephesians 6.
I mean, I am, but I'm saying, be warned, be in God, because this is a time where you need to be. This is a time.
I think the whole point of not knowing is that it could be tomorrow. So you gotta.
Exactly.
You gotta
But I said this. I said this
single
unknowingly, and I was just like, what the freak?
You can't.
I was like,
You
why
can't
did I
say,
just
"Oh,
say
I can start tomorrow." And today I'm gonna take today off. No.
Right? Be prepared every day.
All day.
See, Christ coming back could happen any day.
Exactly.
Any day, any minute. No breaks.
Oh, like that.
No pauses.
Second half first.
Oh. I did my laundry this morning before it got hot. There's no air conditioning.
I'm trying to do it before the sun goes down because right now is when the power starts going up.
Yeah.
Power price goes up at this time, about this time.
Right, peak hours.
Mhm. Even though we don't have that,
That came up, didn't it?
Not
Thank
on
you
my
for
YouTube,
joining.
it's not.
I see. Thank you for joining. Pray that you are learning and enjoying the stream. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Chris. And chosen.
Yeah. It's all good.
that's all good.
Trust me, you're good, bro. I've heard people that are truly deep to the Lord.
God bless, guys.
Yeah, some people that act like they go with God, but they're actually not. They're not full freedom.
No. Trust me, when you literally be quiet and you start observing, you'll know who is and who isn't. You'll see their fruits instantly.
Yep.
Yeah.
God's literally told me, be quiet and look. When you're in church, do this, and you'll see. And ever since I've done that for the last year, it's crazy how many people I've got who are of the Lord and who aren't. That call themselves, they sound right, but they're not. Because they're more broken inside because they're trying to be seen. Or they're trying to be accepted by the masses. It's like, no,
Right.
you're not here for the masses. You're here for God.
Yeah, like when somebody helps an old lady across the street and then goes right to the news agency and says, "Look what I did! Look what I did!"
Blasting off their own trumpet.
Yeah, exactly.
Who is
Very well
Twinkie
put.
Boy? Is that you, Power?
So they're packed up in a little box.
Don't wrestle with the flesh, but with the forces of darkness. Yes, fight with the sword.
Who fights with the sword dies with the sword. That's what Jesus said to Peter too whenever he sliced the
Ear off
The
of the
wounds.
soldier, and then Jesus healed the man.
yeah.
His ear.
That's when Peter dropped the sword.
Remember, with people, we're supposed to be merciful. But with the fallen, that's when we're supposed to be non-forgiving. We're supposed to be all wrath. Because they're enemies of God. But the human enemies of God, they're willing to be saved because they're made in the image of God.
Yeah.
And the only way you'd be able to be saved by God is if you're called by God to be saved. Everyone's called to be saved, but you have to listen to that call. You have to be able to hear that call. You have to be able to want it too.
He wants your heart. He doesn't want just your obedience. If you have a dry obedience, that doesn't mean anything. You have to do it in love and commitment.
I think one of
It
the
has to
biggest
be a
dangers
sacrifice.
is false salvation. People tell other people that they're saved because they read Romans 10:9, 10 or John 3:16
I also love the word that
Give it up.
Yep.
It's very sad because they can live a whole
Jesus
life
used
thinking
a
that they're
sword
going to
against
someplace.
Satan in the wilderness while being tempted. He
Yeah, but
quoted
that's the word.
scripture.
That was the word.
Yeah, this is the sword.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Bible, the scripture.
Yeah, well, and Jesus. What would John 1:1? Is that still on your thing? Never saw that.
Right here. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God.
What's God?
Thanks. Beat me to it. I'm looking it up. Old fashioned way. Flipping pages.
John 1:1.
You know, I was looking up,
Yes, the Word. Royce.
but yeah, how's everybody's day though? Besides this? Thought I would sit down and do my laundry. Normally, I don't do this. I don't like sitting down and doing stuff. You know, that's the bad part about me is that I'm learning key things about myself.
The sword, the word of God. The sword is the only weapon of offense in this list of armor. I didn't really even think about that. In the whole armor of God, Ephesians chapter 6, whatever that is, 10 through 23,
Hi, Dexter.
the sword, the word of God, is the only offensive weapon. Everything else is defensive. The shield, the helmet,
Huh.
the belt of truth, the breastplate of righteousness, the footgear, readiness, shield of faith, the helmet of salvation. The sword is the only offensive weapon. Never really even thought about it. Well, that's not recently. What up, Royce?
I really need it more than ever now. Eventually, they're going to show themselves and not just in humans.
I don't think they know what they're up against.
No, certain people don't know what they're up against.
No, I don't think evil knows what it's up against.
No, it doesn't, but it's... evil is... Again, they're terrified. They're terrified because they know their time's going to be up soon.
Amen.
Dang it.
Welcome. Hi,
Where's
Steven.
everybody else at?
How are you doing, Steven? Everybody's doing their errands. Exactly, Power. Thank you, Jason,
I'm
for
seeing a
coming.
note
Hmm?
on Ephesians 5. This is a note. The body is the fellowship of believers, the church. The Spirit is the Holy Spirit who activates the fellowship. Hope is the glorious future to which we are all called. Lord is the Christ to whom we all belong. Faith is our singular commitment to Christ. Baptism is the sign of entry into the church. God, who is our Father, who keeps us for eternity. Not that that's news to anybody, but I've never put really all of them together in one spot. Not a bad Bible. I don't know why I didn't pull it off the shelf a long time ago. Before, dead in transgressions. After, made alive with Christ. Before, objects of wrath. After, shown God's
Jason.
mercy and given salvation.
Evening to you too. Thank you. God bless you, Jason.
One's full of mushrooms.
I do pray you're having a wonderful Sunday. Enjoy all the things, pretty lady. Thank you. Hi, Casper.
Oh, shit.
Hi, Jake. Yeah, you always put Satan back in his place with scripture. He doesn't like that.
Yes, sir. Luke chapter 4. Is that right? Or is it 5?
No, 6.
Hi, Jason.
Yes. 4 was the one. It's 4 or 5. The one we did previously was where Jesus used scripture to when he was tempted by Satan. Right now I gotta look it up. It wasn't this week's. I still think Luke should be after John. Call me blasphemous. Luke. Yeah, Luke 4. Satan tempts Jesus in the wilderness. He used Isaiah.
Welcome, guys.
Deuteronomy. Battle scripts.
Hi, Pikachu.
Okay.
How are you doing, Pikachu? To learn, you must love discipline. It is stupid to hate correction. The Lord approves all those who are good, but he condemns those who are planted wickedness. Wickedness never brings stability, but the godly have deep roots. A worthy wife is a crown for her husband, but a disgraceful wife is like cancer in his bones. The plans of the godly are just, the device of the wicked is treacherous. The word of the wicked are like murderous, ambushed, but the word of the godly saves lives. The wicked dies and disappears, but the family of the godly stands firm. Simple person wins. And well, this one's NLT, Pikachu. Yeah. I typically use the NIV version though. Where was I?
What were you reading from there?
Proverbs 12, 12:8. A sensible person wins admission, but a warped mind is despised. Better to be ordinary person with a servant than to be self-important but have no food. The godly cares for their animals, but the wicked are always cruel. A hardworking has plenty of food, but a person who chases fantasies has no sense. Thieves are jealous of each other's loot, but the godly are well rooted and bear their own fruit. But the wicked are trapped by their own word, but the godly escapes such trouble. Wise words bringing many benefits, and a hardworking brings rewards. Fools think their own way is right, but the wise listens to others. A fool is quick-tempered, but a wise person stays calm when insulted. An honest witness tells the truth, a false witness tells lies. Some people make cutting remarks, but the words of the wise brings healing. Truthful words stand the test of time, but lies are soon exposed. Despite fools' hearts that are plotting evil, joy fills hearts that are planning peace. No harm comes to the godly, but the wicked have their full of troubles. The Lord detects lying lips, but he delights in those who tell the truth. The wise don't make a show of their knowledge, but fool broadcasts their foolishness. Work hard and become a leader. Be lazy and become a slave. Worry weight a person down. Encouragement words cheers a person up. The godly gives good advice to their friends. The wicked leads them astray. Lazy people don't even cook the game they catch, but delight makes use of everything they find. The way of the godly leads to life. That path does not lead to death. Hi, Adrian.
What was that from?
A gentle answer deflects anger, but harsh words make temper flare. This is Proverbs 15:2. The tongue of the wise makes knowledge appealing, but the mouth of a fool blemish out foolishness. The Lord is watching everywhere, keeping his eyes on both the evil and the good. Gentle words are a tree of life. This full tongue crushes the spirit. Only a fool despises a parent's discipline. Whoever learns from correction is wise. Amen to Royce. There is treasure in the house of godly, but the earnings of the wicked brings trouble. The lips of the wise have good advice. The heart of a fool has none to give. The Lord detects the sacrifices of the wicked, but he delights in the prayer of the upright. The Lord detects the way of the wicked, but he also loves those who pursue godliness. Whosoever abandons the right path will severely disciplined. Whosoever hates correction will die. Even death and destruction holds no secret from the Lord. How much more does he know the human heart? Mockers hate to be corrected, so they stay away from the wise. A glad heart makes a happy face. A broken heart crushes the spirit. Thank you. I didn't know you were still in here. Thank you. A wise person is hungry for a knowledge, while the fool feeds on trash. For the despondent every day, bringing trouble for. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Bringing
Big
trouble
children over here.
for the happy heart life is
Oh
a.
God.
Yeah. Better to have little with fear for the Lord than to have great treasure in inner turmoil. A bowl of vegetables with someone you love is better than steak with somebody you hate. A hot-tempered person starts fights. A cool-tempered person stops them. A lazy person way is blocked with briars, but the path of the upright is an open gateway. This is all, yeah. I love Proverbs.
Which one was that?
Proverbs 15.
15. Solomon.
Hi, 82.
Wise
Smart man. Smart man. Oh my God.
Yes.
Unfriendly people care only about themselves. They lash out at common sense. Fools have no entrance in understanding. They only want to hear their own options. Going wrong leads to disgrace and scandalous behavior, bringing contempt. Wise words are like deep waters. Wisdom flows from the wise like
This is a scam.
Huh?
Leave me alone, person. Block. Sorry,
Welcome, guys. Don't forget to hit the like button.
What was that, Jenna? 8?
Proverbs 18.
8.
So sometimes the person said, what are you not doing? What have you eaten today? I'm like, if you can't speak proper English, you ain't a real person. So block. Don't tolerate that crap.
That's a long one.
Mm-hmm. Well, welcome hang out with my friend. If y'all are, whenever everybody comes, just let me know.
Okay, God bless you, Christian.
Hey, y'all. Talk with y'all later.
Should talk to the right people, Royce. We're pushing them away, probably because they can't deal with it.
Well, when it comes to the Word of God,
They said about spiritual warfare. Talk about that pushes people away. I believe it's because they don't want to deal with it. Could be wrong. I was liking that, Jenna. You want to read more?
no,
You don't have to.
I can. Just have a lot going on, so it's hard to concentrate.
Yeah, you don't have
But
to.
I want
I'll
to give
read
this
if
to
you
the
want.
Lord and push what problems I have aside.
I'll do it if you want me to, but I like listening too. Either way. I'm gonna have to go at some point, get more work done. I think I might
Alright, let's see.
go get my style and then hang out for a
Oh
while.
Lord, I have come to you for protection. This is Psalm 71.
Hold on. Pause for a slow meter. 71.
Yep.
Okay.
O Lord, I have come to you for protection. Don't let me be disgraced. Save me and rescue me. For you do what is right. Turn your ear to listen to me and set me free. Be my rock of safety where I can always hide. Give the orders to save me, for you are my rock and my fortress. My God, rescue me from power of the wicked, from the clutches of cruel oppressors. O Lord, you alone are my hope. I trust you, O Lord, from childhood. Yes, you have been with me from birth. Can you read the rest?
Yeah, sure. Psalm 71, that was verse 6. For this is verse 6. From birth I have relied on you. You brought me forth from my mother's womb. I will ever praise you. I have become a sign to many. You are my strong refuge. My mouth is filled with your praise, declaring your splendor all day. Do not cast me away when I am old. Do not forsake me when my strength is gone. For my enemies speak against me. Those who wait to kill me conspire together. They say God has forsaken him. Pursue him and seize him, for no one will rescue him. Do not be far from me, my God. Come quickly, God, to help me. May my accusers perish in shame. May those who want to harm me be covered with my scorn and disgrace. As for me, I will always have hope. I will praise you more and more. My mouth will tell you of your righteous deeds, of your saving acts all day long. Though I know not how to relate them all, I will come and proclaim your mighty acts, sovereign Lord. I will proclaim your righteous deeds, yours alone. Since my youth, God, you have taught me. To this day, I declare your marvelous deeds. Even when I am old and gray, do not forsake me, my God, till I declare your power to the next generation, your mighty acts to all who are to come. Your righteous God reaches
Hey,
to the
Muhammad.
heavens. You who have done great things, who is like God, though you have made me troubles,
Where are you?
many and bitter. You will restore my life again from the depths of the earth. You will again bring me up. You will increase my honor and comfort me once more. I will praise you with the harp for your faithfulness, my God. I will sing praise to you with the lyra, Holy One of Israel.
Of Israel, I will shout for joy and sing your praises, for you have resounded me. I will tell about your righteous deeds all day long, for everyone who tried to hurt me has been shamed and humiliated. How are you doing, Muhammad?
I want to go get my salad. I'll be right back.
Do you speak English, Muhammad? Or do you speak Arabic?
I am in the Jealous Food Network.
You're always welcome here, Royce. God bless you. Muhammad, are you here? You're welcome, Royce. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to Bible study. If anybody has any questions I might not stay on all day. But if anybody has any questions, I'm more than happy to do my best to answer them. How long have you studied the Bible? I haven't really been studying it like not as much as I am right now. Every single Sunday at 5, well, it's been more 4 o'clock than 5, but every Sunday we study the Bible. Right now we're on Luke. Next Sunday we'll be on Luke 7. Trying to go every Sunday. Let's see. Yeah, that's good, yeah. Thank you for such a beautiful service today, Jenna. You're welcome, Power. You're always welcome here. Always know that you're a beautiful creation in God's image, guys. Always be faithful. And always be committed. You know, stay faithful no matter what. And cherish the ones that you love. Because we're not here. We're not promised tomorrow. Love like Christ does. Which is a lot harder to do nowadays, but it's what we gotta do. But if you haven't accepted Jesus into your hearts, I wholeheartedly pray that you do today. He is waiting on you patiently to accept him. If you hear him knock, please open up the door. You know, there's this saying, normal isn't coming back, Jesus is. And I love that saying. Because it's the truth. Normal isn't coming back, Jesus is. John 14:6, Jesus answered, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Thank you for the subscribe and all the likes, guys. But every Sunday we do Bible study, so you're more than welcome to join the live every Sunday. Hi, Sunshine. Might not be staying on too long, guys. Not today. But I do pray everybody's Sunday is going well and your weather is decent. have a blissful night, Powers. Sleep well. And thank you for attending Bible study. You're welcome. Let's finish this.
Donald Wiseman lists in detail the bronze objects, the gold containers, the sacred utensils that were taken to the Temple of Marduk in Babylon. The biblical listing confirms it in 2 Kings 25, in Jeremiah 52. There appear the two bronze columns, Jachin and Boaz, which were at the entrance of the temple and which measured more than 8 meters each. The basins, the bronze chariots with their wheels, the cauldrons, the braziers, the sacrificial knives, the tongs, the cups of gold and silver, the lampstands, everything. But there is something that is missing. The Ark of the Covenant does not appear. It is not on the Babylonian list. It is not on the biblical list. It is not mentioned by Jeremiah when he inventories everything they took, and the silence is deafening. If the Babylonians had captured it, they would have listed it. It was the most valuable object in the temple. It was the central piece. It was the very presence of the God of Israel, enclosed in a chest whose lid and cherubim were of solid pure gold. Just the weight of the gold would have made the ark one of the most expensive objects of the spoils. They did not capture it because it was no longer there. And then come the prophets of the exile. And here is where the true reason begins to come to light. If this is shaking you, give it a like now. And if you know someone who needs to hear this, send them the video. These things are not taught in any average pulpit. Daniel is in Babylon. He has visions. One of them, in chapter 7, shows
Okay,
him the
Richard.
Ancient of Days seated
God
on the
bless
throne.
you.
Daniel describes the scene with a detail that many do not catch. He is describing the mercy seat. He is describing the space between the cherubim. But it is no longer in a chest. It is in heaven. The throne of God is no longer in the earthly holy of holies. It is in another place. Ezekiel, a priest who understood perfectly the ritual of the temple, has a devastating vision. He narrates it in chapters 8 to 11 of his book. He is at his house in the Babylonian exile beside the river Chebar, sitting, surrounded by the elders of Judah. And suddenly, according to chapter 8, verse 1, the hand of Yahweh descends upon him. A figure of fire grabs him by a lock of his hair and elevates him between heaven and earth, and in visions of God takes him to Jerusalem, to the temple. And there Ezekiel sees things that destroy him inside. He sees 70 elders of Israel burning incense to idols in a secret room of the
Hi,
temple.
Sam.
He sees women weeping for the pagan god Tammuz at the entrance of the sanctuary. He sees 25 men with their backs to the temple, bowing toward the east, worshipping the rising sun. And then, with a broken heart, he sees the glory of Yahweh, the glory that dwelt over the ark, the glory that filled the temples in Solomon, and the glory begins to move. First it rises from upon the cherubim of the ark, then it moves to the threshold of the temple, then to the eastern side, then over the Mount of Olives, opposite the city, and from there it ascends, and it leaves. Ezekiel is describing the physical abandonment of the temple by the glory of Yahweh. Before the Babylonians arrived, before the city fell, Yahweh had already left, and then the ark was left empty, not of the tablets. That had already happened centuries before, according to Hebrews 9:4, where what was inside is mentioned, but the context suggests that in the second temple it was no longer complete. The ark was left empty in another deeper sense. The presence that had made it sacred had gone, and Yahweh himself had announced it through Jeremiah. Let us go to the text I promised at the beginning, Jeremiah chapter 3, verses 16 and 17. I'm going to read the phrase calmly because it is probably one of the most underestimated verses in all the Bible. First, the context. We are at the end of the reign of Josiah, or the beginning of that of Jehoiakim. Solomon's temple is still standing. The ark is still inside. The sacrificial system still functions at full capacity. The priests offer incense. The Levites sing. The pilgrims go up 3 times a year. And Jeremiah, sitting perhaps in the courtyard of the temple or walking through the streets, receives a word that goes against everything any Jew of his era could imagine. Yahweh is speaking through the mouth of the prophet. He is describing a future, and he says like this: in those days, when they multiply and increase in the land, they will no longer say the ark of the covenant of Yahweh. It will not come to mind. They will not remember it. They will not miss it, nor will another be made. In that time they will call Jerusalem the throne of Yahweh. Did you catch what you just heard? Yahweh. The same Yahweh who ordered the ark built in Exodus 25. The same one who filled the mercy seat with his glory in Leviticus 9. The same one who killed Uzzah for touching it in 2 Samuel 6. The same one who humiliated Dagon for capturing it in 1 Samuel 5. That Yahweh is saying through the mouth of Jeremiah that there is going to come a moment when the ark is not going to matter, that no one is going to look for it, that no one is going to miss it, that not even another one is going to be made, and that in its place, all of Jerusalem is going to be called the throne of Yahweh. This is not a casual comment. This is the Bible announcing its own transition. Yahweh was warning almost 600 years before the birth of Jesus that the ark was going to leave the center, that the chest was going to be replaced, that the presence of God was going to change residence. And the English biblical commentator F.F. Bruce, in his commentary on Hebrews, observed that this prophecy of Jeremiah is probably one of the most radical texts of the Old Testament, because Yahweh is not saying merely that the ark is going to disappear. He is saying that it will no longer be necessary. He is changing the very center of worship. But replaced by what? Here, almost all readers fall short, because the answer is not complete in Jeremiah 3. It is distributed in different parts of the New Testament, and when you put it together, your head explodes. Let us go to John chapter 1, verse 14. The Greek phrase is famous, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. But the verb that John uses for dwelt is not the common verb to live or to reside. It is not oikeo, it is not meno, it is a very rare verb. It is the verb eskenosen, and the root of that verb is skene, which means tent, tabernacle. The New Testament Greek specialist Daniel Wallace, in his grammar, Greek Grammar Beyond the Basics, points out that John is deliberately using terminology of the desert tabernacle. He is activating a Semitic
Dee.
memory. He is connecting two
How are
texts
you
across
doing?
1,500 years. What John is saying in original Greek is that the Word, the eternal Word that was with God, that Word became flesh and tabernacled among us. He pitched his tent. The tent where the glory once dwelt over the ark was now a human body. The presence that rested between the cherubim now walked through the dusty streets of Galilee. He ate fish on the seashore. He wept at the tomb of Lazarus. He touched lepers. He blessed children. He bled nails. The ark had been the physical address of Yahweh on earth. Jesus was that address walking. And then the details begin to align in a way that is almost impossible to believe if you have not seen it before. Here goes something that passes under the radar of most Christians, but when you see it, you cannot ignore it. The letter to the Hebrews, chapter 9, is speaking about the earthly temple and the heavenly temple, about the ark and its fulfillment. And it says something. In verse 4, it describes the ark, its content and its cherubim. And in verse 5, it writes this phrase almost with disinterest. Of these things we cannot now speak in detail. But afterward, in verses 11 and 12, it drops the bomb. But Christ being already come, high priest of the good things to come, by the more ample and more perfect tabernacle not made with hands, not by the blood of goats nor of calves, but by his own blood. He entered once for all into the Holy of Holies, having obtained eternal redemption. This text is absolutely devastating in its implication. It is saying that the earthly ark was a shadow, a representation that the true Holy of Holies is in heaven, and that Christ with his own blood entered there once for all. The earthly ark was no longer necessary because the reality to which it pointed had already arrived. That is exactly what Jeremiah had announced, that no one was going to miss it, that not even another would be made, because when Yahweh himself becomes flesh and enters the true Holy of Holies with his own blood, who is going to remember the chest? But
your life is full. Your future shouldn't have to wait. At Houston Christian University.
here, there is a detail that is even stronger, and it is something that probably they never taught you. There is an event recorded. We remember him as the man who never bowed before an empire. And yet Daniel let Babylon change his name, change his food, change the language he thought in, and even the profession he would devote the rest of his life to. He yielded everything, and even so, he spent 70 years inside the nation that razed his city and burned his temple, and he came out of there without having stopped being who he was. 70 years. Almost an entire human life under the roof of the enemy that had taken everything from his world. That's the contradiction of Daniel. How do you let them change almost everything about you for decades and not end up turned into someone else? The answer is more uncomfortable than it seems. There was a single line, one small and almost invisible, that he refused to cross. Everything else he handed over. And most people miss exactly that part. Everyone knows the fiery furnace. Everyone knows the den of lions. But between miracle and miracle, decades passed. Decades of something much harder to survive than a lion or a flame. Daily life inside the most powerful empire on earth. The day-to-day, the routine, the slow pressure year after year of a system designed to make you forget who you are. What was it really like to live in there? What did he eat? What did he see when he woke up? What did he study? What did the city smell like? How does a man stay faithful to his God for 70 years in the capital of foreign gods? That's what we're going to reconstruct today, piece by piece. And not with pious legends, but with what the biblical text says in one hand and what the archaeologists have unearthed in the other. Because there are clay tablets buried for 2,500 years that confirm the exact world in which Daniel opened his eyes every morning. Before we go on, let me ask you something quick. If you like this kind of history, the real kind, with the Bible and archaeology in hand and no inventions, give me a like. If you don't like it, no problem really, I understand perfectly and we keep going here. But if you give it, you help me know that this family wants more of this, of the serious, of the well-made. And that's all. Let's go back to Babylon. To understand Daniel's life there, First, you have to understand how he arrived. And
Hi.
the way he arrived already says almost everything. The book that bears his name opens with a precise date. In the 3rd year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, says the first verse of the first chapter, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came against Jerusalem
Yeah,
and
I guess
besieged
so.
it. This
How are
happens
you?
in the 6th century before Christ, more than 600 years before the birth of Jesus. And it's not a loose fact. That same year, the Babylonian army had crushed the Egyptians in a decisive battle in the north, at a place called
Sorry to hear
Carchemish.
that.
And in a single stroke, the young prince Nebuchadnezzar had become the most powerful man in the known world. What's interesting is that we don't know this only from the Bible. There exists a set of Babylonian tablets written
I
by the
did.
empire's own scribes that historians call the Babylonian Chronicles. They are official records year by year of the military campaigns. And those chronicles describe exactly this: Nebuchadnezzar's campaigns toward the west, toward the land of Judah. The enemy that destroyed Daniel's world left written record that it did so. The two accounts, the Hebrew and the Babylonian, shake hands. Now pay attention to a detail that changes the whole story. The fall of Jerusalem did not happen all at once. There were several waves. The first, the one that took Daniel, was the earliest and the mildest. Judah was not yet raised. It simply surrendered and became a vassal state. And as proof of submission, Babylon took two things:
I'm here
some
to preach
treasures
the
of
word
the
of
temple
God.
and a select group of young
Pray
men.
that you will join.
Years later, a second deportation would come, much harsher, when another king of Judah rebelled and thousands of people were torn from the land. And later still, a third, the worst of all, the one that ended with the Temple of Solomon turned to ashes and the city
Hi, Yakir.
reduced to rubble. The second book of Kings, in its chapter 24, describes these waves in chilling detail. But Daniel was not in either of
How are
those two.
you?
He left in the first, in the earliest, when there was still no total war, when Jerusalem was still standing, which means something extremely hard to imagine. When Daniel arrived in Babylon, his city still existed. His temple
of them
still
came to
smoked
study.
with incense, not with fire. His family, probably, was still alive far away, and he, from the distance over the years, had to learn little by little how all of that, everything he had left behind, was being destroyed.
Yeah.
He didn't live it, he knew it, which is sometimes worse. And why him? The text is very specific about who they took. In the 4th verse of the first chapter, the king's order describes the exact profile they were looking for. Young men, without physical defect, handsome, intelligent, wise, with the capacity to learn, and of noble family, of royal or aristocratic lineage.
Okay.
Stop a second on that, because it's chilling in its coldness. They did not take the weakest. They took the best, the flower of a generation, the sons of the important families, the brilliant young men who would one day have led Judah. The empire did not want slaves to haul bricks. It had whole peoples for that. What it wanted was to steal a nation's future and
Yeah,
put it to
Richard
work
was
for
here.
itself. To
Christian
empty
was
Judah
here.
of its potential leaders and turn them
PG.
into Babylonian leaders. It was a strategy, not a whim. You take the most promising young men of the conquered people, you educate them in your culture, you give them
Yep.
your language, your gods, your customs, and in one generation you have
They all
loyal officials
studied.
who understand the people from the inside but think like you. Hostages
Yeah.
turned into ambassadors, captives turned into cadres of the empire, and the young man this happened to, along with 3 others from his land, was named Daniel. Now imagine the journey. The distance between Jerusalem and Babylon. Following the routes of the time, which skirted the desert rather than crossing it, was more than 900 miles, weeks and weeks of marching. A teenager, torn from everything, walking day after day toward a place he had only heard rumors of. And at the end of that exhausting road, something rose up from the horizon that no boy from the province of Judah could even conceive. Because you have to understand what Babylon was. It was not simply a big city. It was, almost certainly, the largest city in the
You
world
have
of
a
its
good
time.
night too,
The
Yakira.
center
God
of the
bless
known
you.
universe. Probably the first city in history to approach the great population figures that seem normal to us today. For a young man who came from Jerusalem, a respectable but small city perched on its hills, arriving in Babylon must have been as if you, today, left a quiet town and were suddenly dropped alone in the heart of the most imposing metropolis on the planet. The river Euphrates ran through the middle of the city, splitting it into two halves joined by a bridge. Imagine the noise, the smell of the river water mixed with the smoke of 1,000 kitchens, with the sweat of the multitudes, with the incense of the temples, merchants shouting in languages Daniel didn't understand, soldiers, priests with shaved heads, chariots, the constant din of hundreds of thousands of people living piled up between walls. And the walls. The walls of Babylon were legendary even in antiquity. The Greek historian Herodotus, who wrote about the city a century after Daniel, claimed they were so wide that 2 war chariots could run side by side along the top, and so tall that they seemed to touch the sky. Now let's be fair. Many historians today consider Herodotus's figures exaggerated, and archaeology suggests more modest measurements than the ones he gave. But even discounting the exaggeration, Babylon's defenses were one of the engineering wonders of their age. A double line of walls that made the city, in the eyes of any enemy, simply impregnable. And then there was the gate, the one young Daniel crossed as he entered. The Ishtar Gate. Stop here, because this is not a conjecture or an imaginary reconstruction. That gate exists. You can go and see it. The German archaeologists excavated it at the beginning of the 20th century, recovered its bricks, and today a reconstruction of the Ishtar Gate stands inside a museum in Berlin, thousands of miles from where it once stood. And when you stand before it, you understand the shock that Boy must have felt. It was a mass covered with glazed bricks of a deep, intense, brilliant blue. A blue that in that world of mud and desert must have seemed torn from the sky itself. And over that blue, in relief, rows and rows of animals, dragons with scaly bodies dedicated to the god Marduk, and powerful bulls. The gate led to a great avenue, the processional way, down which, on the great festivals, the statues of the gods paraded among crowds in ecstasy. A boy from Judah, raised in a faith that strictly forbade making images of God, that forbade statues, reliefs of gods, sacred animals, entered his new life by passing through a gate covered precisely with that. Images of gods everywhere. It was in every brick the Empire's message. Here other gods rule. And you now live in their house, and dominating it all, visible from almost any corner of the city, rose something even more imposing. A gigantic ziggurat, a stepped tower of 7 levels that climbed toward the sky like a mountain made by human hands. Its name was Etemenanki, which in the language of the place meant more or less the house of the foundation of heaven and earth. It was dedicated to Marduk, the chief god of Babylon, and many scholars have noted the inevitable echo, a colossal tower on the plain of Babel that aimed to join heaven with earth. Any reader of the scriptures who arrived there could not help thinking of that other tower, the one in the Genesis account, the one men built to make a name for themselves and reach the sky. Daniel lived literally in the shadow of that idea. And now we come to the most famous thing about Babylon, the thing everyone associates with the city, the Hanging Gardens, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Green, lush terraces that, according to legend, cascaded over the city like a mountain of vegetation in the middle of the desert. Well, here I have to be completely honest with you, because this channel doesn't sell you fairy tales. Of all the wonders of the ancient world, the Hanging Gardens are the only one for which not a single firm archaeological proof has ever been found. Not one. In Babylon, no remains of them have been discovered. And, what is more surprising, Nebuchadnezzar left hundreds of inscriptions boasting of his works, his temples, his walls, his palaces, and in none of them does he ever mention a garden. A researcher at the University of Oxford, Stephanie Daly, has even proposed that the famous gardens were never in Babylon, but much farther north, in the Assyrian city of Nineveh, built by another king a century earlier, and that the Greek authors, over the centuries, confused the two cities. Does that mean Daniel didn't see beautiful gardens? No. Babylon was rich, and surely had palaces with trees and water. But the postcard image of the hanging gardens floating over the city, the one you have in your head, has to be treated for what it is. A beautiful legend, possibly real, possibly exaggerated, possibly located somewhere else. And I prefer to tell you that straight than to paint you a pretty scene that maybe never existed. But a city is not only its monuments, it is, above all, its daily life, what is touched and smelled and eaten each morning. And the material life of the great city had a very concrete texture, because in that plain between the rivers there was no stone, no quarries, no nearby mountains from which to take blocks. Everything, absolutely everything, was built with the one thing there was plenty of: mud. Clay bricks dried in the sun for humble houses, and bricks fired in kilns, much more resistant for the palaces, the temples, and the defenses. And as mortar in the great works, they used bitumen, that natural tar that seeped from the soil of Mesopotamia. The Genesis account, when it describes the construction of the Tower of Babel, says it with an astonishing precision. They used brick instead of stone, and bitumen instead of mortar. Whoever wrote that knew firsthand how cities were built in that land. Imagine then the color of the young captive's everyday world. A sea of fired clay, a golden brown under the sun. Flat-roofed houses crowded along narrow alleys, organized around inner courtyards where the family lived in the cool of the shade. And the heat, a real heat, the heat of the Mesopotamian plain, which in the summer months turns into an oven and pushes people to sleep on the rooftops, seeking the night air. And everywhere, the gentle water of the canals, because that land between the Tigris and the Euphrates was a marvel of hydraulic engineering, a network of irrigation canals that distributed the water of the rivers across the fields and turned a parched valley into one of the most fertile and richest regions of the ancient world. That abundance was the secret of Chaldean power. Whoever controls the water in that land controls the bread, and whoever controls the bread controls everything. And what was eaten in those houses? Not the delicacies of the palace, of course, but the solid diet of the valley. Barley bread above all, the king of grains in the region. Dates, thousands of dates, from the palms that grew everywhere and that gave sugar, fruit, and even a kind of syrup. Fish from the river and the canals, onions, garlic, leeks, lentils, sesame oil for cooking, and beer, a thick barley beer drunk through a reed to get past the dregs, and so basic to daily life that work was often paid for with it. That was the everyday flavor of the city, where the boy from Judah had to learn to exist. Clothing also marked the new world. People wore tunics of wool and linen, often with fringes at the edges, and men of a certain standing wore their hair long and their beards groomed, curled into ringlets in the fashion of the court, just as we see them portrayed in the reliefs that have survived. To dress each morning for a young Hebrew official was to put on, literally, the appearance of another culture. And there was something else that was everywhere and that defines that civilization: writing. Babylon wrote. It recorded everything. Receipts, contracts, letters, lists, omens, prayers, everything was inscribed with a stylus on clay tablets that were then kept by the thousands. It was a society obsessed with leaving record. Remember this detail, because at the end of the story it will return, and in a way that raises goosebumps. And there was one day on the calendar the most important of all. When that civilization poured itself entirely into the street, the Great New Year Festival, which in the language of the place was called the Akitu, and which was celebrated in spring over about 12 days. It was the religious heart of the entire year, and it mobilized the whole population. According to the ritual texts that have been preserved, during those days the statue of the god Marduk was the absolute center of everything. There were ceremonies, recitations of the great Babylonian poem about the origin of the world, and endless sacrifices. The king had a central and indispensable role. The festival could not be celebrated without him, because it was he who, inside the temple, took the hand of the statue of Marduk, and thus received year after year the confirmation of his right to reign. There is also a famous rite, which we know mainly from a much later ritual text from several centuries afterward, and which some scholars dispute whether it was actually practiced in this era. In it, the monarch was stripped of his insignia, a priest struck his face and pulled his ears, and the king declared before the god that he had not sinned against the city. However that detail may be, what is beyond doubt is the climax. An immense procession, in which the statues of the divinities went out on parade, came down the processional way, passed through that Ishtar gate of blue bricks, and were carried in triumph amid a fervent crowd to a special house on the outskirts. Now put yourself in the place of the boy from Judah. Every spring, year after year, for decades, the whole city exploded into this celebration. Past where he lived and worked went, on shoulders, the idols of the city, amid music, shouts, and the bows of a kneeling people. The whole capital worshipped, the whole court bowed, and in the midst of that human tide, there was one man, and a few more like him, who did not bend his knee, not out of arrogance, not out of contempt, but because his loyalty was placed in another. That's a very particular kind of solitude, that of being surrounded by hundreds of thousands of people given over to something in which you, in conscience, cannot take part. And that solitude did not last a day. It lasted a whole life. All of this, is what that newly arrived teenager had before his eyes. A city that was a blow to the senses and at the same time a blow to his faith on every corner. And within that city, the empire was going to set to work on him. It was going to begin to take him apart. And for that, it pulled 4 levers, 4 tools to turn a son of Judah into a son of Babylon. Let's look at them one by one, because by understanding those 4 levers, you understand exactly what his life was like. The first lever was the most intimate of all, the name. Today we find it hard to feel the weight of this, because for us, a name is almost a label. But in that world, the name was the soul of a person put into words. The name said who you were, whose you were, to what God you belonged. And the names of those 4 young men of Judah were, all 4, small confessions of faith. Listen to them. The main character was named Daniel, which means God is my judge. He carried God in his name every time someone called him. His friend Hananiah meant something like, the Lord has been gracious. The Lord has shown kindness. Mishael meant, according to the most common reading, who is like God. A question that is really a declaration. And Azariah meant, the Lord is my help. The Lord sustains me. Do you see the pattern? All 4 names ended or began pointing to the God of Israel. Each one was a seed of faith that parents had planted in their son. Every time those young men heard their own name, they heard a reminder of who truly governed them. And that, exactly that, was the first thing the empire took from them. The 7th verse of the 1st chapter records it with a bureaucratic coldness that's frightening. The chief of the officials, says the text, gave them new names. Daniel he called Belteshazzar, Hananiah, Shadrach, Mishael, Meshach, and Azariah, Abednego. Now notice what really happened there, because it's brilliant and cruel at the same time. They did not give them just any names. They took 4 names that pointed to the God of Israel and replaced them with 4 names that pointed to the gods of Babylon. Belteshazzar invokes the god Bel, which was another name for Marduk, the supreme god of the city. In fact, later, in the 4th chapter of the book, in the 8th verse, Nebuchadnezzar himself says it without mincing words. They called him Belteshazzar, after the name of my god. And the name Abednego contains the god Nego, a form of the name of Nabu, the Babylonian god of wisdom and of scribes, who was also the king's favorite god. Allow me a note of honesty, because here you have to be careful. The exact meaning of some of these Babylonian names, especially Shadrach and Meshach, is still a subject of debate among the specialists. We don't know with total certainty what they meant word for word. And whoever affirms it to you with absolute certainty is selling you more confidence than the evidence allows. But the general pattern is crystal clear, and no one disputes it. The empire changed names that said the God of Israel for names that said the gods of Babylon. The operation was not administrative, it was theological. It was an attempt to rewrite, in the very language with which those young men were called each day, whose they were. And then something happens that seems to me one of the most moving things in the whole account, because the book, throughout its pages, is going to keep calling him Daniel, again and again and again, Daniel. The text refuses, in practice, to use the name the empire imposed on them, as if the scriptures themselves were saying they can call you whatever they want in their palaces, but we know what your name really is, the name by which your God knows you. Think about it applied to you for a moment. There are names the world puts on you, labels. People decide who you are, classify you, assign you a role, but there's a name beneath all those, the true one, the one that really defines you. Daniel lost the name in the official records of the empire. He did not lose the name in his heart. The second level was more subtle, but deeper still. Language and education. That same 4th verse of the 1st chapter, the one that describes which young men they were looking for, also says what they wanted them for. To teach them, it says, the language and the literature of the Chaldeans, and they were to spend 3 full years in that training before presenting themselves to the king. 3 years of intensive re-education, and you have to understand what that really meant, because it was not a little language class. The language of the Chaldeans was Akkadian, written in that wedge script on clay that we call cuneiform, one of the oldest and most difficult forms of writing in human history. It did not have an alphabet of 20-some letters like ours. It had hundreds of signs, each with several possible values. Mastering it took years. It was the knowledge of a tiny elite. And the literature of the Chaldeans was not innocent poetry. It was the entire body of Babylonian knowledge, which was soaked in religion everywhere. The Chaldeans were famous throughout the ancient world as the great masters of observing the stars. They studied the sky night after night, recorded the movements of the planets, the eclipses, the positions of the stars, and from all of that they drew omens about the future.
How are you?
Okay.
Peace to those who want peace and no peace to the wicked.
Yep.
I have been busy, good things here and there, but dedicated myself totally today to the Lord, nothing but only to Him. May God forgive me, I had to do a couple of things here and there on the side, but anyway, how's everyone? I heard there was a Bible study, I had to listen to it as much as I possibly can, but I was driving. And as you know, I don't use my phone other than just for the Lord and to tell the good news, nothing but to the Lord. So let me ask you this, what is the topic today?
Luke 6, it was on the Sabbath.
Luke 6, amen to that. Yeah, please.
Are you wanting to
God
go
forgive
back
me,
over
I do
it?
not like lukewarm Christians. Because somehow they just want to feel comfy, and I'm not looking for a comfy zone. I
No.
want to stand up for the Lord.
Amen.
Anyway, so what was Luke 6? Did you finish Luke 6?
Yeah,
chapter
but
6?
we can always go back over it if you have
No,
that
no, 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 no.
time.
So what's the topic today for the Lord? Are we talking about what?
We discussed Jesus, Lord of the Sabbath. We talked about the 12 apostles, blessings and woes, which is the
Okay. Did you have any Muslims? Did you have any Christians?
I had a
Jews,
Muslim come
atheists,
in.
agnostics, Catholics?
I had a Muslim come in, but I don't think they speak English. They just
No. Listen. Yeah. Well, was the writing in Arabic or was it in English?
it was Muhammad. It was a different Muhammad.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Don't be fooled by Muslims. Muslims, they have 3 stages. I'm gonna tell you one thing. In instance, in UK, they are already stage 2. In the US, stage 1, and in the Middle East, stage 3. Only the naive and the ignorant Americans and Eastern European, they think that Muslims are peaceful. Just wait till they go on to stage 2 and stage 3. You will see how peaceful they are. But anyway, remember, we love the Muslims. We hate Muhammad. We hate
Love the
cult of
sin or
Islam.
hate the sin.
Exactly. All right. So,
I'm shutting
just-
too.
well, I mean, listen, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not here to talk about your personal stuff. I'm here to talk about Jesus and nothing but Jesus.
I know.
All right.
But-
Just remember one thing. Remember, the stages to Islam 3. Beware, beware, beware. Especially those guys who tells you I have good, lovely, friendly Muslims.
They do
They
not.
are, what do you call it, the sleeping cell. They don't know either. They don't know the religion or what. Or they just happen to be, they don't have the upper hand now.
Nope.
Just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. My own family told me that your death is permissible. That's how bad they hated me when I have converted and accepted Jesus Christ. For Jesus said, they hated me first before they hated
Yes.
you, and only the one who stand firm in my name shall what?
Inherit
Be saved.
Inherit
Be
the kingdom.
saved. Be saved. Now, a lot of us, we call ourselves Christian. Let me ask this. What is Christianity built on? If a Muslim came up to you, what are the 3 things, hold on, what are the 3 things that Muslims attack Christianity? You remember? I just want to help you out, that's all. You don't remember? I told you to write them down.
I have them wrote down. Give me a minute.
Okay, well listen, a Muslim is not going to give you any minute. You should know them by now, by heart. What do Muslims always attack?
The Trinity.
The Trinity, exactly. So keep that in mind. What is the Trinity? If someone asks you, what is the Trinity?
It's the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
What does it mean? You guys worship 3 gods?
This is the best way I can break it down for you. And
Miss,
I'm not.
are you worshiping 3? See, I want to act like a Muslim. I'm attacking you. I'm not going to have
No,
no
I'm
patience
not
on you.
worshiping 3 gods. It's 3 in 1.
Okay, how? What do you mean?
The Father is the mind, okay? The Son.
Are they all the same?
What do you mean, are they all the same?
See, I'm getting you again. I'm a Muslim and I'm capturing you. And you don't know how to answer me. See, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people, they call themselves Christians. Christians by name, they don't know how to defend their faith. They don't even know how to stand up for Christ.
Yes,
and they don't
they're
even
the
know what
same.
faith is about. They know nothing. You know what you guys are? Lukewarm Christians. That's what God says to you. I will spit you out of my mouth. I want to
Right.
attack you because you call yourself a Christian. You're not a Christian. If you
Right.
don't know how to defend the Trinity and Christ, you're not a Christian.
All right.
People that want to go to church to be just sing and be in a comfy zone. Muslims are not going to be easy on you. Come on. You don't even know the answer. You're already gone, girl. You're already gone, man. I'm not just picking on women or men. I'm picking on anyone who calls themselves Christians. I myself sometimes fail, but if I'm wrong, I need you to, help me out. Remember what Christ said. An iron sharpens an iron as what? As a believer, what?
Of Christ.
as a believer, also help another believer. Now let me ask you this. If I happen to ask you, what's the name of that football player, you would know how much he's making, what type of job he's doing, who is he married to, how many kids and all that stuff. See how we idolize people, but we don't know nothing about the Bible. We know nothing. We just name ourselves. We're just a label, like a it's called like the Chinese label. You buy a shirt, made in China. Made in China. That's what we are. Lukewarm Christians. Let me tell you something. Let's go, Richard. Let me tell you something. The Islam are winning without them lifting a finger. I am freaking pissed. I am mad. Because let me tell you something. I'm going to say it again. Write it down, whoever you call yourself a Christian. Islam is based on 3 freaking stages. 3 stages. 1. The first stage is already in the US. Second stage in UK. Third stage in the Middle East. Can anybody tell the difference between those 3 stages? You as a Christian, you need to be prepared. God says you need to have your armor. We only preach Jesus loves you. Jesus loves you. That's all we say. Jesus loves you. What did Jesus say when he went to the what? The temple house of God. He flipped the freaking tables. All these guys who are selling and trading and selling, and they call themselves worshipers. That's exactly what most of us. We are not true believers. I see it every day. Now I'm going to ask you again. What are the? Your anger is more than. Richard, I have to be that way. I have to. I'm going to ask you this, Richard. Let's see if you could figure that out. Islam has 3 stages. Of course I'm going to be mad. Of course I'm going to be angry. Islam is not going to be nice. They're not going to be nice to you, buddy. Wait. Islam has 3 stages. It's stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. I already helped you out. Stage 1, it's already happening in the US. Stage 2, it's happening in the UK. Stage 3, Middle East. What do you think I'm talking about? Just give me at least 1 stage. Come on, Jenna, why are you looking at me like that? You don't like my speech? Go ahead, kick me out of the box. I don't care. Kick me out. I'm not here to be a nice guy. This is what Islam is going to do to you. Because you're sleeping on the wheel. You think they're nice. Do you know stage 1 at least? No. Do you know stage 2? No. Do you know
Convert
stage
or
3?
die.
No. Huh?
Convert or die.
Which one is that?
Either you can convert to Islam or you can just die.
Which stage is that they call out to you, convert or die? Which stage? I'm asking you.
1.
Wrong. See how you're guessing? See, Americans and Europeans, they want the comfy zone. The one you said convert or die, that's stage 3. Yeah, kick me out.
I
You don't
don't
need
want
to kick
to.
me out. No, kick me out of the box.
No.
Look, no, kick me out.
No.
No, I'm not leaving, Richard. I'm not going to be nice to her. You know why I'm not going to be nice to her to you? Because you guys want it nice and easy. I'm going to help you out. Stage 1 in the US. Right now, they don't have the upper hand. Listen to me. Listen. Look at me. Stage 1, they don't have the upper hand. Right now, they're just spreading what Islam is all about. Right now, they are forcing themselves by praying in the streets of New York City. Do you understand that? Right now, they're not, just listen. Don't worry about what Richard said. Richard will talk to you later on in his spare time. You want to talk to Richard? He was going to tell you only how lovey-dovey everything is. I'm here to tell you the truth. Okay?
Okay.
That's how most Christians are. They don't want to hear the truth. They want to hear God loves everybody.
He
God
does not.
is. That's
He
what
only
no,
loves the
I'm not,
ones that
hold on a
obey
second.
him
Let me
and
just
follow
finish.
him.
Listen to me. This is stage 1. Stage 2, this is what's happening in the UK right now. Right now, they are ruling and controlling what's happening in the UK. The majority of the British, they can't say anything. Stage 3, what's happening in the Middle East, like you said, convert or die. I dare you to go to freaking Saudi Arabia and just say Jesus Christ is Lord. I dare you.
They
I
will
dare
kill
you to
me.
take a Bible. Hold on a second. Don't cut me off. I dare you to go and open the Word of God, the Bible, and say, Muhammad is wrong, Jesus is right. They will have your head on Friday, every freaking Friday, to cut your head off. This is Islam. This is stage 3.
Yes.
This is stage 3. Do you understand the difference?
Yes,
People
I
are
see
asleep
it.
in the U.S. It's coming to you guys. It's coming to Sharia law. They're going to put you and your kids either convert or die. That's stage 3.
Convert or die, stage 3.
Yes. I am sick and tired of weak Christians. They call themselves Christians.
Stage.
So are you, Richard. You're pathetic too, dude. You know what you are? You're a lukewarm Christian, dude.
Stage 3. Convert or die, stage 3.
You call me pathetic? You don't even know who's your real enemy, dude. You're not my enemy.
Alright, Muslims. Stages. Alrighty. I
If
got
anybody wants to get in a box, go ahead. Come and shout out in my face, guys. Go ahead.
we're gonna be
You wanna
nice.
curse me out? No. You wanna curse me out? Curse me out. Go ahead. I don't care. I have a tough skin.
We're gonna
I just do not like lukewarm Christians. I am tired. Everybody keeps saying Jesus loves you. Jesus loves those who obeys him.
That's what I
Jesus
said.
loves those who repent and come back to him.
That's what I said.
Stop, guys, preaching false Christianity. Jesus loves you. Yes, he loves those guys to repent and come back to him. Anyway. Jesus is king. No. You don't know your Bible. Jesus is King of Kings and Lord of Lords.
Yes.
I'm an ex-Muslim and I know better. I don't know everything, but I know better. That's the difference. You think I'm so bad and you're angry? Just go see what's happened to our brothers and sisters in what do you call it, Sudan. What happened to freaking Nigeria? Go see what's happening to them just because they're Christians. They're being killed every day. Everybody keeps saying, oh, everybody loves you. Everybody loves you.
He only
Please.
loves the ones that obey him and follow him and actually fully
Please.
submit. If you're not
You
going to
guys
do any of
preaching
that,
you're preaching a false gospel, guys.
I don't.
Anyway. People that just want to go and sit in the pew, open the Bible or read something and that's it. But God told us, go out there and tell the good news. Stand up for what is right.
I will always stand for the truth, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it to please your ears.
No, listen, I'm not shouting at you. By the way, I'm not shouting at
I
you.
know that.
I'm not. I'm just
Let's
I'm
go.
just letting it
I-
I'm just letting
listen.
it out to let
Listen.
you know, guys. Yes.
I do
I'm sorry,
love.
go ahead.
I do love your heart, and I have nothing against you because I have so
Yeah,
much love for you.
because you know what? Everywhere I go, I find Christians saying, "Oh, be nice, be good, we're sweet, we're loving, and all that stuff. Oh, we should turn the other cheeks." They don't even know what that means. Anger.
If
Let me tell you
somebody's
something, man.
hurting you, you have every right to defend
you
yourself.
need to be angry. Richard, you don't know your Bible, dude. What did Jesus do when he went to the temple and he found all these people selling and buying and doing all that kind? Didn't he get upset and angry? We need to be angry, dude. What are you talking about? anger, but control your anger. You don't know what you're talking about, man. I'm weak. Anyway, how's your day? I wanna just calm down a little bit now.
We're okay,
He said I'm
Richard.
weak.
He has a good heart.
No, Jenna, listen. I don't want to be like always nice and sweet, lovey-dovey.
I
I don't want to be
don't
like
expect you
that.
to.
I don't want to be like that. You know why? Watch out from those people who are always nice and sweet. They're fake.
I don't expect you to. Hi, X.
You know, when I see our brothers and sisters being uh, killed every day in the name of Christ, especially under the hands of Muslims, of course I'm pissed and angry.
I mean, I am
Of course
too.
I'm going to be angry.
I don't like to hear that our brothers and sisters are being persecuted.
No, Richard, you want people to preach to you what Islam is all about. And then what do? When they start trying to refute or talk something and you don't like the heat of the moment, what do? You take off. That's fine. You want to take off, you take off, brother. It's up to you, man. I don't care. That's your business, but I don't take off. I will stand in the heat of the moment. I will take head on, not in my strength.
But in your
I know
faith.
what they think. I know what they believe. I know what they will do to you and me and everyone else. Wait, why don't you come over here, Richard? Talk to me instead of you typing. Go ahead. Get over here. Talk.
Wait.
Yeah, let him in.
Okay.
Always anger.
There you go.
Everything with you is anger. You don't let anybody else speak. You control the situation because you're weak. I don't even know anything about Islam, but I can tell that you are horrible at defending Christianity and putting down Islam. Everything you say is anger. You attack people without even listening. Just the other day, you attacked Fiji because you can't read.
That wasn't an attack.
You attacked him. You said that's blasphemy. You can't say that you're better than Christ. You didn't even read the sentence.
And what did
You
I
do
say?
it all
What did I say
the
afterwards?
time.
I apologized
All the
when I was
time,
wrong.
you don't let people speak. You talk over them because you're weak. Because you can't defend. What you should know, Jenna, is that you don't need to know about these people. What you need to know is the Bible. When they speak against something that you know about the Bible, you know that they're wrong. You don't have to listen to this punk telling you what is right and what is wrong with Islam. You already know. Don't let his anger ruin your spirit. It's disgusting. Let's go. I've had enough of your crap.
How am I taking it out on her?
I'm not taking it out on her. I'm taking it out on you.
No, but
Directly at you.
But I'm saying, why would you say something like that? Don't let him ruin your spirit.
Because when you come in her stream,
Okay?
you should see her. She sits back. She doesn't. You don't. This is not her stream when you enter. You take over. You turn just about every single conversation into crap. Every single time. 12 times I stopped counting when we were having beautiful conversations and you came in and inserted yourself and turned it into solid crap. Because that's what you want. Because you have to control the situation because you're weak.
Oh, wow. Okay, how am I controlling the situation? She's in control. You're right. She could kick me out any time.
Almost never. She's in control now. She's not going to kick you out. Nice.
Okay. So how am I in control?
You do it every time. You come in, you insert yourself,
Okay.
you don't listen to what people are saying, you talk over them. Ask them a question, give them about 30 seconds, and then talk over them again. You literally do not listen. I've heard 5 or 6 people come in here and say that they are not Islam, they are not Muslim, and you go straight ahead and accuse them of being Muslims.
I did not accuse them of Muslims. Get
Go
out of
back
here,
and
man.
look at the film, dude. It's there. I'm not going to try to.
I'm not accusing him. If they are Muslim, I would say Muslim. If I'm wrong, I apologize. Did I?
Yes, you did.
No.
I did. Come on. When you're right, Richard, you're right. But this time you're wrong. I do go off. You're right. I agree with you on that. Sometimes I don't listen. I agree with that. But I don't accuse them. I
Thank
don't.
you, Ian.
All the time. What are you talking about? Go back and look at it, dude. I'm not going to try to convince you. It's all right there.
Fine. Maybe it happened only once with Fiji. I thought that he blasphemed the Lord. And then when he explained it, I said, I apologize. I said, I'm sorry. Can I say that?
Yes, you said you
Yes,
misunderstood
Yes,
it.
you did. You did.
Okay.
I admit
All right.
that.
Okay.
But Fiji's a good guy. I mean, we always have good conversations.
Right, but I thought that's what he said.
That's one example of well over a dozen.
Okay.
Where you
how about
conversation and
how about the moment?
Yourself.
How about the moment when I had to open my mouth toward other Muslims where they were saying either they were explaining or talking, and you're right, maybe I did go off or I did attack and whatsoever toward Muslims. What seems to be the problem?
Listen to them. You're ruining work from other people, and I'm not talking about myself. So, if you think that Islam is so horrible and Muslims are their way of life, their choices, the way that they live their life are so horrible, why do you continually ask Jenna to put up prompts that invite them in?
Because I want them.
Why when they do come in, do you not let them speak to the point where they can destroy themselves? You don't. If you attack them, you give Christians a very bad name.
I thought I'm not attacking. I thought we could refute them. Shouldn't we be able to spread the good news, refute them, and talk to them about the Lord as well? What do you think?
I don't really see you doing that. I see occasionally you throw a verse out there, and then sometimes people don't agree with you, and then you attack. That's
okay. Give me an example. Give me an example. I was attacking.
Okay, the woman came in. She explicitly said that she had a very serious language barrier and a disability, and you threw out John 3:16, and she didn't agree, and you jumped right down her throat and said she was toxic and that she wasn't an academic, and you knew her for about a minute and a half, and you put her in a box that was so small and so disruptive and so angry.
Who's that?
I can't imagine that any other person.
Who are you talking about, Richard? I don't even remember
that.
It was a while ago. Some woman that was an academic. She said that she was a scholar.
She was a scholar.
Are you talking about
in
Blue?
Christianity or in Islam?
The only scholar was Blue, and she was saying, she was cursing and saying all kinds of different stuff in Arabic towards him.
Yeah, sure.
That was the only scholar I've ever had in my stream. She was toxic.
It's 30 seconds. I mean, she wasn't speaking Arab when I heard her.
Then you must have came in later on, but she was literally cursing him in Arabic.
Well, she wasn't cursing when I was talking to her. It's the same with, I forget his name, that ended up calling both of you nasty names. It was a completely good conversation until you jumped in.
Official? I don't think it was going to be a good conversation, because I think he would have been like that regardless if we would have disagreed with him.
Yeah, but there was no anger in the conversation.
Yeah, but there would have been. I was just talking to him by myself.
So you're just gonna assume. Just like Let's Go did, came in and just attacked him. Richard,
I literally talked to myself without him in the box, and he attacked me, and I was being nice.
But he didn't attack anybody until after. It was a perfectly good conversation.
He would have still attacked because I disagreed.
Right after Let's Go came in and attacked him, he got ugly and mean. And no excuse for that. I'm not giving him an excuse. I didn't give him any time of day after that. But there was no problems whatsoever until Let's Go jumped in. These are 2 or 3 of many, many examples. I'm afraid for you, Jenna.
Let me ask you this question.
He thinks he's preparing you to refute Islam.
Okay.
And when they come in here, and if he's not around, It's very dangerous.
Okay, let me ask you this.
And
You're
I'll
done
be
talking.
ready for it.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Jen.
sure.
You're done talking. Okay, I have 2 questions for you. One, what is it that you really have? You sound like you really have a problem with me. What is it? Do you have
Yeah, it
something?
does.
Do you have
I
something
just
against?
told you.
No, you don't like me, do you?
I just told you. I don't like when you come into conversations, take over the stream, turn them
Okay.
into crap, and you do it on a regular basis.
Okay, but listen to what I just said. I'm asking you again, as honest as God is our witness. You don't like me, do you?
I just told you what I don't like.
Okay, fine. Next question, which is the last one. Do you think that I am causing more of an issue than helping? In other words, what
Yes.
I'm doing right? Okay, that's what you believe.
Yeah,
Okay, is it always or sometimes?
most of the time. There are times where it's great. Absolutely fantastic.
Okay, well, you know what? Here's the thing. You're entitled to your opinion. I understand I come on sometimes strong. You're right. I agree with you on that point. I don't see myself where I should be the way you are because everybody's different. I understand your point of view. You said that I am somehow trying to condition her, either to teach
I
her
didn't
or.
say condition. Please
Well,
don't
okay,
use
not
the word.
condition. I'll take that back.
No, it's
like,
okay. It's okay.
like into about Islam and somehow taking control of her or her
No.
channel. But if listen, Jenna, listen to me. I'm not upset. He's entitled to his opinion. He could say whatever he says. I have a tough skin, and I'm not here to make everybody like me. And sometimes he's right. I do come on too strong, and I do say things is for whatever reason. But this is how I talk. This is how I handle things. Does it mean that's how I should do it in your channel? Maybe not. Maybe
It's okay.
he's right. Maybe I should open my own channel and let them come into my channel and let them do what. And I come in here. Hold on. And I come here respectfully in your channel without making and to cross over line. He got a point because what I'm doing is I'm controlling your channel, and somehow I'm also showing you what you should do or should not say. He got a good point.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not interrupting. Just real quick, I don't think that you have evil intents, or that you know what I mean. I'm not saying that you're trying to be.
no, I don't have evil intents, but that's how
I don't think
do
that for a
things.
second. I just want you to be sure of that.
No, I know. You're not the only one who told me that. My own family told me the same thing. They said you're coming on too strong. Sometimes you say things.
You have a good
misrepresent yourself, and people, they don't understand you. But anyway, I'm just pissed off, a little angry today because I can see, now I know you don't agree with that, maybe you agree, maybe not. I can see most Christians are lukewarm, and I'm sick and tired telling me how Muslims are nice people. I'm sick and tired. They're
I
nice.
agree with you there.
They're nice, only they're nice for a reason. But the truth of the matter, they're not nice if they have the upper hand. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. That's all.
Yes, you have a
Yeah.
good
All right.
heart.
So let me ask one question.
Sure, ask me.
And then it's all yours, Jenna.
Okay.
Does a judge or a police officer need to know every way that one person is going to commit a crime, or do they just need to know the law structure that they defend? That's the question. My point is that if you want to defend Christianity, we don't need to be filled with Islam. It's not because everything is soft and pretty and nice, but the more time you spend learning the Bible, the more you know how wrong everything else is. I don't understand the point in hammering down on things that are ugly. Sorry, Jenna, please go ahead.
Did you understand his question, Jenna?
Not really.
Then ask him again. Tell him I did not understand it. Repeat it.
Can you repeat
Don't
it,
be
please,
shy.
Richard?
So, like, a judge doesn't know every way that a criminal is going to commit crimes, but he
Yeah.
knows the law that he works with.
Yes.
So if we know our Bible, we don't need to know all the ways that Islam people are going to piss us off. If you know what you know about the Bible, you know that things that aren't the same, that are different, that are wrong. I don't understand spending time in hate.
True.
Yeah.
In a way, you got a point there.
Yes.
And I just did it, so I apologize, because I freaked out. My bad.
I'm also not in a good mood either, I'll be honest with you.
You guys still
Well, I
have
just
beautiful
I
hearts.
just did the same thing that I'm telling you not to do.
We all think it went off on each
And
other.
you guys still have beautiful hearts.
I am so sorry too, but listen, I am just pissed off at these guys, man. They have done what they did, and I just couldn't take it. That's why I went off here.
It's
I'm just-
Defend
okay.
with the Bible.
Hmm?
Defend with the Bible. Sorry, I keep interrupting. Jenna, what do you tell us what you think?
He has a good heart just like you do. I mean,
No, it's not about me, Jenna. It's
I
not about
said
me.
even him. I said you both have good hearts. And we need
Tell
to
us
stand
what-
firm about Christ and don't sugarcoat it. We need to be more like Christ and less like our flesh. We can't sugarcoat things because Jesus didn't go around sugarcoating the word. So his apostles didn't. So neither should we. If people don't like what we have to say, well then we're getting somewhere.
Right. So if you could put just like a few bullet point structure on your stream, what would they be? Like, I want to do this, I want to accomplish that, and this is how I want to get there.
I firmly just want to bring people to Christ. Even Muslims, because they are lost.
I agree. How would you
Nathan,
think in your space? What would be your ideal situation to accomplish that?
preaching the word.
Okay.
Bringing Muslims in here and preaching the word. Hearing what they have to say. Standing firm and just bringing a lot of people, not just Muslims, to Christ. We're in the end times. It's not the time just to be lukewarm or sit around and wait on
Yeah,
Father
it's
and then be like,
25.
oh, now I believe because I got to see you. No, by that time it's too late.
Poor Nathan. So the end times thing is funny because the lukewarm, the Laodicean church, if you lay out the 7 churches over the church age, the Laodicean church is the one that we're in right now.
Yeah. Nathan,
And I
be
agree
strong.
that Christianity is lukewarm.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm just doing my work.
Don't
you know,
apologize. You are busy.
Yeah, they got me today, but no, anyway, I don't want to talk about myself, but let's see. Nathan, oh my God, Nathan. I just started to be in good mood. Ren, who's Ren? Is he Christian?
Yeah, he's a
15,
brother in Christ. He actually lives in New York,
Oh,
near the ocean.
well, and Nathan, I'm sorry, Nathan.
He
Yes, it was
he
not
keeps
great.
coming in every single day, saying how bad his days are.
I
I don't know
I
what
thought
else to do for him. Like, I did all I can.
I honestly thought I have a bad day. Never too late. Jesus saved Dimas? Who's that? He never even
Who's
had time
Dimas?
to be baptized. Oh, I don't know who he is. Is that the guy? Who's Dimas?
I don't know.
Is that a misword that you didn't mean?
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
It's the word name, it's not capitalized. Say maybe
Next to Jesus.
all of them.
Oh, next to Jesus on the cross. That was his name?
The Bible didn't even say his name.
Yeah.
The Bible
It
never
says-
once mentioned it. They
says-
just said
it says
thief
a
on the
thief.
cross.
A thief on the cross. That's it.
Yeah, they never once mentioned their names.
You know what, Jenna? You have a good memory now. See? You're right.
What was it? I couldn't read.
Please remember me when you
Demas.
enter your kingdom. And Jesus says, truly I tell you, you will be with me in paradise.
Nathan, be nice, man. I've read the Old and New Testament. It's not in the Bible. See? I'm moving. Oh my God.
Make sure you pack good.
Nathan, find a church.
I keep telling him
I tried-
that. I keep telling him, find a
I tried
church,
to talk
pray.
to him. He
I
wouldn't
told him
show
to
up.
go get counseling. Like, I'm trying my best to help him with love and compassion, but we can do so much. I've read the Old and New Testament. Yeah, their names aren't mentioned. We're trying to be on your side, Nathan, but it doesn't matter about us being on your side. You need Jesus. You need to get into prayer. You need to be with the Father. All we can do is encourage you.
I'll be honest with you. I don't want to say it like that. I think he has really bigger problem than we know.
Yeah,
Hate to say that.
I agree.
I can tell you from experience, from what I've heard, it sounds like depression.
Yeah.
John G
probably
even
does.
Sounds
says
like
he needs
serious
help.
depression.
Yeah, it's not like me. Like I'm angry today for an hour or 2 hours. I think he has bigger problem than we.
He's like this every day when I
Clinical
go
depression.
streaming.
Chemical imbalance.
You don't know what I'm.
What does that mean, Nathan? That seems...
Anyway, I want to put that on the top.
Thank you guys on my YouTube for all the love.
The Gospel of Luke mentioned him. What chapter? So we can look it up. Joshua.
Thank
What
you.
was the name?
Thank
I
you
go back
for...
Demas. D-I-M-A-S. Demas.
Thank you so much for the subscription.
Oh.
Describe.
I was trying to squint it out, and then too many people wrote, so I couldn't see it.
The six...
Joshua, can you put the verse with how you found that the name of the thief on the cross when Jesus was crucified? How do you come up with that name? If you don't have a verse or something to back it up, how do you know?
There's...
The man crucified next to Jesus, traditionally called D-I-S-M-A-S, is known as the penitent theft. D-I-S-M-A-S.
So he has a name.
Well, this is news to us.
And I never knew his name.
Or-
I'll be honest with you guys.
Or Gustus.
He's the thief?
Or Gustus.
Yes. He was a thief, yup.
Yeah, because there's one person's a thief, and then one person's
You got
not.
you got
No,
one
they both thieves.
you
They
got
both were thieves.
yes. One was Gustus and the other was Dimas.
I don't have the slightest idea.
Oh. Actually, let me do this.
No, I left it.
The 631 subscribers, God bless you guys for growing this channel, and I pray that God will keep using it in His glory to grow it.
Just say it's never too late for anyone. Yeah, I agree. But I never knew his name till now. Demas, whatever you say his name.
It's a name that we don't use nowadays. Happy 4th.
Did you do anything on 4th of July?
When?
I didn't do anything, John. Did you?
I streamed the Trump speech fireworks. Trump really knows how to do good speech.
I didn't do anything either.
Oh my goodness, 10 likes. God bless you guys. And guys, whenever you are on my channel, please be respectful.
I love the story of Zacchaeus on how he was saved. You know this. Yeah. Is it Zacchaeus, the short guy?
Who's
And
this
he had to climb
Zacchaeus?
on the top of the tree. Is that him? Yes.
What
Yeah, okay,
chapter
I
is
remember
he
him.
on? Is he in Luke?
I think Zacchaeus at the native on the church. I think he needs more than a church.
I think he needs counseling or medication.
Yeah.
He truly needs
honestly.
Jesus.
No, listen, guys. Jokes aside, I have a feeling he could be having depression.
Yeah.
It's clinical depression. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. At church.
One of the first signs of it being serious is everybody's against you, and that's what he says all the time.
Yeah, especially keeps saying
There's
his
that.
family against him. I
But
don't
if he's
understand
not-
that part.
If he's not going to a doctor already, a church will direct him there, and at least listen. Hopefully.
Some of your guys' comments aren't appearing.
Well, are you talking on YouTube?
Yeah. Some of the comments aren't appearing.
Let's see what they're saying.
Do, do, do. How are you doing?
Is that 911, Nathan?
It's 988 probably in his area.
No. Is that like the same thing as 911?
Probably.
That's
not-
good, Nathan.
How is your coffee? Is it good?
What's good?
Is your coffee good?
Oh yeah. What's W stand for? When someone type in W, what does that mean? Win?
I don't know. His comment didn't even appear on Restream. He's probably
No, it's just W.
he's probably the one I blocked.
Ow. It says W, that's all. Oh, that's power. No, I see it.
Oh, yeah, that was somebody else then that I had to block.
Oh. Huh.
You ain't going to be inappropriate. This is a word of God. This channel is about God, not of your flesh.
Yeah, if it's
So you're going to be inappropriate because I can't see before I accept. If you're going to be that inappropriate,
I mean,
I'm just gonna
even
ban
if
you.
someone wants to say something stupid, they could have just said, hey, you're looking hot and pretty. You know what I mean?
yeah, but
You don't have to say the bad word. You get it?
well, they requested the box and I could see before I accept. Men will be men.
Yeah, but come on. They should know better. You know you can't say that.
It's not that he said it, he showed that. The channel is of God. So let's keep it that way.
Joshua said, Jesus said it's easier for a camel to come through the
Water.
eye of the needle than it's for a rich man to get to heaven. That is true. I read that. That's one of my also favorite verses.
And you
when
only
Jesus
need
said
a faith as a mustard seed. You know how small a mustard seed is? Yeah, they're very tiny. They're very tiny. I love that verse.
Did you know that there was a guy who challenged this verse, the mustard seed, and he said he was Christian, and then he left Christianity because of this verse. I said, you know why? He looked around and he found out there is another seed that is smaller than the mustard seed. So he said, how could it be? That means Jesus didn't know better. Can we talk about that for a second?
Absolutely.
Why did Jesus say that he said what he said, which is only if you have if your faith as a mustard seed. In other words,
Well, first of all, at where he
Yeah.
was, where he lived, the mustard seed would have been the one he would have known about, not this other one that guy found.
perfect
I have
answer.
heard the story.
That is true. Perfect answer what he said. That is correct. Jesus he just answered them. There is, if you have your faith as small as a mustard seed, he had to use what they used at that time, which is that type of seed that they used to plant. That was the smallest seed in that moment, in that
Yeah.
time. So he could be, he's not going to use something that they haven't seen or heard, and it would make no sense.
Exactly. Billy Graham's
I
is
think
good,
the
Joshua.
bigger point is, go ahead.
Oh, I said Joshua. Billy Graham's is good. I listen to him too. He helps me.
Yeah, me too. But Joshua, did you understand why Jesus used the mustard seed?
Because if something is so small, but yet you have that little faith, it's big enough to move
Yeah.
mountains.
Yeah,
I
but
think
you understand.
the bigger idea is that,
Right.
like, who cares if there's another seed smaller? The point is, if you have if you have that amount of faith, that's all you need.
Amen.
The minor little details are just for people that want to argue against. I'm sure in 10 years we'll find another plant that's got a smaller seed, and we could argue about that one, but
True, it could be. I mean, I'm not saying true, it could be, because we don't know.
Yeah.
It could be.
yeah. There's just no point in arguing. If you have the faith of a mustard seed, you're in good shape. Move on.
Yeah. But there's other things. That's actually pretty interesting. But you know, I was listening to this guy when he was saying it. Oh well, then how did Jesus get it wrong? And I'm like, no, he didn't get it wrong. He used what they used in that time, and that makes sense.
Yeah. What happened?
Let's go. Is everything okay?
Let's go. Got up and moved. He just disappears. Probably hit the wrong button or something.
Let's go.
Yeah, right. He didn't say anything.
Okay.
I'm back. So do you guys finished Luke 6?
Yeah, we did. We had a few people in the box, a woman and a guy chosen and Rhea.
Oh, that's nice. What's the next chapter after Luke 6?
7.
Oh, we're still in Luke, you mean?
All the way up to 24. Chapter
Oh, okay.
24.
Let me ask you this now: have you, or no, because of the holiday, has anyone worked on your complex?
I won't know until tomorrow.
Any progress? Because actually, I was a little happy that they're doing something.
Not till tomorrow when I can talk to them. That's when they come back.
Yeah, but did you see? Is the window still open? Did you see anything has changed in the walls, or it's
Nope.
still the same?
It's still the same. It's drying. They're
Thank
gonna
God.
put
Did you
new
see?
insulation. They're gonna put a new wall and paint it.
What about other people? Apartment? Have you seen him knock down walls or nothing?
No.
Or you did not go inside? I should have said.
I don't
How
go
about in the
inside.
hallway? Wasn't the hallway also infected or no?
No. It's just
So who
apartments.
got it the worst? You?
Most likely me, yes. Since I'm actually close to the pipes.
So
Because the pipe literally
where-
goes into my apartment open.
So where is the root cause of the problem? Is it in your apartment?
Yes. I'm
I
in the
could swear you
basement.
told us one time it wasn't you. It was someone else. It was leaking from top to bottom, so it must be on top, you said. Didn't you say that one time?
It probably is. This place is so old.
Is that wall that they tore
I'm
apart
just happy-
interior or exterior?
I'm just happy that they're fixing it.
Did you hear what he just said?
What?
Is that wall, Matt? Does the wall that they tore down, does that butt up against your neighbor's wall,
No.
or towards a wall in your apartment
It's just outside.
outside? Okay.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't think it's just old. It means that's it. I think it's got nothing to do with being old. I think somehow there was a leak slowly and got bigger and bigger. and that's how usually the mold happens. It's not got nothing to do with the age of the building, because I've
Yes,
seen some
Joshua.
buildings older than yours, and they're in great shape. I'll be honest with you.
Because they kept up with the maintenance. These people did not.
Yeah.
Yes, The
Well, the
Chosen's a
bomb.
good one.
Chosen. Oh yeah.
I want to honestly finish it, but he actually quit being Jesus on that show. He quit.
What do you mean?
He's no longer going to be Jesus. Something happened. He didn't like it.
Is that a series
Yeah.
or a movie?
It's a series.
Yeah.
Ah, why he quit? Do you know?
Prime. Amazon.
Why did he quit? Does anyone know?
I can't remember, but he doesn't want to be part of it anymore.
Yeah.
He takes
I don't think they
he takes the Bible
necessarily talked
seriously.
about it, if you can tell.
Something happened.
Yeah, he wasn't happy with that.
He takes the Bible serious, you know, he loves Christ and
I think what he talked about, and I don't think this is why he left, but he was getting a lot of negative attention as well.
Oh yeah, the
On the
resurrection.
outside. I don't think that had to do with him quitting, but I don't know, it wasn't seeming right to him to be rolled.
He must have,
the new
he must
Passion
have
of the
fun-
Christ is coming out next year, in May or March. I can't wait to see it. I feel
I
like
heard next year.
I
Next-
feel like Gil Gibson's gonna have it in Aramaic again. Even though he has American,
By May.
even though he has Americans that don't speak that, he should subtitle it or put it over their words in English. But I guess he wants to keep it as the original, which
Yeah, then how are we supposed to understand?
exactly.
They probably have translation. Oh, John, you live on the. What do you mean you live in an apartment? Do you have any leakage?
I'm not a big fan of apartments.
You smile. Hey,
Thank
Ren,
you.
if you truly like Jenna, the only way I can tell you, from what I know her, she dated two guys and they went, no good. If you really like this woman, you could say all the nice things about her. That's a nice compliment.
Yeah,
But your only option is, instead of you talking, you need to show up with a flower, take her out to a freaking dinner, see how it goes. Otherwise, you can just talk as much as you can. It's not gonna do any good.
I love
That's
my
all I have
hubby.
to tell you. No, I just told him the truth, so you don't have to be chasing after the wind.
I know, but I still love my
If you
hubby.
like someone,
She's in a very serious, committed relationship with a teddy bear.
I love my hubby. Nobody takes his place.
He doesn't talk back. Look at him. He's got guard. He's working on it.
He's what?
Yeah, he actually,
He's got guard. He's got his hands crossed. He's checking you out. He's making sure nobody's treating you
he
bad.
has to look twice.
I love you,
He doesn't
hubby.
talk back.
I love you, hubby.
You didn't say that to the teddy bear, did you?
I love you so much, hubby.
Oh my God, you're losing it, Jen. I'm sorry, you're losing it. You need coffee, you need tea, you need something.
I could make some tea, actually. I typically drink tea this time, anyways. Is that a croissant?
Mm-hmm. But Richard wasn't here when you were in love with that guy, the second guy. What's his name? Alpha?
Yeah.
Man, he was really nice and sweet, and
He fooled everybody, not just me.
he didn't fool me. He fooled you, woman. He didn't fool me.
He
What do you
fooled
mean? Don't talk about
everybody.
me,
They
woman.
befriended him. They befriended him. He
He
fooled them
stole your
too.
heart. He didn't steal my heart. He was a guy. I'm not into guys.
I'm talking about the other guys that actually were friends with them.
What other
fooled-
friends?
Everybody else, Ross and everybody else that we would play games, he fooled them too because even they said that. Like, he fooled us too. Because we actually thought he was a good guy, and then he up and did this, not just to you, but mainly to you, but to us.
Honestly, he did sound a nice guy. The only thing that he was bad, I have to say, he lied at the end. He said that he's coming back, and he never came back. That's the only thing that I know. From the way, like, I'm talking to you, and I see Richard, and I see others, I didn't see anything wrong about him. The only thing I told you is slow down. That's it.
It's best to stay within your faith, John. Don't go outside of your faith because there will be conflict. Do not be unequally yoked.
And I see my competition. What do you mean you see competition? What type of competition?
He's probably talking about the bear.
Oh.
Sorry, Rena, love my hubby.
Ren, Jenna, I'm gonna tell you this. I know sometimes I sound like I'm pushing you what you should do, what you should say. But as an advice, if the guy makes the effort to come down, whatever the amount, 8 hours, 10 hours, 6 hours, to take you for a cup of coffee, go see how easy. But don't take him back to your apartment. That's all I have to say. That's it. Because that's what happened with all these freaking guys. They all sound nice, lovey-dovey. They like the way you talk, the way you look. And then what happens, they show up, they're different people.
Yeah, John.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying about Ren, it's the same. Maybe he will be the same. I don't know. I don't know him. I don't know who he is. Again, apartments are more reasonable to live than paying mortgages rate and down payment. Yeah, how much you paying in your apartment, John? And where do you live? 700? Okay, where do you live? That's not bad, 700. Why so cheap, dude?
That is cheap.
Yeah.
That's what I pay, but I'm 1/3.
No, not in Jersey. You need at least freaking $2,000. Wait, do you pay electricity? Do you pay for water? Do you pay for what else you pay? What else? You say I don't know. What do you mean you
pay
don't
for
know?
water in the apartment. Sometimes.
Oh my God, Ran, you're looking for the wrong girl. I would like to do that and get a hotel, and I love creating memories. OMG. Well, that's not how, you're not looking for a girlfriend, you're looking for a one night stand, dude. That's what it sounds
How
like.
do you know that he's not saying he would get a hotel by her house and stay in the hotel rather than go to her house?
I thought that's what he meant. Read it.
Not the way I read it.
I read it, I'm sorry, that's what I read it. See what I mean?
No, yeah, I totally get it. Same sentence, two different opinions.
Yeah, I thought that's exactly what he meant. It's subsidized income. Oh, okay.
How's your
I can see
croissant?
that. Say this one.
Ran paying $3,000 a month. Is it a house or apartment? I bet you he's paying an apartment. How much would it bet? I drive 8 hours there where I sleep then.
That could be read either way. $3,000, that's not bad for New York, although I know he's outside the city.
Yeah, it is.
New York is expensive.
He's not in New York City. He could not be paying $3,000 in New York City.
No,
he will pay a lot more.
Wait, you done with the croissant?
Yeah, I have another one left.
Can I have the rest?
I'm sorry. Nope. I'm going to say no to you. Nope.
Oh, I want it though.
Well, I want to be mean. I started being mean. Okay, fine. I'm going to be a little nice here.
Oh, you're not mean.
Here. Yeah,
That
I'm
is
doing
not
like
the
you down here.
croissant. That's your hand.
Exactly.
I mean, I'll take your hand. I want the croissant.
Oh, they're good actually. I drive 8 hours there where I sleep. Yeah, look at that
8 hours is
stuff.
too long.
8 hours is gonna kill you, buddy. By the time you get to her, you're dead. Then you're gonna sleep another 8 hours, and you wake up. What the heck is this woman? She's gone. Her teddy bear will take her for a walk or something.
I love my hubby.
Oh, that would be funny. That would be hilarious. Oh, I was waiting on you. You didn't show up, so I left. What?
Nobody comes before hubby. Hi. How do you even say your name? In Cure? Wait, do you live overseas? That's not an American name.
What is it?
That looks like an
And cool.
overseas name. That's not an
Yeah.
American name.
I would still make the most of it. Okay, let me ask you this, Ren. First of all, before my mind starts to wander off what you're saying or what you're thinking, are you a Christian or not? Be honest, man. I mean, jokes aside. Okay, now, I want to put you on the spot. So let's just say you met Jenna or you met another Christian girl. Are you gonna jump in bed with her? I know it's a tough one to do it. That's a tough one, Ren. I get it. Come on, be honest. At least if you're honest, to me, I don't care, man. That's your business. I'm just saying is, how strong are you in this area? No? Okay. What if, let's say, you went to the hotel, you were watching a movie together with her, and then you start kissing, and then she took her clothes off and all that stuff. Are you still gonna be strong? I am looking for my wife. Okay, got it. But you did not answer the question. Let's just say you went to the hotel and you turned on you have a movie. I'm no longer in that phase. So okay, so let's just back up again. So let's just say hypothetically, you're watching a movie together with a pretty woman. You have a popcorn and you turn around and wait a minute. Speaking before I say that, are Christians allowed to kiss if they're not married or no? Does anyone know? I don't even know that part. I know they're not supposed to have sex, but I don't know about the kissing. Wife and family is important to me and creating stability. I get it. Does anyone know if Christians are allowed to kiss?
I don't see why not.
Honestly, I don't know, Jenna. But you know what happens if you kiss? You get warmed up.
Yes.
Wait, and continue to grow my clinic. But what? I was just. What clinic do you have?
I think he's a doctor.
Doesn't say, but temptation does. Okay, all right. Stability is important. Okay, so kissing, I guess. All right, now let's just say you kissed Jenna, and she kissed you back, and you got in the heat of the moment, and now it's just either do it or you don't. How strong are you? Are you able to say no? That's what I mean by that. See, for me, I think I've gotten a lot better, but I'm not taking that chance. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not taking that chance. I'll be honest. I'm losing my mind right now because of yesterday. What happened yesterday? Yes, it's supposed to be nice. 4th of July, Nathan.
Who knows?
What happened to 988, Nathan? What's 988?
I think that's their
It's any
911.
dialed it.
Huh?
I don't know if that's equivalent to 911.
Oh, it should be
But
911.
3 times I opened my stream and I said, "Come talk to me," and he didn't show up. I don't know what else can be done.
People in Indiana. Well, you think people only in Indiana treat you that way?
You're not the
Probably
only
wouldn't be.
ones that are going through tough times, Nathan, but you don't see us constantly talking about it. We're going
Yeah,
through our own
definitely.
battles daily.
You know, Jenna, I'll be honest with you, Jenna. I'm gonna tell you something, guys, and you, Richard, which I said again. I think Nathan is having issues, really issues, not like you and me. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's clinical depression. It's the lack of vitamin D, the lack of serotonin, norepinephrine.
Oh
It's
God.
imbalance
Then
in
he
your
needs a doctor.
brain. It's an imbalance in your brain.
Yeah, exactly.
A chemical imbalance in your brain. You need medical help. That's the only way it's going to help.
Yeah, we can help you, man. I'm sorry.
And coming in
Get
here constantly
sunshine
telling
tomorrow,
us.
Nathan.
Yeah.
Vitamin D. I actually take
Put
it.
your headphones on and listen to the Word of God. Go for a bike ride, a walk to the park, even to the church.
Now it's too late.
I would say a
Now,
zoo, but you need to be careful with
Jenna
zoos.
just said it. The 3 things you can do without seeing a doctor is be in the sun, vitamin D, something that your brain doesn't produce as it should.
Wow.
Get your
Well, that-
heart rate up. Make sure that you walk vigorously, ride a bike, do something like that every single day. And go to a church. Jenna just said it. 1, 2, 3.
Vitamin D will help me.
Yeah.
Imagine that's all he needs. That'll be amazing.
I would say go
it's a
hug
very
the
small
sun.
part, but it helps.
I would
Yeah.
say go hug the sun, but that's highly impossible.
He said that's one of the possibilities.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's just one of many things.
Oh, one of
Clinical
many.
depression is because the brain doesn't produce the chemicals in the levels that they're supposed to. They are vitamin D, norepinephrine,
Maybe that.
serotonin, and dopamine.
Yep.
All 4 are not produced in the right amount. I don't even agree in the drugs that they give you for that, but vitamin D is something you can get from the sun. The other thing can be produced better if you get exercise.
Oh, really?
And
Ray?
diet.
That's a whole
Red.
nother step.
Ren, you put in the wagon before the horse, man.
You're gonna meet
You're
your
talking-
mommy?
Yeah. You're talking about at least you know the girl, you've been there with her. You're talking about a long way, my friend. And don't rush into things like that, man. All you're seeing is the outside appearance right now. That's all you know. I mean, I know this lady. You and I recommended her to some guy, and I was wrong. But the second guy I told her, I said, I'm a little suspicious about him. So I was wrong on the first one, right on the second one. So I have to say, that's
I
it.
learned my lesson and I'm sticking with
Yeah,
it.
yeah. So hey, listen, that's how you learn, girl.
I'm
That's why I
happy.
keep telling-
I'm happy that God gave me that wake up call because I literally needed it.
Yeah, but you know what, John? Listen to me. Don't give up. Don't give up just because someone screwed it up. Just someone's messing up. We all do stupid things. You make mistakes, so is everyone else. Don't put yourself in a box. Say, oh, you know what? 2 failed dates. It means that's the end of me. No, don't say that. There's
It's
always
probably a 1,000,000 to 1
Exactly.
ratio, but there is one.
Exactly.
Yeah, my hubby.
Exactly.
Maybe 1,000,000,000 to 1, because there are 7 billion people.
Exactly. I wouldn't go to her place if I do not think she's someone I am thinking. So yeah. You know how many girls I did go to some streamers here, but some of them I don't like the way they dress. Some of them, like how you call what is that thing it's called? Like to get you into the box. You know what I mean by that? What's that word? No, there's a word for it. It's called
What?
a catch.
Catfish?
No, you know how sometimes a girl puts a picture so you could click on her and you go there?
Yeah, it's catfish. It looks nothing
That's
like
what
her.
clickbait, that's the word. Clickbait, that's the word.
Clickbait, catfish, same thing.
Yeah. And I clicked on some of them. I'm like, first of all, I found out that's not the same one. Number 2, some of them, God forgive me for saying this thing, like old. And they are behaving like stupidity. You know what I mean by that? Like, I mean, grow up, woman. What are you doing that for? Like,
Yep.
What do you mean they put a picture that's like not them or something that's...
I don't go to
or maybe
anybody
when you were
else's
younger and
Yeah,
very
yeah,
short
yeah.
and big and showing like big boobs and all that stuff. And
I'm glad they do, because then you just swipe, get right to the neck.
I don't go to any other strands. I just do mine.
yeah, it just
It's not the
Too
more-
much
okay,
toxic.
the younger I can understand, but some of them are old and they're doing this. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I'm talking about old. You know what I mean by that? Like,
Yeah.
like why you do this? You look silly, girl. You look silly, woman, I should say.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
They definitely make fools out of themselves.
Yes, yes.
No doubt about it.
I do pray
I know-
everybody had a good
I am not
independence.
attracted to women at all like that, man. It's a turn off, I'll be honest with you.
That's what I was saying. Like, I'm glad that they put up those stupid pictures, because then you
Yeah.
don't even have to bother. Just swipe right past.
Yeah. You know there
I
was
don't
a
really,
guy.
I don't really go on this site anyway for anybody else. I just recently started streaming, and that's already a nightmare.
It is, and I'm already losing it too.
Me too.
Family and wife is important. You know, where do you live, Ren? I know where you live. You live in,
New York.
no, on the Jersey side. There's a lot of girls in your area, buddy. You know what you can do? You live in New York, or you live across the river? There's a lot of girls there, man. But most of them, I have bad news for you. They're stuck up.
He's in New
They
York.
are stuck up. They walk with their freaking
Butts in the
heads.
air.
They're better than you. They won't even look at you. I've seen it because I went a couple times to New York. The attitude, holy crap, man. Anyway, call on
Does
one.
anybody know, is 988 the same, is an equivalent to 911?
Where does he
No.
live? Type in where he lives and see.
No, but 911 is for emergency, man.
That's probably just for
That's the-
United States. He lives, I'm pretty sure, outside of the United States, so it's probably different.
No, he lives in the U.S.
Then
Yeah,
dial
he was just saying
911.
Indiana.
I am. How are you doing?
He just said something about the U.S.
What is a white and red flag?
No, we're talking about
Puerto
Nathan.
Rico?
Okay, Ren. Then there's a lot of women in New York, man.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm at that age. I don't look for a woman, man. I don't care. I don't need a woman.
And I got my hubby.
I've been there. The women, they're great, and they're nothing but trouble for me, man. They got me into a lot of trouble. Not because of them, because of me. I learned my lesson, so that's it. I'm leaving them alone.
And I'm sticking
Yeah,
with my hubby.
I don't have no friends or nothing. Oh, gee. Yes, I am here. What's your point? What do you mean? And your subtle comments. What? Ran, speak English, man.
Subtle?
But I do pray you
Yes.
find her, Reen, in God's goodwill. I'm sticking with my hubby.
Oh, you know, Jennifer, I remember something. Remember that guy who used to work in a shop, right? The store, and he used to play Xbox. You don't see him anymore?
No?
Brian, I think, he used to be with Alpha. He used to talk with Alpha all the time.
Justin?
That's his name? He used to play Xbox all the time.
Justin Brown? He came back in here a few times.
He's young. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, you're probably talking about Justin.
Oh, how's he doing? I haven't seen that guy. Wow.
He was in my stream a couple of times. He seems like he said he was okay. He's just been very,
And
very
he-
busy.
And he said he went back to his girlfriend, remember?
I don't think he did.
No, you remember? He said I broke up with my girlfriend. Then 2 weeks later, he said, I went back to her, and that's why I haven't been here much on this site because he went back to his girlfriend.
I don't know.
Is that
That's a
no?
different
But I'm
one.
saying is that the same guy who came back?
No.
Then we're not talking about the same guy. I'm talking about the guy who used to play with Alpha.
I can't remember everybody.
All right.
Of course I will. God has led me and protect me and was...
Jenna
What's-
used to be crazy about one thing. She used to love truckers. Do you still love truckers?
No, I do not. I love my
Did you-
hubby.
She used to love truckers. I don't know why.
I do not.
Can I ask something? What was it that you had why you had your interest in truckers? What
I
was it?
didn't have an interest. It's just who I
Oh,
went out with.
gee. I'm just trying to talk about something.
It's just who I went out with. Never again.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Stick with my hubby.
What about the first guy that you went out with? Do you still talk to him?
He doesn't drive,
No.
does he?
Oh,
No.
does he drive?
Yeah.
Who?
I haven't seen him leave the house. I don't know how he could drive.
Oh, hubby?
Yeah.
Yeah, he drives.
Not hubby. He's talking about your.
No, I'm talking about hubby.
Oh.
Hubby drives to
I
the
get-
kitchen to get his coffee and back, unless I get it for him.
He never moves, that guy. I feel bad for him.
Yes, he does. He sleeps with
Are
me.
Are you sure you didn't tie up his hands? You
He's-
pretend that he's gone like this?
He sleeps with me. He lays right here. Well, at least I lay there. That's how I lay.
How old is that bear again?
He's old.
No, I mean, is he like 10 years old?
Yeah, my baby's getting old.
Didn't you tell me that he had, excuse my language,
Put some
he had
pants on at least.
Yes, he has a hole in his butt because the stuffing's
Yeah.
coming out. I have to buy
We all
more
have holes in
stuffing.
our-
we all have holes in our butt.
But I need to order more stuffing, and it's not easy because I gotta get an
Still
actual
kinda
sewing
stinky
kit.
After a while, it-
Most of his stuffing is in his belly, so that's why he looks like he has a big belly.
All right, let me ask you a serious question. This is not a joke. Have you checked him for mold?
Oh, he's good. He's never been near it.
Okay.
I'm very.
Good.
I
Keep
keep
away from
I
that.
keep all my other stuffed animals in a dark, cold place, but he is always out. I don't put him in a dark place.
All your other whoa.
Hey, Rhea.
Rabbit hole.
You all okay?
All your other stuff. Come on, inventory. What do you
we're
mean?
all
All
okay?
your other stuff.
Yeah, all my other stuffed animals are stuffed in the closet. They don't get freedom. He does.
Okay. So inventory. What do we got here? We got giraffes, cows. What
A
else?
panda
You got?
bear,
got?
tigers.
You just got here. Stop
She
right
actually
back.
did Bible study with us.
Oh, she did?
Yeah. She was doing laundry at the time, though.
She must be new.
Yeah.
Where's she from?
I don't think she said.
Yeah. I don't want to say it unless she wants to.
So what?
She came
I mean,
into my stream and I
that's
said,
what you
"Come,
say.
come into the Bible study."
Independence, U.S. I'm pretty sure
I
that's
clicked
probably
on her.
Washington.
Independence. What the heck? Where the heck is independence?
Probably Washington.
Oh, look what she said. Just here to fellowship with believers and talk about Jesus. She likes the KJV. Jenna, you like the NIV Bible. Oh, she likes the KJV Bible only.
James
I
Version.
rarely respond to DMs. There's more to life than social media. Go outside. That's true. That one I agree with her. But how come people like, for instance, some people they're stuck only to KJV? Like, I don't mind.
That's adulterated.
Is that why?
It comes down a straight line from 1611.
Ross! Hi, Rossi.
What happened to Ross?
How are my babies doing? Thank you. Are you from overseas? Are you? Yeah, you are. I didn't even see what that said.
Oh,
Out
Ross.
looks good.
Thank you, Ross. God bless you. Russ. Hi.
What up, Rob?
What's going on, Ross? What are you munching on?
Say
I know
hi to
you gotta come
hubby.
here. You're munching on something.
Apple.
What is it? Oh, I wish I have an apple.
I got grapes.
I wish I have grapes. Oh, I just had what did I have? Croissant.
Yeah, croissant.
I need to leave.
Well, I got
Indiana
peaches
for the-
today too from I got peaches from a local grower. So
Oh, that's
Oh,
cool.
nice.
letting them get nice and cool.
Yeah. Nothing like a good peach.
Good night, Reen. Don't let the bed
Good
bugs
night.
bite.
Go to bed now. It's only 8:40.
He needs his beauty sleep.
Wow, I don't go to sleep till late. But anyway, I have to get up early tomorrow. I got another job.
Please be safe.
I'm gonna go jump in front of the traffic.
Put bubble wrap
That's
on.
not being safe.
Put bubble wrap
exactly.
on.
That's the whole point.
If you're gonna do it, at least make it a truck. You know, you don't
Exactly.
want to.
Don't give him ideas.
Take it out.
No.
That reminds me of that frisbee dodgeball.
Oh, your audio's cutting out.
You can dodge traffic, you can dodge the ball.
Yeah. I remember
All
a
mine
friend of
is.
mine years
A
ago
ball's
was joking
smaller.
about that. He's like, I'm gonna go jump in front of the train. I said, or no, he was talking about killing himself. I'm like, there's a train right there. And he's like, no, I did the math. It's too slow. If it hits me, I'm just gonna get hurt. I'm like, oh, come on, man. Dive under.
That's a good one, actually. Oh, that's too slow. In other words, either.
It's a joke. I hope you all know we were kidding.
Yeah, Nathan, don't do that. Go to a different state. I don't know if it's gonna help you.
No matter where you go, Nathan, you're gonna have problems. Just be faithful in the Lord.
Whose audio is cutting out, Jenna?
Oh, it was yours, but not anymore.
Oh, okay.
How's the animals?
How are the animals?
We got the cattle through the last round of heat. I think that everything else has been okay.
Well, that's good to hear.
I think everyone got
Nathan,
hotter
be
than crap.
nice.
Did you get
Go to
stormed?
sleep.
Seems like everybody got hammered.
We got like these little ones on Friday and yesterday. Just these little ones would pop up and it just rained for like 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden, you know, the sun was back out, cooled it off, but then by afternoon on Friday, that one came through. Felt great after that, but then by late afternoon, it was just hot and muggy again.
Thank you guys so much for the 12th like. Thank you.
Hot and muggy.
He's gonna make it 13.
Hey.
God bless.
Don't understand poop,
Yeah, it's Nathan.
Nathan?
Yeah.
Is there any way you can help this guy out? I don't know how.
I did all I can.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know
It's
either,
just a
guys.
roller
We need to hear the
coaster.
whole story, actually.
We told him what he
Well,
needs
just
to
jump
do.
in the box, Nathan, and tell us about it.
No.
We get 5 people. I'll jump out if that's what it takes.
I'll jump out too. I don't have anything to say.
What?
I'm trying to challenge him because I tried before to get him to come to my stream to talk
Why
about
not go to Richard's stream, Nathan, so you can talk to him one-on-one?
it. Complaining ain't gonna do nothing about it.
No.
How do you know we don't understand?
I see. How are you doing?
Oh, wow.
Hmm?
Sugar Daddy got more sugar after I dumped him.
Wait, what?
Are you watching something else? Because I didn't see that name pop up.
Yeah, I don't see nothing about no sugar daddy. My ears perk up when I hear sugar.
Oh, it's a YouTube video.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
It's probably something funny.
No, nothing funny. It has a lot of glare. You can't see it.
It's tough to do that.
Well, you gotta
Yeah.
get close. Yeah.
Try it like right up to it. Yeah, it still don't work. That's even worse. Don't listen to me. That's a really bad idea.
Wait a minute, is that Amber
I'm
Heard?
too bored to be a Lego Daddy.
Was that Amber Heard?
No.
Pretty sure she said that.
Hold on. Wow. 1.8 million. Ex-wife sues husband after he wins lottery. Yeah, let me share it with you. Then you could play it. Go ahead, play it. We could hear it on your end. Hold on. Tell me when you start. Go ahead, play it.
Okay. Let me go to Daniel.
Money, money, money.
Hungry Root makes sticking to my anti-inflammatory diet.
Did you
so
share it?
I just started an anti-inflammatory diet, and
I
at
did.
first I was nervous. I wouldn't have a ton of options, but Hungry Root made it so easy. Everything's delicious,
play-
fresh,
are you
and
playing
actually
it?
makes me feel good after I eat. It's so nice knowing I don't have to spend hours cooking or meal.
Yeah, I found it. I
used
just need to go to my
overcook
history
everything,
now.
but now I can just grab what's in my fridge and know it fits my diet and tastes great. I'm only a
Let me
few
go
days
to
in,
my
but I'm
history.
already having more energy, but
There we go.
Go ahead, play it.
It's a big time drama. 3 Southern judges bring order to the chaos. This is Southern justice.
Good morning, everyone. You may be seated.
You hear it, guys?
Okay.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
hearing case number 0101, Taylor versus Taylor. Come to the podium, please. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Okay. So I see here, Miss Taylor, you are seeking half of a lottery winning in the amount of $20 million. Is that correct? Yes, correct. Okay. Explain to me why you are entitled to half of winnings.
So I'm seeking this money because I strongly believe that sale goes under marital property.
Thank you, Richard.
Since he got this ticket using our shared account.
Thank you.
And then that
God
he got
bless
it
you.
before our divorce papers were finalized. And I supported this man for 7 years,
Thank you, Richard.
following him everywhere he goes so he can chase his dreams. And I give up on my career and my life to support him. So I think, again, I'm here to seek a fair distribution. I'm not here for greediness.
You said he first sticker prior to. And when was your divorce finalized?
We're in October 7 on 9 a.m. at 9 a.m. I believe.
Okay. Good. All right. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, one thing is true. We were divorced on October 7th. That is the one true thing that she has communicated to you. The full truth is that we got divorced that morning. And then, as you can see from the receipt, later that day, after I had lunch with my attorney, I left his office from the finalized divorce, and I stopped on my way home to pick up some beer. I bought a 6-pack. I was going to go home, watch the game, just kind of relax a little bit. And on a whim, as I was paying, I decided to buy a lottery ticket. And so I bought a lottery ticket, something I almost never do.
A lottery
And
ticket.
that's when I won the money. So it was clearly after the divorce. She has no claim on that money. And this is really a waste of all of our time.
Always about money.
So you allege you bought the ticket after the divorce was finalized.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay. And Ms. Taylor, you said your divorce was finalized at 9 a.m. that morning?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Well, you did submit a receipt.
Yes, Your Honor. I submitted a receipt from when I purchased the 6-pack of beer and the lottery ticket. And you can see clearly it was at 12:30 in the afternoon.
Wow.
60% of sales on Amazon come from independent.
This is an ad, guys. 1 minute. Another ad. Are you serious?
Oh, come on.
I'm getting there.
Play it.
Okay, there.
If you allow me, I can also add to that. I strongly believe those numbers you see on the lottery tickets is not coincidence. It's our mutual history, and without me, without us, you will not have won it. I can explain you more if you allow me. So those numbers are 2, 7, 14, 21, 28, and 39.
You are divorced.
So 2, December 2nd,
That's like the numbers I almost always play.
June 7, the day he proposed. August 14, our wedding anniversary. 21, May
You are
21,
divorced.
our dog's birthday.
The money's not
28,
yours.
February 28, our first romantic date. And 39, believe me or not, 49 cities we changed chasing his dreams to become an actor or I don't know, a travel blogger. So I give up like everything for him, give up my career, and I supported him for 7 years. I
divorce.
think I deserve
Yeah.
that money.
You don't
and,
get any
it's
half,
fair.
any part of that money.
By
You're
a couple
divorced.
hours.
If I may, Your Honor, she's trying
She
to
best
find
not win this.
significance in these
That would
numbers,
be.
but the truth is, I did a quick pick. I didn't even pick the numbers. The computer picked them for me. I have no idea if
Yeah,
that's
you don't-
correct. I think she's making this up.
You don't
And-
pick the numbers.
If again, I may, Your Honor, I think some context here. And if I may, Your Honor, obviously you can see there's a pretty significant age difference between us. I flattered myself when we got together that she found me attractive for me, but as we lived together, I learned that she was really just interested in what little money I had,
That's disgusting.
which was probably a lot less
Gold
than she
digger.
thought I had. She never had a job the whole time we were together.
Gold digger.
And
Wow.
when most of my savings was gone, that's when she
That's a gold digger.
filed for divorce from me. So this career thing, I don't know where that's coming from.
You
What
women
savings are you
quit doing
talking
this.
about? Like I spent everything on groceries, barely affording it, okay?
She's a
Miss
liar.
Taylor.
She's a liar.
You
So
can tell by
you
her
were
face.
with Mr. Taylor
I'm
out
not
of love, and then
stupid.
sounds like he ran
Like my
out.
gut is flaring up.
Flirting.
After 7 years.
After
Not
7
like
years?
1 month or something. 7 years, it's a big number. I wasted
She
7
just
years
wants
of my
more
life,
money to
best
spend on her.
time of my life on this gentleman. For what? He throwing me away like a, I don't know, homeless cat or something.
Homeless cat.
What?
I mean, he also
A homeless cat is happy to be
because
homeless.
so much pressure
I'm
to
gonna
the
say
rich.
that God never has
I
anything
mean, I
to do
thought
with the
like
lottery, but
he
God
never
just
did
rewarded
something
that
similar,
guy. He
you know,
just
like
said,
in that entire life, like
congratulations.
throwing away garbage or
Don't
fixing
be happy.
broken coffee machine or something, and all of a sudden he's becoming like, I don't know, Usain Bolt or
Have a
how
good
we
night,
call it,
Nathan. We've
Flash,
tried. Good night.
forcing me to divorce as soon as possible. I assume he bought this ticket before our divorce was finalized.
Your Honor, you can see from the receipt that I did not buy that ticket before the divorce.
Exactly.
She was the one that asked for the divorce from me. I didn't rush things through. It was a pretty simple divorce. We don't have children. There obviously wasn't.
We
a lot
have
of
our
money.
dog though.
We do have
That's
a
a
dog.
dog.
Yes.
That is a dog.
Okay.
But that was a
Not
pretty
gonna let
easy.
it
So the
go.
divorce just went through quickly because there was
But we
nothing
have
to
a
stop it
dog.
after she
That's
asked
not a
for the
child.
divorce.
Well, Miss Taylor, you're
I
the one
really
who filed
need
for
to laugh.
divorce, so I can't.
Yeah.
But he
Miss
rushed it
Taylor,
to
you're the one who
the
filed a
You're the
divorce.
one who
without
filed for
making it
divorce.
clear. I'm here for fairness, not greed.
Now, I do understand
You filed it. Suffer the consequences.
Wait.
how you can feel hurt and upset because your
Money.
now ex-husband
Ex-husband. Uh-oh.
has come into quite a bit of money.
And you want some money.
And
Wait.
with that, unfortunately, all of it belongs to him because, as you stated, your divorce
Thank you,
was
Jesus.
finalized.
It's not
God
fair.
bless
Thank you,
I'm
Jesus.
clapping
Right.
too.
7 years to the garbage.
Finger clap.
You should have hung in there till 12 o'clock
I took
that
it.
afternoon.
Ah!
Or
He promised me fake things.
I do understand, and
Rebecca,
I am
hi.
sorry you wasted
Now he's
the
on
best
YouTube.
years of your life,
Yeah.
as you
Every
stated.
person
But
in America
is the
can
law.
see exactly who she is.
And how much, no
Ain't
matter
never
how
gonna
much
find
sympathy I
somebody
have
else.
for you, I
I
can't
ain't gonna
leave
have
like
any
that
such
way.
sympathy for you,
Now,
okay?
from
You're
what
the
I
one who divided
understand,
divorce. He was a
Mr.
good man,
Taylor,
and
you
look what
have
you
a countersuit here for 2,500.
Yes, Your Honor, that is correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's to
God
cover my
bless,
own
God
personal
bless.
expenses,
Use it
consulting with
wisely.
an attorney, the ridiculousness
You give
of this
God glory every
situation.
day
So
for
I just
that.
wanted to file a countersuit to sort of, draw more attention to the absurdity of this situation and for all of us having to be here and waste our time.
Mr. Taylor,
Wow.
Yes, Your Honor.
25, and you just won $40 million.
Your Honor,
Peanuts for him.
you are correct, and it was more of a gesture to, I'm not concerned about that money. It was more of a statement of this is ridiculous, and if you want to,
Sounded like a statement of revenge to me. Now, look here.
40 million.
That, as for your common claim, I'm gonna throw that out because that's just ridiculous. Now,
That's all
what I
yours.
can tell you is, once again, I am sorry that I can't assist you with this one, Miss Taylor. As much as I would like to,
Have
from
fun
woman
with
to
that
woman, it'd
divorce
be
wife.
nice. But I can't. The law is the law, Mr. Taylor. There will be no countersuit for you. I do understand you probably want to get back at her a little bit, but I'm not going to be a part of that. Okay?
Wow.
I understand, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Case
Have
is
fun being
dismissed.
court.
Clear,
Got
you know?
$40 million. She got nothing.
I'm glad to be
Praise
Feel
you,
like-
Jesus.
look at-
And now absolutely every man on the planet knows that she
I love it.
Every man knows
Jenna,
she's a gold digger.
Please put the name. Please put the name of the video so everybody could. I bet she probably could not be able to sleep that night.
Absolutely
Knowing
not. She just,
she lost.
yeah,
He won $40 million. She couldn't even get a penny. Wow.
There, I put it on.
Let me see if I can put
by
the
a
name.
few hours too. How's that?
Yeah, by 3 hours she lost $20 million. That's insane. Let me write it down. It's called X.
Wife, Sue's
Wife,
husband.
Sue's
Husband.
But who told her that? Like to go and sue him?
After he wins the lottery. I don't know who told her.
Do you think he will take her back? Yeah, right.
No, he will not, because he sees how she truly
I
is.
doubt it. Guys, my family doesn't call me anymore.
Nathan, get some rest.
Nathan, I want to tell you something. Did you know that Jenna, she's all by herself? She has nobody except us. Just let you know.
And I
So
love
if
you guys.
at least you have a family who doesn't call you. She has no family.
Yeah, they dumped me here.
No, don't.
But
say
I'm
that.
okay with that, because
Yeah,
I
see?
still love them.
I just can't get over this freaking story, guys. But why would she do this? Wait, just hold on, hold on. I'm just trying to think.
Good Lord
They
bless him.
divorced. But hold on. They divorced at 9 o'clock. On the way home, he got a couple of beer, whatever. He got a lottery ticket. But how did she know that he won the lottery? Like how?
Oh.
Yeah, how?
Probably told her. I would have.
Yeah, but if they're divorced, do they still talk? Maybe they do. Oh, guess what?
Till the divorce,
They're gonna have
yeah.
to talk.
Wow.
They just got divorced. I'm sure they got to talk about furniture or dogs.
Yeah, and
or
then he said to her, guess what? I hit the jackpot.
Oh,
That's
really?
what I'm saying.
So that's my
I'm
money
not saying
too?
it's the
No.
right thing to do, but I probably would have done the same thing. Hey, guess what, baby? I just got $40 million and you're getting nothing.
That's, let me tell you something, guys. Honestly, even if I am a woman in her shoes, that's devastating.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It's horrible.
Want to hear a funny story about a good friend of mine?
Go ahead.
He's pretty wealthy. He went through a horrible, horrible divorce, and she was going after every single penny that she could get. He owned multiple businesses. So she was the other side of the world. They hadn't just got divorced. They were going through it. So she's on the other side of the world, and I forget when it was. You'll remember maybe 10, 15 years ago, there was a horrible earthquake and a tsunami.
Thank you.
And it was right where he was. So he called me up. He's like, dude, she's dead. She's dead. I don't have to pay her. I'm like, man, you are. What happened? He's like, no, look at the news. So I'm looking at the news, and it was right where she was. Like, the island got totally wiped out. I don't know if you guys remember. It was a humongous tsunami. It took out, like, 2 different countries.
Tsunami.
It turns out that she is an avid scuba diver and boater and was out far enough in the water that the tsunami didn't bother her. It just lifted her boat up a little bit, put her right back down, and she totally survived everything.
Wow.
He called us like a week later. He was like, dude, I gotta give her half.
Dude, I gotta get her.
And that was a big chunk of change. So,
yeah.
But it was hilarious for an entire week. He's like, she's dead. I'm like, dude, don't be celebrating. That's wrong.
Yeah, that's true. But let me ask you this, guys. Hey, hi, Reed. Let me ask you this, guys. Let's just say hypothetically that they divorced, they left on a good note, and she said, "Listen, is there any possibility you could help me out? Let's say I'm still with a mortgage. I know God bless you this. Maybe you could pay off my mortgage." Do you think he would have said no?
I don't know. It sounds like he would have said if we left on good terms and it were me, I would put her up in a house for, a period of time or whatever.
Honestly, I would say you probably would have helped her out, because that's what I would have done. I would have definitely gave her at least paid the whole house and given her $1 million too, even when we left.
I mean, at least pay for everything for her until she meets somebody else. But she divorced him, so I don't know what the.
But they didn't tell us the reason why they divorced.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know the details, but.
But he seemed to be like calm and nice and quiet. But he did say something that she married me on the impression of money, because she seemed to be younger than him. You saw her.
Yeah. And then when he ran out is when she divorced him. So, if that's the case, maybe not. Give her enough, not give her money, but get her a place and say you're good. I'll pay for things until you get something or settled. Not to leave her on the street, but.
But guess what? She lost her chances. She even sued him. She didn't need to do this.
Yeah.
That wasn't smart. I don't know what was. Wait a minute. Didn't she have a lawyer? Her lawyer could have told her, listen. You don't have a win case here, woman.
Yeah.
I'm not a lawyer, and I could have told her too.
The lawyer got paid too. She's the only one that didn't get paid.
Wait, but I didn't see her lawyer.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he was on contingency, but.
Yeah, I don't think she had a lawyer. I don't think so. But that's a good one, man. Wow.
My brother went through a nasty divorce, and when she filed, he just started spending money. He's like, "You want half? I'm going to spend it."
Yeah, you can't do that. You know what? He could be held responsible. I read about the law. You gotta, if you start doing this thing, that means you're doing it on purpose. Be careful.
Well, she was, and I'm not putting anybody down, but she was Catholic, so she didn't believe in divorce.
Oh.
So he was in the basement for a couple years, and he's like, if it's the end, I'm just going to start spending my money. He was pretty funky. Horrible.
I'm losing my patience with you. What?
Have a good night, Nathan.
Yeah, Ree, thanks for Ree. You have something to say? You want to say something? Did you miss the video that she played about the
She went to bed.
winning of the lottery?
She went to bed.
Yeah, I think Ree went to bed.
How you know?
Because she said good night.
She said good night.
Oh, she did say good night. Oh, okay. Why you keep saying call 811?
Yeah, I meant 911. I hit the wrong button.
He's not going to.
I think the operator.
You said that multiple times.
Yeah, I don't think the operator can help. She can't. The operator's not gonna help him. You know why? Operator's only for emergency.
He needs medical help, not operator.
Yeah, but if you call 911 and say I'm suicidal, they'll come get you.
Oh, that part, yeah.
There's a suicidal hotline he needs to find in his
wait a minute,
area.
he said I'm losing my patience with you. Which one? There's three of us here.
Exactly, who are?
Well, actually,
four of us, actually.
I'm good with that. I told you, Nathan, 3 times that I would talk to you.
Yeah.
I'll open my stream, you can come in it and we'll talk.
Yeah, you could talk.
But I'm not going to keep offering if you won't do it.
Yeah, but you're not, what do you call Richard, you're not a psychiatrist or something. I mean, what are you going to do?
But I also suffer from depression.
Oh.
Clinical depression. I do have counseling and pastoral counseling experience. Done it many, many times for addicts and other things. But anyway,
you took any medication?
Regardless of experience, sometimes 2 years.
Are you taking medication?
Me, no. That's what I was telling you before. I stopped a long time ago. Vitamin D, sunlight, get your heart rate up. Medications are good for very, very, very serious cases. But in general, I think they don't really work. They work for short periods of time.
Oh, they don't work? Really?
I took Lexapro for a long time. It worked for a while, and then your body adapts to it. then they either up the medication or put you on something else. And then I tried something else for a while. Worked for a little while. So, for me, and I'm not saying medication is bad for everybody, for me, it's just not the answer. I've tried professional counseling, not very good. Pastoral counseling, very good. I haven't done that in a long time.
We're talking to a priest or a pastor?
A pastor, yeah.
Oh.
Because the professionals, and nothing, well, lots against them, but nothing personal against them.
Hi,
but
Franny.
it's very technical to them.
You and your butt.
So, the boss's boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just figured out, just to be real quick and short about it, it's a lifestyle that you have to change, not medication. No amount of medication is going to make your brain produce the chemicals that it doesn't want to produce for a long period of time. And I'll give you one guess as to the best sustainer.
God.
Little hint. Jesus Christ himself.
God.
There's no joke that he is a sustainer.
Do you think has anyone of you ever encountered or heard or read about someone or a group where they mocked God and then it happened to them, they suffered, in other words, they got punished?
Stephen Hawkins is a good example. He mocked God. Stephen Hawkins
what happened to Stephen Hawkins?
Stephen Hawkins was like any other ordinary man, walking, enjoying life, and one day he mocked God, and that's why he was in that wheelchair. And he still mocked him, still had hatred towards him, but
What did he say?
But at the end of his life, and this is recorded, and even Richard can tell you and a few others, at the end of his life, his last breath, he said, because his face expression, I made the hugest mistake. God is real, because he was being dragged down, not up.
Where are you talking about that guy in a wheelchair?
Yeah, Stephen Hawkins.
Yeah.
His last words
Here,
was...
let's go Google it. Put in list, colon, all these people. There's I can't even remember now.
But his
there's
last
so many
words,
people that at the last moment.
His last words was, I made the biggest mistake, because he was going to hell. He saw what we didn't want to see. He saw demons. He's, he literally said, God's
I think
real.
one of the greatest examples is Aleister Crowley. He was a flat-out devil worshiper. Satan's church. He ripped apart Led Zeppelin, the band, because a couple of them went with him to worship the devil. And on his deathbed, same thing. He said, I made a horrible mistake.
What do you mean by saying I made a horrible mistake? Like, what do you mean?
You want to say that?
He saw, he was being dragged down. He saw God.
Did he say that?
Oh, hell. They saw the fiery pit, and you were like, whoop, big mistake. Sorry, I shouldn't be laughing.
We want to save souls.
Aleister Crowley, though, that's a really good... And there's another guy, I can't remember his name. He's a United States Satan worshiper. Same thing, same story.
Yeah, I heard. Have you also heard about this guy, Ahmed Deedat? He's a Muslim guy who mocked God and he got tortured for 10 years.
Wow. I never heard
That's
of
his
him.
name. Look him up, Ahmed Deedat.
Okay.
He mocked God.
Eh.
And his son even got killed. Ahmed.
Did you spell it?
Deedat. Let's see. There. Say Ahmed Deedat. Suffering. Cause of death. There.
South African Indian Muslim author.
Now I want to find the video about him. There. Hold on. This is what it's called. Here.
Huh?
Here. Look up this, guys. I'm gonna copy for you and look it up. This is what God did to him. Look, this is what our Jesus Christ did to him.
I found a video on it.
Look, this is the one. Look up this. For 10 years he could not. He was mute and suffering for 10 freaking years.
Yeah.
Watch this. Just copy and paste. Put it in YouTube. Can you play that video?
Yeah, I can. Let me find it.
This happened. Full story. I think it's about 10 seconds. I mean, not 10 seconds. A minute.
Let's see, popular Muslim.
Yeah, just copy and paste. You don't have to
I
write
can't
it.
do that. It's on my phone.
Oh.
No.
Just type in Ahmed. Just type in the first popular Muslim preacher Mark Scott. Ahmed Didat. That's it. And he will come up.
Yeah, I doubt there's more than one person with that name that went through that.
Yeah, but that's him when he's sick. He's dying.
So while she's doing that, let me ask a question.
Yeah.
If he suffers horribly on earth,
Yeah.
is that Jesus' punishment, his retribution, or is that man's retribution and punishment? I'm not saying I have the answer. I'm curious.
I know Muhammad. He said that if I'm a liar, whoever lies, may his throat will be cut. Muhammad himself, the false prophet Muhammad, he ended up having his throat cut, and he suffered for a long period of time before he died, because he ate the lamb, Jewish woman, where she put poison for him. She said, if you happen to be a true prophet, then you would not die. But if you're a false prophet, you would die. Eventually, he did die. So he was a false prophet. Did you find it?
Trying to.
Okay, you know what? Let me see if I can find it and send it to you. Because...
Wait.
Hold on a second.
Is that how it's spelled? D-E-E-D-A-T-S?
Yes, Fine.
He was 8 days old. He was circumcised. God getting circumcised. God getting circumcised.
Look, he's making
Sam
fun of our Christ.
Samoon is the one.
Yeah. But look, he's making fun of our Jesus.
Yeah.
You see the mockery, right? This was in the 80s. And he's playing to the Muslim crowd. God getting circumcised? Okay, watch.
Named Jesus by the angel when he was in his mother's womb. Who was in his mother's womb? Jesus. How did he come out from there? Like you and me. Who God? I'm asking, if you were a nurse, you can imagine any situation. If you were a nurse 2,000 years ago in the stable, helping Mary when she is delivering the child, can you for one moment think that that helpless little creature with all the filth and the mud, your God, your Jehovah, your Allah?
No, not Allah. See, he's playing to the audience. I'm going to decimate him here, and you're going to learn a lot.
That's fine.
Now, I'm going to show you something from Scripture, and I believe God brought judgment on it. Watch. I'm going to show you something, what the Bible says, okay? Let me show you something. All right, watch it. You're going to see what God did to this man. For our God is a consuming fire. Okay? When his wrath burns, no one can stop him. Well, Hebrews 10:30-31. For we know him who said, vengeance is mine, I will repay. And again, the Lord will judge his people. It is a terrifying thing to fall into the hands of the living God. Okay, keep that in mind. Now watch here, Galatians 6:7-8. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked.
Exactly.
For whatever a man sows, this he will also reap.
This was
For
a
the
year
one who
ago.
sows to his own flesh will from the flesh reap corruption, but the one who sows to the Spirit will from the Spirit reap eternal life. Let me show you what happened to Ahmed Didat. In 1996, Ahmed Didat got struck down with, I believe it was, a stroke. He became bedridden from 1996 to 2005. He became a vegetable. He could not speak. He could not move his hands. He could not move his feet. He could only wink with his eyes. And they would have to spell out words and he'd wink. From 1996 to 2005, let me show you what the Lord did. Here he is. This is Ahmed Didat.
Wow. Does anyone see his face?
See that?
I see it.
Can't see it.
That's him.
Yeah, look. That's him. Look at this.
You see? God is not mocked. You see? 1996 to 2005. This is the power of the living Christ, the Lord Jesus.
My God. Look
For
at
nearly
this.
10 years, God allowed him to suffer as a vegetable in the bed, could not speak, could not move, sat there. This is his fate.
Wow. My God.
You see it? I'm going to let you in a little secret. You're going to go to answeringislam.info. Answeringislam.info. I'm going to give you the link. Ahmed Didat here. Watch what happened here. Did you know, right before he got struck down, we have it documented, this is a fact, a group of Christian preachers in South Africa sent him letters in the local newspapers warning him, Didat, you've crossed the line, you're mocking God, God will punish you. And we have it documented. Go here, right? Background information, Didat, stroke, paralysis, and death. Notice we have it documented. Remember, he got struck down in 1995. Personal letter to Didat, November 1993. Open letter to Didat, being warned by Christian missionaries. You've crossed the line, you're blaspheming the Spirit, God will punish you. As confirmation, this was God's judgments, right? See, personal letter, open letter. Yeah, we have it documented. They can't say we're lying. You understand how real our God is? Our God is living. He's almighty. Jesus is living. He's almighty.
Amen.
Right here, go read it. November 1993, before his stroke, he's being warned by Christian ministers. You're blaspheming the Lord. God will come in judgment against you. It's 1996 to 2005. Here it is. Open letter to Ahmed Didat. You have been for many years promoting your beliefs primarily by attacking other faiths. No, you shouldn't say it's God's judgment. You don't know. Yeah, no, I do. You know I know? Okay. Because ministers warned him here.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain.
Who's the guy that made the video?
Sam Shamoon.
One more time?
Shit and
Sam Shamoon.
Okay.
God made it clear by having his servants warn him in letter to have it documented right here. And look at all the pastors that signed it. Look.
That is a
Pastor
lot.
Sam here. Let me enlarge it. For the reasons stated about praying for humbly, we now rebuke you in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. We rebuke you.
Amen.
They're praying the Lord's judgment on him. Here it is, folks. Don't give me that garbage. Our God is real. He's almighty. And he's a patient God, but he will rise against you. Look at all the pastors. This rebuke is motivated not out of any sense of animosity, but from our fear of God and our Christian love for you. Since your attacks against the Bible have been made public, it pains us that this rebuke also has to be made public. But you got these up to tell you, no, you can't say that. What do you mean I shouldn't? Here, the letter, what date? Open letter, August 1994, right? August 13th, in Durban, South Africa's main newspaper, Daily News, page 6. They took an ad. They made it public as a witness. God is going to punish him because our God is real. Why do you think God did it? He had them publish it in newspapers for the public view so that there would be no doubt watching them do to him. So you know that I, the Lord Jesus, lives and Muhammad is dead under my feet.
Amen.
You see?
Exactly.
Another miraculous sign that our Lord Jesus lives. He silenced the most popular Muslim debater and shoved it down Muslim throats.
Exactly.
Right? Jesus loves you. You should be like that, Sam. I don't see Jesus in you. Well, what happened to Bill Qureshi? And what happened to Bill Qureshi? Christians died. That's not the same context, because here he was warned publicly and he was given a letter, and this public rebuke was posted in the Durban's newspaper in his hometown so he can read it on page 6. And then what happened? 1996.
It's a true story, by
Bam! The Lord silenced him. Were you blown away?
Yes.
From 1996 to 2005.
Wow.
Oh, and by the way, Lepanto, that you're a warrior, dude. You and Zach and all you guys. Did you also want to hear something? Do you want to hear something? I'm going to shock you. In this debate, can I go a little deep? You guys don't mind, right? In this debate, there was a man named Ahmed Thompson. He invoked the Mubahila. Allah cursed the liars. Mubahila, this shows you how wicked Muhammad is. Let me go through it.
Arabic word?
Muhammad challenged Christians from the Quran to invoke the curse of Allah who's lying. Here's verse. Mubahila. Here Muhammad told the Christians the following. Chapter 3, verse 61. Then whoever disputes with you concerning him, Jesus, it's all about them, after knowledge that has come to you, i.e. Isa being a slave of Allah and having no share in divinity, say, now look, this is Muhammad's God, who tells Muhammad to say, come, let us call our sons and your sons, our women and your women, ourselves and yourselves, then we pray and invoke sincerely the curse of Allah upon those who lie. And then Allah will curse and damn the liars. Now watch here. According to Muslim tradition, Muhammad brought Ali, Fatima, Hassan and Hussein and invoked Allah's curse. The Christians refused and left. You guys want to see God's sense of humor? Guys listening, please. If you listen, you're going to be blown away what God did. That curse that Muhammad invoked, it was him, Ali, his cousin son-in-law, who's married to his daughter Fatima and their two sons, Hassan and Hussein. You know what happened according to the Muslim sources, both Sunni and Shia? Muhammad was poisoned by a Jewish woman, and he died from the effects of the Jewish woman, and he died in severe pain and in misery. He even said, I feel like my aorta is being cut off. He died a cursed death. Fatima died 6 months later. Fatima was pregnant. Umar came to the house, smashed the door open, injured Fatima. She lost the child and burned her house down. She died later on.
Wow.
But wait.
Wow.
Ali ibn Abu Talib got murdered and died. Hussein, his grandson, murdered at Karbala. Hassan, the other grandson, got poisoned by his wife, killed. Every one of them died brutal, shameful deaths.
All of them?
Do you support
oh my goodness.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's the end of it, Jannah. This is the whole deal about this. The whole thing is, when you mock God, you're not going to get away with it.
Absolutely.
And there is some, I mean, listen, I can understand you don't believe in God, but don't say stupid thing like that. This guy, he was like one of the top, like Zakir Naik. This guy, Ahmed Didat, he was like Zakir Naik. You know who that is, right?
Yes, I do.
He was like a top, called himself a scholar in Islam, and he was challenging and rebuking, and he was well, Zakir Naik did not mock yet. I hope he doesn't. And what this guy did is actually, he's like making fun of our Lord. He said, oh, you're talking about God, and he's what do you say? He's in the woman womb where he needs to have his diaper and all that kind of, how could he be God? He's making fun, obviously. If you heard him earlier, that's what he was saying.
Yeah.
And that's when you saw the rest of the other pastors. They wrote an open letter publicly, said, beware what you're saying, mocking Jesus Christ. You're not going to get away with it.
Never
and
ends
look
good.
look how great our God and live in Christ. For he had said, vengeance is mine. I will
Amen.
take care of him. And he did. He did. Matter of fact, his son, one day he was coming out of court, he was shot to death. His whole family gone. You don't challenge God like that.
Never
You don't
ends
talk,
good.
you don't mock God like that. Exactly.
No. Be respectful
So,
when it comes to our Father.
yeah, yeah. And now I don't know about that Stephen Hawking. I don't know exactly what he said. That's why I was asking you. What did he mock God? I don't know.
Let me see.
I'm trying to find what did he say. I don't see anything. I want to write down what did he mock. That's what I want to know. What did Stephen Hawking mock God? That's what I
He
want to
said it was a fairy tale story for people afraid of the dark,
know. Oh,
and stated
it
in
says,
his final book,
it
no
says he did
one.
not mock God, Jenna. Hawking did not mock God, it says. He was just atheist. Stephen Hawking was an atheist. His words on death and God. See that guy. You heard him in his own tongue, his own mouth came out. He mocked God. This one I'm reading, I don't see anything.
You gotta go deep.
Maybe he did. I can't find it.
Hi guys.
Let's see what he said. It says here. But what did he have? Did he have
He was diagnosed with a paralyzing disease long before he achieved global fame.
Oh.
That Stephen Hawking mocked God and he ended up in a wheelchair. He was later.
Incurable neurodegenerative condition, ALS.
Yeah. There
He
you go.
was normal like you and Ross, walking, talking, and then out
He
of
was?
and out of nowhere, bam, he mocked and he ended up in a wheelchair.
Okay, Chet.
But a lot of them guys that get that, there was a NFL player, I think played for the Saints, he got that. I can't remember his name, maybe Vince would remember, but he caught that disease and he was playing in the NFL 1 minute, and next thing you know, he
Oh
is
my goodness.
in a wheelchair just like he was.
I keep saying who? You guys not saying anything. Who?
I gotta look it up.
Oh. That's scary, man.
I said maybe Vince would remember. He was just like a special teams player. Because I can't remember his name. What was that disease? LAS or L?
ALS, it says.
ALS, okay.
Yeah, it's called incurable neurodegenerative condition. Oh, at the age
Stephen
21.
didn't prove
Wow.
God isn't real, but he argued that a creator is unnecessary. He proposed that the universe, the Big Bang, were governed socially
Oh,
by
there.
the law of
Wait, there.
physics.
Hawking invoked the name of God in his semi-final book, A Brief History of Time, writing that if physicists could find theory of everything that is cohesive explanation for how universe works, they would glimpse the mind of God. What did he say? I can't understand.
That
Oh, there.
God isn't real.
Oh, in later interviews and writings such as 2010 and Grand Design, which he co-wrote with Leonard Lodino, Hawking clarified that he wasn't referring to a creator in the traditional sense. I don't know. What how can you say, dude? I don't know.
Even Marilyn Monroe mocked God.
Who?
Marilyn Monroe, she said, "I don't need your Jesus," and then
She said that too?
and then weeks later, she was found dead.
Wow.
Yeah, Steve Gleason was on the Saints and he had that ALS. He was more of a special teams player, but he blocked that punt, and then it's like all of a sudden he was in a wheelchair from ALS.
It's just sad,
I'm not sure what his story.
You mock God, there's consequences. You're not going to get away with it. And people need to understand that. He's real. And he will put his foot down. You don't mock our Father. Because it will not end good for you.
I just want to know what he said. I can't find, what did he say?
Pretty sure he said God isn't real. It's a fairy tale.
Oh.
Yes. Stephen Hawking was big into science.
But
I think.
at the end of his death,
He had a daughter?
they recorded his last moments, and he said he made the biggest mistake. God is real, but it was too late.
Okay.
It was too late.
What do you mean too late? How is it? If he says I know God is real, my God.
Because his face expressions before he took his last breath, like he was being dragged. He saw demons, I think they said.
Probably. I won't be surprised. My God, that's scary.
And so that's why he said God is real, because he saw evil. So he knew that God has to be real, because he's seeing, he's being dragged. He's seeing what he didn't want to see, but it was too late.
Yeah, even Vince keep asking, what did he say, Jenna?
I just said what he said. God isn't real. It's a fairy tale.
Oh. But is that mocking? Is that a mock? I mean, there's a lot of people who say that God is not real. That's a mock?
He probably said it in a different way, but he ended up in a wheelchair. He was normal and healthy like you guys, and then he just ended up in a wheelchair.
No, but hear me out.
She's
Ross.
right.
She's right. Okay, but hear me out. I'm not defending anything. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that don't believe there is God. Is that mocking? I don't think that's mocking.
If you don't believe in God, that's different. But just saying, I don't need your I'm sorry, Lord, please don't do anything.
Oh.
I don't need your
What
Jesus.
about-
He's not real. He's a fairy tale.
What about, what's her name, this woman, the singer? Come on, help me out.
Marilyn Monroe? Well, actually, she's not a
No,
singer.
she's still alive. She's still alive. Madonna.
What singer? What did
Madonna?
Madonna? Oh.
Yeah, Madonna. I heard she doesn't believe in God.
She doesn't.
Okay, did she say something stupid? Mock God? I hope not.
I don't think she did.
But
Taylor
why
Swift is in witchcraft now.
Did you see how she's dressed? She's dressed like she thinks she's a little girl. She's dressed very short.
I know that. I know what she looks like. She thinks she's still
Madonna?
in her 30s or 20s, and she's not. She's literally in her 50s or 60s.
Okay, leave it. It is Madonna. Is Madonna?
Oh, that's B.
No, that is. I want to say did, not Madonna. Did Madonna?
But Taylor Swift is in witchcraft. Ariana Grande got into witchcraft. She's different.
Oh, it says Madonna accused. Oh,
Hollywood's just demonic. They worship Baal, however you say it.
I don't understand these people. If you mock, says
You mock God,
accused
you
is
get the whip.
Madonna accused of mocking Jesus with blasphemous Last Supper photo shoot.
Oh my goodness, and don't even get me started. What was it, Italy or France? Okay, that performance was disgusting.
She's 64.
Yeah, she's old. But was it France or Italy that did that performance that mocked God? But the whole entire state's electricity went out. The only one that stayed on was the chapel. And that was, God was showing his presence, you know.
Oh, look.
Oh, it's France?
Doctors put the pop legend 65 into a coma while doctors battled to save her from a severe bacterial infection last summer. One of the medical professionals who helped her get back to fitness attended her gig in Los Angeles this week, where she praised her treatment and revealed she believed she was being called to the pearly gates. What the heck is the pearly gates? When I woke up, the first word I said, "No," she revealed. That's what my assistant tells me. And I'm pretty sure that God was saying to me, do you want to come with us? You want to come with me? You want to go this way? And I said, no, no, no. I don't
Yeah.
know.
When you mock God, it never ends good. That's just. And Hollywood's done
However,
nothing but that. In some form of way, they've mocked God in their own ways. I don't even know who that is.
I think she's suffering. What is she? Is she sick?
Who?
Haiti's a country.
Huh?
Who?
I think she's talking. Oh, Dee's talking about Haiti. I think Haiti's a country, you know?
Dee, she said, I prefer wearing sweatshirt and t-shirt. Look at,
Is that a singer?
I don't know, Hatia. I don't know who that is.
Haiti's a country, if I'm thinking right, because I don't think there's any.
Box. Get put in the box. I don't know who that is.
Haiti's a country, I think. It's been destroyed.
Hades is a country. So
Oh.
what happened is Hades, what they did is they literally, their government completely denied and just like credited and mocked God. And if you look at their continent or their island, you have the Dominican Republic and you have Hades. The Dominican Republic is green, lushful, beautiful. Their economy is booming. And you look at Hades, it's literally dust,
Right.
mud and dirt, and just
Didn't they get hit by earthquakes?
Earthquakes, tsunamis, and then also was it Puerto Rico? No, not Puerto Rico. There were some other country. They had a mocking of Jesus and stuff parade, and then they had a tsunami that completely wiped them out their city.
What's wrong with them? Why would they do that?
Because people are evil.
It's Satan. It's
Well,
Satan.
fine.
It's
You don't
literally
believe-
satanic.
If you don't believe in God, but don't mock God, you know what I mean?
Respect our Father. You don't have to believe in Him. We're not forcing you, nor is He. You can go about your day, but don't mock Him.
There's a meme out there. It said,
Haiti's back into voodoo.
yeah. Well, and they said there's a meme out there. It says this one guy comes up and says, "Oh, Christianity's so judgmental," and then it's Jesus talking back to him saying, "But why am I the only faith you attack?"
Exactly. That's a good one. Exactly. Yeah, what is wrong with these people? Anyway, yeah, how's your 4th of July?
What?
How's your 4th of July?
I was abandoned, left home by myself.
What do you mean?
My daughter went with her new school friend and friends, and my son went with some people from church. And I was not invited, so I just stayed home and did nothing.
Their
Guess what? I didn't do anything.
beaches look like garbage. Beaches.
The beaches, oh yeah, in 80. Mm-hmm.
Huh. I don't know the place. Never heard of it.
Well, and if you look at Hollywood, look at their streets.
Yeah.
What's Haiti, about the size of Puerto Rico? Maybe bigger than Puerto Rico, but it's
No, I think it's about the same size.
about the same. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, but their government completely
It's
denounced
like an island out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, them and the Dominican Republic are one island.
Yeah,
The Dominican Republic's on the north and Haiti's is on the south.
Yeah, how come like one side is doing good and the other side is doing horrible? Does it make sense?
Yeah, one side accepts Christianity, the other side does not.
What do they believe in?
Like, they have moved back to Buddhism and like voodoo and self-worship.
It's just called the island.
Haiti is the country on the island. Yeah, there's
Hi,
two different.
Fiji. Fiji.
Did you watch the fireworks, or you watched it from home, or what? You just close your eyes and fall asleep?
No, I called a friend of mine who's a veteran.
Okay.
And stuff because he struggles with like PTSD, but he's 100% for people blowing up fireworks. Because he's like, I serve for people who have that right, but he gets his anxiety. So we sat and talked for a couple hours.
That's good. I don't know. To be honest with you, D, I don't even know. I mean, I don't know how our armed forces, like there was this guy came here the other day here, and I thought it was like joking, or at the same time I said, now he's making things up, which some people, they said, yeah, it's true. There are some kids, he said, when he used to be in Iraq, little kids, 7 years of age, they used to come with grenade and all that stuff, trying to, he said, I have to kill children. I'm like, what? He said, yeah, if I don't kill them, they kill me. But how did they, I mean, who sent those little children?
The Islamic regimes, they would, they're called, they put a dead switch on them. And so even though the kids, they're being forced to do it, and the women are being forced to do it, to go up to our servicemen and stuff, because I actually had a classmate, this kid couldn't hurt a fly. Like literally, this could not hurt a fly. And he joined the army. I was surprised. He joined the army, went overseas, and it was his first time having to be point. And he had a 5-year-old run up to his platoon and was strapped with a bomb. And he had to take the child out, but they had a dead man switch, so it still went off, but his platoon was far enough back, they didn't get injured, but half of his face was blown off in his ear.
My gosh.
He said, he's like, the most traumatizing thing wasn't getting blown up myself, was having to put that life down that I didn't want to.
You know,
These children don't deserve this.
D, what do you think about when we talk about children? I mean, at the age of 7, even if they are in Islamic countries, do you think they really know? I mean, what I'm trying to say is this: do you think God will forgive these little children? In other words, are they still children? That's what I'm trying to say.
The Bible talks about accountability of coming of age and understanding. So, like, I believe even like babies and stuff that die, that they go to heaven because they're not of age of accountability and understanding of sin. But unfortunately, these children that are over there, they, from the day they're born, are constantly brainwashed and manipulated and controlled, that they can't go against what they're told. And so they think they're doing right, or they're being forced to do it. And
no, I got that, but I mean, do you believe, you think they are going to hell or heaven? That's what I meant.
Unfortunately, if they are of knowledge, of understanding, and of accountability.
What's the 7 years of age? How much do they know, really?
I don't know the exact age of that, but biblically it says when you become of age of understanding, then you are accountable for your sins and stuff. I feel my heart breaks for these children, because I don't know if I can't vocalize or verbalize or pick if they went to heaven or if they went to hell, because that's a God thing. That's
age.
Like, I would hope they would go to heaven, but I'm not.
This ain't good.
100% sure if they would.
Ages 3 to 4 to ages even to 7 years of age. They know right from wrong.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. How old is your daughter? You told me she's 20. Do you honestly even think, my daughter, I mean 20, do you honestly think, yes, I know my daughter's not like a 7, but do you think that a 7 compared to a 20, sorry, I just don't see it. 7 doesn't know much at all. Say.
But you do know right from wrong because there is a seed of the Spirit in you that does, like your conscience, that will sit there and tell you, you know what, they're telling me to do this, but is it really right?
You know what? I'll be honest with you.
It's a hard thing to, decipher.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking. Like, as a mom, I don't want it to be. I don't want them to be, because I know a lot of it is they're grown and raised and brainwashed to act this way.
Yeah.
And stuff. So it heartbreaks me that way as a mama. But also, God is just and holy, and I can't question His decision.
Yeah. Hey Fiji, how are you? Hey, listen, by the way, Fiji, I'm sorry about the other night. I did say I thought you were blaspheming God's, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding again. Anyway, do you guys believe a 7-year-old where some of these kids are being pushed to have, let's say, a bomb being strapped?
Yeah, I think
You went mute, like go.
I think his thing died. It does that.
I think we discovered it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. He just kept talking and talking and talking. Nope. Isn't he the technology dude?
Only servers, not this. Well, he's probably good at this. He's pretty intelligent. He's good.
I know, I gotta give him a hard time though. Still not working.
I think it was 7 or 8 we went through communion, so I would think you would have a little.
You have the what is it called, a conscience? You have a conscience.
Yeah. I would think you would know a little something at 7 or 8.
Call tech support.
He is tech support, that's what's that.
He's laughing at us and clapping his hands.
Please fix it.
That's funny. I love the sign language we're getting.
Mayday, mayday. That's more of a ship.
SOS.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's not sinking.
Is that Save Our Souls? SOS?
SOS is,
Save Our Souls.
I have no idea. I just know it's the thing they put up.
I thought that's what it standed for. Save Our Souls.
Oh,
Let's
he disappeared.
go.
He probably has to reset his app.
Let's go. I don't know why his thing does that.
Yeah. It's wireless and it's just not working. You hear me now, right?
Yes, we hear
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Anyway. Mayday, yeah.
Yeah, and then he was
Yes.
like, tech support.
Tech support, I love it when you said
Yeah.
that. I almost cracked up, I almost fell off my chair.
Please don't
do
hurt
this.
yourself.
Do not do this. But I need to charge this friggin' thing. It died. Forget it. It's a wireless thing. It died. It's recharged. Anyway.
I know.
Yeah. my God, that cat's all over freaking Ross's face. Cat, get out of
Franny,
the
we
way,
don't need
cat.
to see your booty.
What do
I
you
see
see
enough
what?
cats. I see enough cats' butts. I don't need to see it. I'm about to put a diaper on you.
I wish she's just in her lovey mood.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You only have, but the other cat, I don't see him.
Where's
at all.
Forrest?
He was here.
Forrest!
This was kind of Franny's time.
Forrest!
So anyway,
It's
guys,
always-
what's cooking? What's new? What's for dinner? What do you eat? We have to pick on you because you're new.
No, I don't get triggered. Let's see, I make cheeseburgers, corn on the cob.
Okay. Corn on the cob is good. Okay.
Oh yeah, especially where I get my corn on the cob.
Where do you get it
Fine.
from? Walmart?
There's no, heck no.
Fresh.
She's a heck no.
Fresh is better.
Yep, I get it from a lady who sells her corn.
Oh.
And then we had watermelon and cucumbers from our garden.
Wow, you got a garden? You grow a cucumber?
Yep, cucumbers,
Oh, I
tomatoes,
love that.
peppers.
What about tomatoes?
Yep, tomatoes, peppers, cabbage.
He hasn't said anything
Really?
else.
Yeah, I think he left.
Yeah.
Fiji ran away.
Oh, not
Nathan.
Fiji, Nathan. I haven't seen anything from Nathan for a while.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Nathan definitely needs
Medical help.
a serious medical help.
Yeah.
My kitty wants attention now.
Chronic
Where's your kitty?
depression's not
I
good.
only see. Oh, look at Ross' kitty.
Hold on.
Look at Ross' kitty.
Hold on.
No booty shot. Forrest walked away, so I guess he was not too far.
Franny!
Here's my kitty.
Everybody got the same color.
Wait, you have a tabby?
I have a turtle shell.
Turtle shell. Oh my God, turtle shell. I have turtle shell too, I think. Isn't it?
I love tortoise shells. They're my favorite. It's just the pattern, not the breed.
Yeah. How many you have? One or two?
Two.
Two. Oh, I got two. Are they both the same?
Nope, I have a tabby cat.
Oh,
That's what you were
I think I
holding
have
up was a
cat.
tabby.
I have a orange and white tabby, American long hair, and then I have little Miss Katie Cakes here, who is, she's a Siamese American short hair.
Oh, that's expensive. You probably paid a lot.
No.
Yes, Siamese are expensive cats.
They can
No,
be depending on where you get them.
I got it from a farmer.
Well, that's why it wasn't expensive then. An actual breeder,
That's what it was.
they will be.
I did
They
see
just
some
pop
cats.
up sometimes, Siamese, at a farm. Siamese cats just kind of pop up at a farm every once in a while.
Yeah.
What do you think, guys? Do you think it's a good idea to plant something in your backyard? Or it's better just to go to Walmart?
I think it's better to plant it in your backyard because you know where it came from, you know?
Yeah.
Depends on your time, too.
And how good your soil is, too.
True. But the soil, all you need to do is, what's up, PG? You raise your hand. What's your question?
Oh, I said Fiji went away.
Oh,
He said, I'm here.
Oh, that's what I mean?
Yeah. Hi, Wick.
PG.
The gardens are
Is
good.
it Fuji is the name of
It's water.
a mountain?
Fiji.
Also, isn't it also a name of a mountain or no? Fuji. What am I wrong?
Fuji, yeah. It's in Japan, I think.
Yeah.
I
Fuji,
just-
Fiji, yeah.
Just knew it was water.
Well, yeah, because your bottle says on it
Yep.
Fuji water. But
Fiji.
you know, oh, I noticed you buy that expensive water, Jen.
No, I don't.
You know you could buy the whole. You know you could buy the whole freaking case. Yeah,
I
you
do.
buy that. How you say it, Evian?
It's not expensive. It's actually cheap.
Yes, it is.
Not at my Walmart. It's not.
I get it from Costco, the whole thing,
Yeah.
for $5 now. 24 bottles. 24.
I won't drink any other water.
Beat that one. No, this is good. I like the water. I'm not saying it's bad. I think it's good.
Yeah.
I don't drink bottled water.
You pay $3. I know that. I went to
Fiji
check the
Island.
house.
Yeah, I never heard of Fiji Island.
Oh yeah, there's an island. Isn't it by Japan?
Probably
Yeah.
expensive to go.
Japan.
If it's by
Look it up.
Japan.
Look it up. Look it up.
No, I don't buy bottled water because I'm in Nebraska and we have an aquifer underneath.
Fiji Island. Fiji.
Where you at, Nebraska? E?
I'm in the northeastish area.
Oh, it's beautiful there.
I love
What's your biggest
Nebraska.
town?
I'm in Norfolk.
There's 300 islands on
Okay.
there.
Our biggest
Heard
town
that.
in Nebraska is Omaha,
Well,
and it
Omaha
has the
is
largest. Yeah, and
biggest town
Omaha
close
has
to
the
you.
largest. Biggest town is Norfolk, where I live.
400 to 1,500 per night to visit that island.
Wow, it's beautiful.
I
Wow,
wanna
these
go.
islands.
I had a job
There's
interview out in
300
Nebraska
different
one time.
islands there.
Valentine.
Oh
I thought
yeah,
that was a
that's
different
on
one.
the Panhandle.
Yeah.
That's in the Panhandle.
I was like,
That's where your
I don't
good
know.
water is.
I just never think that'd be
Yeah.
expensive.
Well, you know what our state motto is, right?
Wow.
The outer island is
for everyone.
100 and 300. The luxury private
I'm
island
trying to remember. Life is
is more
good.
expensive.
The good life. But
Oh, the
Omaha
good
is
life.
saying the good life. But then Omaha is saying it's not for everybody.
Hi, Dr. Dave. How are you doing?
Omaha, Nebraska.
It has the largest zoo in the world.
Omaha?
Mm-hmm.
I think I've heard of that.
I
Did
never
you,
heard of that. This
did
is
you
my
say
first
a
It's
zoo?
like it's like number 2 in the world too.
Did you
In
say?
Omaha, Nebraska
Did
has one
you-
of the largest zoos?
Did you say a zoo?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, she said zoo, yeah.
Oh, I want
It's
to
the
go.
largest zoo in the state, and it's the number 2 zoo in the world.
I want to
popularity.
go.
Okay, let's see if it's you're correct. Let's see if you're correct.
Oh, I want
Close. It says Cumberland, Ohio. Now let's see where the second.
No, we're the largest.
Put down. I said, where is the largest? Oh, yeah, I said zoo.
to go. Zoo.
Zoo.
Z-O-O.
Wait,
Z-O-O.
I did. I'm sorry. It says Columbus. Wait. The biggest zoo in the USA is the Columbus Zoo and Aquarium, located in Columbus, Ohio. 7,000 animal and 800 different species.
Oh my
Okay, let's see if
goodness.
it's
That's a lot of species.
7,000?
That's a lot of
That's-
species.
okay. Let me see.
I wanna
the
go.
second.
How much does it cost?
Are you doing by the amount of animals or by the
No,
land
just-
mass?
I just put whatever. Hold on. I don't know. I am not putting by mass, whatever. I mean, you're talking about a lot of animals. How to freaking take care of all these animals, by the way?
A lot of animals.
Well, it's a research and a rehabilitating and a rebreeding zoo.
Yeah, but I mean, like, where do they get? How are they gonna feed all these animals?
Do you know who Warren Buffett is?
Yeah.
Did you know Warren Buffett from Omaha, Nebraska?
Oh, is he?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
He bought a house. He bought a house in 1986 for $34,000, and he still lives in that house today.
Well, yeah. I mean, what else? Yeah, why not?
And he
I
donates
love
a
smoke.
lot of money.
I love slow. I hate mansions.
Yeah, they're too big. A lot to clean.
I
with
don't
the
feel
heat.
home. I don't feel home. I'll be honest with you. I love small homes. I feel like comfy. Like I feel like I'm in a real home.
Nice and
Big homes,
comfy.
Big homes, they feel empty. I don't know why.
Yep.
They look nice. That's all.
The older-
Like, living in.
The-
No.
Yeah, the older you get, the smaller you just want to, feel comfy.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. Why is Madonna coming up in my freaking face?
Because you looked her
Madonna
up.
and religion. Oh, because I looked her up.
Yep.
Wow, look, she's in 2015. Wow, she look. Oh, look what it says. She's why do you keep telling? Wait, she was raised as Catholic. Really?
Yep.
She acts more demonic.
But what happened to her? I heard she became crazy. She doesn't believe in God.
Hollywood made her evil.
No.
The fame,
She was
the fortune.
satanic.
Was she? Did you see her latest dress? The way she was dressed? Did you see how she was wearing?
Yeah,
No, I
she
don't
thinks
pay
she's in her
attention to her.
20s. She's not.
No, because I look on my search engine and all that, and popped up. She was dressed in blue, and the way she was walking, you could see her underwear.
She thinks she's in her
so
20s
low.
or 30s, so she's dressing like that. She wants to
Go
feel
look it
young.
up.
It's like,
Please go look it up how she's wearing. You're not gonna believe it.
I know
Your
what she
own daughter
wears.
doesn't wear this.
it's disgusting.
Jenna,
Who's England playing?
huh? Half time.
Who's England playing?
I don't know who's winning. I don't know who's winning.
I thought
Who's
England was
playing?
out. I thought England was out.
No.
My
Let me find out.
England,
Mexico.
Mexico? I thought Mexico was out.
Mexico.
I thought Mexico was out.
Well, you can pick whatever.
I guess I couldn't care less.
Exactly.
You told me that half the teams are out.
Okay, who you guys cheering for? Come on.
None of them.
No,
Batman.
No, USA. Come on, people. Come on,
USA,
guys.
USA,
Hey,
USA.
USA,
Woo!
USA, USA. I couldn't believe.
Did you guys all watch the thing last night in South Dakota?
No, what happened, South?
No.
It's where Trump was doing his speech and doing the fireworks show.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
was
I recorded it.
Oh shoot! England beat Mexico 2-1. Norway beat Brazil 2-1.
We play tomorrow. Cool.
Wow, Brazil lost. Well, that's the first I've ever heard. I heard they were
No.
good.
You want to know how to make a Canadian really mad?
How?
Ask them why did both our teams kick their team's butt in the Olympics on a sport that they invented.
Which is hockey.
Hockey?
Yeah.
Hockey.
It makes me so mad.
What? Oh yeah, I remember that. You're right.
We
They
play-
lost badly. I
we-
remember.
We play tomorrow. US plays tomorrow. That is cool.
Is Canada good at soccer too?
Oh no.
They're not good. They're okay.
What's Canada's other sport? Curling?
No,
John.
sending their Justin Biebers and stuff to America, that's their sport.
Oh. That's saying hockey and curling. I don't think they were good at soccer.
Oh my God! Morocco beat Canada 3-0.
Really? Wow.
Morocco beat the heck out of Canadian 3-0.
Wow. Sorry, Canadians.
That's
They
horrible.
didn't send their goose.
Sorry,
Air Force.
Canadians.
Uh,
How are you doing, John?
horrible. We play tomorrow. Let's keep saying play tomorrow. No, we're not playing tomorrow.
He's gonna hit the 13 leg. Come on, we can do this.
July. I'm looking at July. I don't know. Wait, Monday. Let me click Monday. Yeah, you're right. They're playing USA 8 p.m.
USA,
And
USA,
Spain playing Portugal 3 p.m. So there are two teams playing tomorrow.
USA,
And Tuesday, USA.
USA.
Tuesday, Egypt playing Argentina, Switzerland playing Colombia.
I thought all of them were
Wednesday,
out.
they're taking a break. Thursday, Morocco playing France.
How long are they
Friday.
playing these games?
I don't know. Yeah, these games are going again.
Are they going for another month?
Well, they're narrowing it down now. That's it. Everybody, whoever loses is out now. That's it.
Yeah.
I just don't want to see. I'll be honest with you guys. I don't want to see France winning again. They always keep winning. Come on, guys.
Gotta up your game, guys. Come on. They gotta lose. Throw a cat at them. Throw a cat at them. Sorry, kitty. I love you. Attack. You don't want to
They
get.
should start singing some.
You don't want to get
They
clubbed.
should start singing. They should start singing Frere Jonka throughout. Frere Jonka, Frere
Yeah.
Jonka.
You don't want to get attacked by a cat. Thank you, Russ.
Oh, the longest living cat breeds.
Probably tortoiseshell.
Is this for real or joking?
Probably
I
for
don't
real.
know. I'm not on the TV. Your computer. Oh, the Egyptian thing?
It can't be.
Oh, the hairless ones? They're beautiful. Ooh.
There's some Hawaiians. That's.
That looks like a Russian blue.
Oh, wait, let me go to the beginning.
That looks like a ragdoll.
Okay, let's go to the beginning. Let's go to the beginning. 4.
Is that Persian?
It says
A Persian.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. They're known for that face.
Sphinx. That's called Sphinx.
I love those kitties. They're cute.
Bombay.
Bombay.
Russian blue. Oh my god, it looks cute actually.
Oh, I was right. They're
Oriental short hair.
That looks like Siamese right there.
Siamese, yeah. That's
Siamese?
expensive probably.
Oh, they can be. Is that a bingle?
Savannah.
Savannah?
That's a guy.
Yep.
American short hair. Look at this, so cute.
I love kitties.
Look at that cute on this cat.
No, I like this kitty better.
Doesn't that look like my cat at home?
Yeah.
American wire hair. Yum.
Aww.
Turkish Angora. Why is it so mean?
Because
That's what my,
he had a bad
that's what my
day.
cat eats.
Somebody's eating his food. Eat, poop, and sleep.
What's up with the phone?
American long hair.
Norwegian forest.
It looks like American long hair.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this cute Turkish fawn.
A Turkish. Hey, NASCAR.
Yikes. What's wrong with this cat?
Looks like a bat ear cat.
Color? Why look scary like that? Look at his eyes.
That's just how they're created. They're known for their ears. Hey, Chris.
British. That's your cat, British. Short hair.
British. British. Yep.
Ragamuffin. What?
A muffin?
A ragamuffin.
That's
Don't
a
eat him.
muffin cat?
Don't eat him.
It's a ragamuffin.
Don't eat him.
Don't eat him. Oh, look, they're so cute.
Is that a ragdoll?
Berman. Berman.
Aww.
Look at the eyes. Look beautiful. Look. Blue. Okay, these kids. Ah.
Are the ears clipped?
American curl.
It looks like the ears are clipped.
Yeah. No, but they're twisted like curls.
That's
They're
weird.
curled in.
Egyptian Mao. What the heck? Never seen this cat before. Wow, look at this cat, Somali.
I thought it was
That's
a fox.
beautiful.
Oh,
Yeah, it looks like a fox. You're right.
I thought it looked like a fox for a minute. Expensive cats. I would love to have something like that. Look at those eyes.
Why is it so long like this?
Because it's bred with something big. Oh, look at the eyes on that one. The frogger's good.
Oh, that's cute. A Siberian.
Ooh.
Hey, I don't think these cats they could live here.
No, that's for cold climate. That fur.
Yeah.
Colder climates.
Jumbo. Scared the heck out of this cat.
He's like, what you doing?
But look, it's scary. Can you imagine, God forbid, you get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom to pee, and you see this cat?
He's like, are you supposed to be in bed, human? Get back to bed. Or feed me. Or feed
Honestly,
me.
guys, if I see this cat coming at me in the middle of the night, I would definitely pee in my pants. Doesn't it look scary a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit. Well, dark time, his eyes would glow.
You're not scared of this guy? Look at him.
When it's dark, his eyes would glow a little bit. So yeah, it would be kind of creepy.
I'm sorry.
Something would get kicked.
Oh, now this cat won't make me pee in my pants. This cat's so cute. Look at this.
He got part of a tail?
It's called American... What?
Bobtail.
Oh, bobtail.
Bobtail. Oh my god, this is cute.
That means it's gonna have a bobtail. It's not gonna have a full-grown tail.
Yeah. Oh, this shit drops out.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this cat.
Is that a Russian blue?
Yeah, I've been slacking.
What is it called?
Is that a Russian?
Chartou. Whatever it is.
Chartou.
I don't know Chartou. I don't know what that is.
I never heard of that species of cat.
Yeah.
It's not.
Look at this
Oh, that's a Bengal.
Yeah, you're right. How you know? Bengal. You're
I
right.
know what a Bengal is. They're my favorite
no,
cats, just expensive.
Oh my god, look at
How's
this
the world been
cat.
treating you, Brad?
A
Tonkinese?
Tonkinese? That's not American.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, look at this. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
So fancy. A
Burmilla.
Well, now you're just going overseas.
Look at this cat. That's scary.
That's a creepy looking cat.
Yeah. Havana Brown.
Oh, Havana.
I never heard of this. Oh, it even tells you how long they live. 10 to 15 years. Holy crap. They could live a long time.
Woo.
Last and not least, correct.
Correct. Look at those eyes.
Green, right?
Yeah.
It's cute.
Yeah.
What the? But it's like, feed me, give me something.
That one didn't look real, really.
Yeah. Oh my god, look at the eyes on this.
A little creepy.
No, but look, beautiful, like.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this.
Look at that face. You just want to kiss it.
Oh, look. Oh, freaking commercial. Look at this guy. Oh.
Hi, cutie.
Guys, you gonna feed me or you gonna just talk about me?
We're gonna talk about you. Now that's a lazy, happy cat.
But look how long this cat is, no?
Yeah. That's a long kitty.
You know something? You think you know about cats. Look how many different kind of cats. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Why keep getting... Look at this. Look at this cat. Orange.
Yep. Black. Hi, cutie.
Hi, cutie.
Yes, cutie.
Where's the cats? I never seen
That's a
this
marble
cat before.
kitty. That's a marble kitty.
Can I close my eyes?
Yes, you can.
Alright, that's it.
Okay.
Guys,
Thank you for the
take a hike,
kitties.
everybody. Take a hike, everybody.
Thank you for the kitties.
Stay up. Oh, wait.
There
There's
you
more
go.
cats. What the heck?
Because you're on the cat link.
What color cat are you according to your birth month? Really?
I don't do stuff like that. It's never happened.
Oh, look at this. Why do they keep showing me phones?
iPhones.
Oh, look at this. Look how cute this cat.
Is that a Russian blue?
I don't know. It looks like it.
Yeah. I love kitties.
What the OMG? What is going on there?
That's called a flat face right there. He's licking.
No, look his tongue. It's his tongue. Okay.
He's licking his
yeah.
nose. They took the picture at a bad time.
That's amazing. What is that? Yeah.
Oh, that's like a rag doll. Cutie patooties.
Oh, that's beautiful.
You just want to hug them all. That's
You know, that's something I don't see a lot of. It's all white cats. I think I see more Siamese than all white cats.
Yeah. Look, some of these cats I've never seen before. I only see them on the internet. Oh, look at this cat. Wow. Fluffy, look at this.
Yeah.
OMG, what is this?
Look at that. That one's expensive, I bet.
A savannah.
Like a leopard?
A savannah.
That doesn't look like Huh?
That's a savannah. They're tall.
Oh my god, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
That looks like a Russian blue.
Sophisticated observation of September Russian blue.
Russian blue.
Russian blue. Charming diplomacy of an October Scottish fold that's next to a British.
I am an American. Somebody said I look Ukraine. That's the first.
The untamed resilience of a November Norwegian forest cat. Oh, look at this cute cat.
He's a
Hey
cutie
guys, there's no
patootie.
more cats. Oh,
You
look at
said
the
there's no
cat.
more cats, and bam, there's a lot more cats. Oh my, that's a good picture. I guarantee you they had like a toy or something getting their attention, and then hurry up, take the shot. Oh, I love that.
Look at this. Do you guys love it?
I love it. Beautiful. How they captured that. Well, that's nice too.
Wow.
Those look like Maine Coons.
Wow, these stupid commercials. What happened to the cats?
I don't know. Where's my kitties? Welcome, guys. Oh, there's you, kitty.
Hey, get your own kitties.
Oh, but they're adorable.
They're adorable. You gotta pay up. You gotta pay.
Here.
How much?
A handshake? Would you like
Money,
a
money.
Would you like
money
an apple
talks.
turnover? Would you like an apple turnover?
More than that.
What do you need? My nose is peeling. You
I
serious?
need $1 million.
Okay, let me go to my imaginary bank.
You know what I think, this guy? He probably called to see if I can work, and I did not pick up the phone. I'm tired, and I don't want to do it.
Please don't overdo it.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm not going out. I'm tired.
Good. You need to rest. Hi, wife.
The word calling you already?
No, I think the guy's on standby called to see if I can work, and I said, nah. Hey, it's 10:30, guys. I'm gonna
Okay.
leave
Thank
guys
you
soon.
for the kitties.
Time. How about you, Ross? You working tomorrow?
Yeah. I work today and I'm gonna work tomorrow.
Well, man dies in a freak accident after falling from an escalator at the shopping mall. How did that happen?
Oh, that ain't good.
He died.
Yeah.
How did he fall from an escalator?
That's what I would like to know. Aren't you like strapped in pretty much?
Nah, they're like stairs that carry you up. So
But still, how did he die? Unless he fell.
I don't know. I can see a kid getting his fingers caught in it.
Oh my
I remember
goodness,
that
those
kinda
are
happened to me as a
horses!
kid.
That's a phone. A horse! I love horses. That looked like a donkey, but that's a horse. Hee-haw! Oh my goodness.
Please. Marwari. Beautiful. American cream draft. Look how they look. They're short but puffy.
Draft horses are big and buff. They're meant to pull heavy equipment. Well, they used to. Now they don't. Because we already got equipment to
Oh,
pull.
look at the baby.
That's a colt or a foal. Aww. Ooh.
That's a horse?
Yep. Don't ask me what breed though.
Yeah.
Maybe an American something. Arabian, Clydesdales, Palominos are my favorites. Arabians are beautiful.
Okay, tell me, what are they saying? What are they saying to each other?
You ate my food, Steve. That was my food for the whole week, Steve.
Oh, you're crazy funny. This is beautiful. Look at this. Can you?
I like the black one.
Yeah. Looks like a zebra.
Yeah, it does. Depending on mommy and daddy, they will get stripes.
What the? What's up with the cats?
I don't know. They're pushing cats on you.
Hey, I want to see horses. Get out of here.
I want to see horses too.
I saw enough cats.
Meow.
I bet you those cats like, you guys sucker. You feed us. You do everything for us. We just
That
give
cat
you the
saw
smallest
something.
one.
That cat saw something he did not want to see. He's questioning you. He's judging you. He's looking up like, hey, human, how can I help you?
Oh my
I didn't
God,
do it.
look at the look.
I did not do it. I plead the fifth. You cannot prove it.
His face?
Yeah.
Stop.
Sharon, I told you not to mess with my food. Hi, human.
Oh.
How are you today? So, you want to feed me? I am so tired. It was a long day at work, and Karen is just being rude.
Move. Why?
I am unique.
Look at that. Wait, two different color eyes on this cat.
Yep.
Yeah.
Some kitties have that. I am perfect.
This is hard.
Oh, that's a nice phone.
Never.
You stepped on my tail. How dare you? Hey,
Oh my
do I look cute to you?
Look at this cat.
Something bad is happening to him.
Oh my God, look at the look on his face.
He saw something he didn't want to see. He saw something that traumatized him.
I don't think so.
Oh, look at the
Look,
eyes.
different colors.
Yeah. It must be really strong in white cats. Because the other one was white too. See,
Oh, this woman is more than a cat.
that looks like a Maine Coon.
Look, we were sleeping with the cats. Wow. No wonder why people they no longer have people. They have animals. Look at Ross, he have animals. Look at me, I have animals. Look at you, you have animals.
I got my
more
hubby.
humans. Yeah, you got the teddy bear, exactly. Look at
Hubby. Yep.
this. Hubby dubby dub. No, you have to say hubby dubby
Hubby
dub.
dubby dubby.
Why is he being this guy?
I love orange kitties. They're beautiful.
But look at the look on his face.
You would have that look if somebody kept stealing your food. That's a beautiful cat, and that's not even a tortoiseshell. That's probably a calico. Tortoiseshells are darker. Calicos are lighter.
I don't know what it is. Scroll. Does your cat have a favorite word? Yeah. Best chef in the comment. What does it say?
They didn't say. Ooh, that one's pretty. Another orange kitty.
That's cute.
Why are all these orange?
I don't know.
Did we just hit the orange jackpot of cats?
Yeah, it says orange cat possess a hidden genetic trait that few know about and that makes them unique. Oh, okay.
Will you feed me? Aww. Cats are beautiful.
Yeah.
Aww.
He's squeezing his cheek.
Cheeky, cheeky.
Well, there's freaking more?
So many orange kitties. You don't even know which one to choose. I will take them all.
And do what?
And pet them and love them and call them
Look
orange.
at this. Look at those two cats. I
Yeah.
wonder, do they all speak the same language?
Yes, they're the same species. They're cats.
No, but do they talk to each other?
Absolutely, they do. They're very vocal. Some are more vocal than others.
What do they say?
Eat, poop, and sleep. What you doing today, Cheryl? Eat, poop, and sleep. How about tomorrow? I might eat and poop and sleep outside. Is that? I thought that was a turtle for a minute. Or a squirrel.
What is he doing?
He's trying to reach for the ball that he lost. Or he's trying to catch himself.
But look at the way they catch it. I think
Yeah.
that's a glass.
I think that was the
Right,
whole
yeah.
point. Oh, he's just sleeping away. Sleepy, sleepy. Oh, he looks so sad. Sleepy head. I am peeling.
You said you're peeling?
Yeah, I'm peeling bad.
Oh, you got brown.
I love
Reddish
kitties.
brown.
Yeah. Is that Walmart? Holy I thought those were cows for a minute. Where are they taking these pictures?
I don't know. Oh, look at these cats.
Oh, that's a tortoiseshell. They are really, yeah, it is. They were really good at taking these pictures. What camera are they using?
Amazing.
What camera
Oh
are
my
they
God.
using? That's a good camera. Those are tortoiseshells. Oh my goodness, I want that one.
The mother said, not too fast. Not so
I'm taking those babies home.
Not so fast, woman. Oh
I
my
pray somebody's
God.
taking. I want them. Oh my goodness.
I bet you pay for it.
I will take those babies. They will grow up to be beautiful kitties.
And what are you gonna do with it?
Love them and squeeze them, sleep.
And eat them.
Absolutely
Chinese food
not. You're funny. Don't go to Chinese buffets. You never know what you're gonna
Hey,
eat.
Ross.
Yeah.
This woman, she's having Chinese food tomorrow. Are you gonna go?
Well, that's news to me.
Am I gonna go?
Yeah, she's invited.
I don't know.
I'm not going. She's having, you get it? She's having Chinese food.
We
You
can
get
all
it?
have Mexican food.
No, we don't trust you.
Mexican
You
food?
gotta cook those. You gotta cook those cats. I know you.
We can have Mexican food.
Promise not to cook the cats.
I promise.
All right, that's fine.
I think she's safe. I don't think she'd cook a cat.
I couldn't. Look at those
I don't think you
faces.
cook this cat. Look at this poor cat.
Look
You
at
gonna
that
cook this
face.
guy?
How could you cook it? He's a cutie pie. Those
What are these
phones.
freaking phones in my face?
Those are the new iPhones.
Look at this cat.
Oh my goodness, that's a kitten.
We know that. Duh.
Duh. He's waiting for his food. Feed him.
Oh my
He
God.
looks angry.
He's angry because you haven't fed him yet.
Look, he's like, get your face out of my face.
I love you, human. Now feed me.
Yeah, exactly.
Is my human home? I just saw something.
What?
I saw a mouse cross the room. He just woke up from a hangover. That's what it looks like. He literally looks like he woke up from a hangover. What did I do last night?
Oh my God.
What did I do last night?
Look at this cat. Look at this cat.
Is that a full-on cat or just a picture?
OMG.
He's annoyed.
Yeah. What's up with that transcendental meditation? They start popping up since I haven't looked it up, see?
I don't know. Never heard of it till a few days ago.
Yeah, which is?
Meditating. Yeah, Yakir. He actually came in earlier.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he was exhausted. He came home from work.
Oh, like this guy's exhausted.
Time to hit the hay. Don't hit the hay.
Look how they cover his face with his tongue sticking out.
That's how they drink.
Oh my God, look at this cat. Ah,
He was
so
a cutie
beautiful.
pie.
Oh my God,
That
that's
looks
a
like a
beautiful
fat cat.
Fat cat.
Look at him. You look like Chica.
OMG. Oh, look,
Why are
he's
you
biting
putting
his-
your finger in
he's
his
biting
mouth?
that finger. Exactly.
Said, don't touch my food, Karen. Oh, hello, human. So, are you done working? Well, that's a pretty cat. They're all beautiful. What cameras are you using? I don't even know what kind of cat that is.
7 signs your cat doesn't like you. That's one of them.
I don't like you neither. I love you. Oh, you just want to boop his nose.
He doesn't like you. That's what
I
it
don't
says.
care. I love you.
What's up with that meditation?
I don't know.
Transcendental meditation. Look the look on his face. Look at the woman. She's like in love with her cat, but he's telling her, "Can you leave me alone?"
Yes, can I just eat, poop, and sleep like a normal cat instead of you picking me up, knowing how fat I am, and loving me? Oh, now I want a
Oh my
cat.
God, yeah, now you want one, right?
Yes, I want a cat, a dog.
It's like, don't touch me. He said, don't touch me. Look. Amazon, what the? Can't flicker or body tension. It's like, leave me alone, I'm not in the mood.
Ooh,
What the heck is this?
it's an up close and personal nose pick.
Ignoring you completely.
Am I in your bubble now? Oh,
Hey,
look at the
it's fine.
eyes.
That's my territory, this cat's saying.
Yeah, it's like, do you mind? Kitty, kitty, kitty. You just want to pet his belly. A booty pick. Aww, it looks like a rag doll. But I could be wrong. He looks annoyed. He just woke up from a nap. Stretch.
Guys, I'm not watching. That's it, enough with this.
Thank you for the kitty pictures.
Go to sleep, guys. Alright, Ross, Jenna,
Yeah, it's getting to be about that time.
God
Yeah.
bless you. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm tired.
I know you are.
I gotta get up in the morning. I gotta go take care of a couple of printers.
Okie dokie. Be safe.
Alright, good night. Good night, all.
God bless you.
Good night, let's go.
You heading to bed too?
Yeah, I think so.
Good night.
Alright. We'll catch you later. Or try to.
Okay.
Through all the craziness. Yep. Have a good one.
You too.
Guys, Nina just built a
Romans about the future of the king and the kingdom. They had entire series of texts, copied and recopied over centuries on clay tablets dedicated to interpreting signs, what an eclipse meant, what the flight of a bird foretold, what the entrails of a sacrificed animal revealed, what a strange birth portended. I want you to stop and feel the brutal tension of this. A young man who worshipped the one true God, a young man who believed that the future was in the hands of the God of Israel and not in the stars, was seated for 3 years to memorize, copy, and master the sacred texts of Babylonian divination, the manuals of the astrologers, the wisdom of the Magi, everything his own faith considered, at best, vanity, and at worst, abomination. And to truly understand what that was, you have to understand how it was learned. Writing, in that world, was a craft transmitted with the patience of years, almost always from master to apprentice and from parents to children, within a handful of families who guarded that knowledge like a treasure. The one who learned began as a child with the most basic things, copying over and over long lists of signs, lists of words, of names of gods, of animals, of trades, of rivers and of peoples, until they were engraved in his memory and in his hand. Then came the proverbs, the hymns, the ancient stories. And only at the end, the few who made it to the top accessed the most complex texts, the treatises on the sky, the manuals of omens, those scholarly series that were copied with an almost obsessive care so that not a single sign would be lost along the way. Because that was the other face of that culture. In a society where the vast majority of people could not read or write a single line, the one who mastered the clay and the wedge belonged to a tiny and extremely powerful circle. The great collections of tablets, the archives kept in temples and palaces, preserved the accumulated knowledge of more than 1,000 years of civilization. And the key to that entire treasure was held by a few. To learn to write was not to learn just another trade. It was to enter the control room of one of the oldest cultures on Earth. And into that room, by order of the king, 4 teenagers of a defeated people had just been pushed so that they would master it from within. Let me reconstruct a scene. And I want to be clear that it's a reconstruction, an image, so you can see the world, not a word-for-word account of the text. And it's worth clarifying something up front, because the image of a school we have in our heads doesn't fit that world. The teaching of writing was not given in large classrooms full of students, but in small groups under the hand of a master scribe. The case of these 4 was also special because it was a palace training, paid for by the king to prepare his chosen young men. So imagine a room in the royal compound, the mud floor, the heavy heat of the valley. In the hands of the boy from Judah, a tablet of soft clay and a reed stylus. Before him, a master who recites in Akkadian, sign by sign, row after row of wedges. Nearby, a few more young men, sons of powerful families, repeating, engraving, erasing, starting over. By day, the Hebrew learned thoroughly the science of the city, and we can imagine by night, in a low voice, he prayed to the God of Jerusalem in a language none of those masters understood. And then comes the first great twist of the story, one that almost no one notices. What did Daniel do with all that pagan education? Did he reject it? Did he refuse to study? Did he cover his ears? No. He learned it. He mastered it. In fact, the text says he mastered it better than anyone. When they finally presented themselves to the king, at the end of those 3 years, Nebuchadnezzar examined them and found them 10 times superior to all the magi and astrologers of his kingdom. The foreigner beat the locals at their own game. This is hugely important for understanding who Daniel was, because it dismantles a simplistic idea. Daniel was not faithful by shutting himself off, by refusing to learn, by despising the culture that surrounded him. He was faithful in the midst of it. He studied the language, mastered the literature, understood the system better than its own priests. And yet, in the center of his heart, he did not convert. He learned to read the omens of the stars without believing, not for an instant, that his destiny was written in them. And it turns out that that excellence, that superior capacity, was exactly what opened the doors of the palace to him, and what again and again, over his long life, saved his life. The system they wanted to use to convert him, he used to survive. That's one of the great silent lessons of his story. And before moving on to the third lever, I want to ask you a question, and your answer really matters to me. Daniel yielded on the name. He yielded on the language. He yielded on the education. He learned everything they put in front of him. And yet, there was one point, a very concrete one, at which he said enough. Which do you think it was? Where do you put the line between adapting to a world that isn't yours and betraying yourself? Think about it, because Daniel's answer is surprising. Because the third lever, the place where he did draw the line, was the table. Food. The 8th verse of the first chapter contains one of the most important sentences in the whole book. Daniel, it says, purposed in his heart not to defile himself with the portion of the king's delicacies, nor with the wine that he drank. Purposed in his heart. Notice the language. It was not an outburst. It was not a teenage tantrum. It was a thought-out, inner, deliberate decision. And what he decided was to refuse the king's food. Now, this needs context, because at first glance it seems strange. The empire had taken his name, and he didn't protest. It had put the wisdom of the astrologers into his head, and he didn't protest. And he's going to make a whole problem out of dinner? Out of food. To understand it, you have to know what the king's portion was, the best food in the whole empire. Choice meats, refined wine, the finest that the richest land in the world produced. To eat from the king's table was an honor, a privilege, a sign of favor. For most of those young men, it must have been a dream, but for a faithful Jew, that food brought 3 problems wrapped in its delicious aroma. The first, it most likely included meats that the law of Moses forbade, unclean animals that a son of Israel should never eat. The second, the meat of the ancient world, was almost never prepared according to the rules the Hebrew law demanded regarding blood. And the third, perhaps the most important of all,
No, I
in
do not
Babylon,
need nothing.
the palace food was offered first, ritually to the gods. Before reaching your plate, those delicacies had been dedicated to Marduk, to Bel, to Nabu. To eat from that table was not only to fill your stomach, it was, in some way, to take part in an act of worship to foreign gods. And there, right there, Daniel said, no, I learned your language. I memorized your omens. I answered to the name you gave me. But I am not going to put into my body that which makes me a participant in your gods. What he did next also reveals his character, because it was neither arrogant nor reckless. He didn't make a scene. He didn't insult the king. He negotiated. With respect, with intelligence, he proposed a test to the official in charge of them, a man who, according to the text, feared losing his head if those young men weakened and the king got angry. Daniel proposed a simple deal. Give us only vegetables to eat and water to drink for 10 days, and then compare our appearance with that of the young men who eat from the king's table. And if we're worse off, do whatever you want. 10 days, an experiment. And at the end of those 10 days, says the text, the faces of Daniel and his 3 friends looked better and healthier than those of all who ate the royal delicacies. So the steward simply withdrew the king's food and left them with their simple diet. Now, a necessary warning, because I know how this passage is sometimes used. This is not an ad for a miracle diet. The point of the account is not that vegetables make you better looking, nor is it a nutrition manual. The point is theological. God honored the faithfulness of some young men who, in a small and everyday matter, chose not to defile themselves. The miracle is not in the letters, it's in the blessed faithfulness, but the underlying question is still there, pulsing, and it's the one that truly matters. Why the table? Why did Daniel yield on so many things and draw the line precisely there, on what he ate? I believe the answer is profound. The name others put on you, it doesn't depend on you. The language they teach you, the things they force you to study, come from outside. You receive them passively, but what you decide to put into your own body, that is yours. That is an act, an active, daily, intimate choice. Food was the last territory that depended entirely on his will. It was the place where the empire could not compel him without his consent. And that's why it was precisely there that he planted the flag, not in the great and visible, but in the small and everyday that still belonged to him. And that's why I want to ask you again, now seriously, to go down to the comments and answer me. If they took almost everything from you, the name, the work, even the language you think in, where would your line be? What is that thing, perhaps small, perhaps invisible to others, that you would not hand over for anything in the world? Write it below. I really do read them, and I think the answers to this are going to be one of the most interesting things in this video. We come to the 4th lever, and with it we enter the true day-to-day of Daniel over decades. Because the first 3, the name, the language, the food, were the battle of his youth, of those first years. The 4th was the battle of his whole life, the constant daily pressure of living and working inside a world given over entirely to other gods. Because Daniel was not a captive, locked in a dungeon. That's one of the great misunderstandings. After his training, Daniel became a high official of the empire, a sage of the court, a counselor to the king, a man with a position, with responsibilities, with an office, to put it in modern terms. He spent his days in the palace or near it, surrounded by the other sages, the magi, the astrologers, the diviners, that intellectual class the texts call the wise men of Babylon. Daniel worked shoulder to shoulder every day with the priests of the gods his faith rejected. And let me make you aware of the emotional weight of this, because it's easy to overlook. Daniel served the empire that had destroyed his people. Every day he got up, dressed in the Babylonian manner, walked through streets dedicated to Marduk, and went in to advise the king whose armies had reduced the temple of Jerusalem to ashes. He had to be loyal, competent, useful to a system that he, in his deepest heart, knew was under the judgment of God. That's a tension lived in the soul, day after day. And for years, it's not a miracle of a moment. It's a marathon of faithfulness. And I want you to see up close what that workplace was like, because it was at once the most prestigious and the most dangerous in the kingdom. The book itself, in describing the experts of the court, does not speak of a single guild, but of several distinct groups that coexisted and competed with one another. The magi, the enchanters, the sorcerers, and the Chaldeans. who were the caste of astrologers specialized in reading the sky. It was a whole ecosystem of specialists in the invisible, each with their methods, their texts, and their claims to knowledge. And above all of them, over the years, the young Hebrew came to occupy a post of the highest responsibility, because that's how an empire was governed in that world. The great decisions, war, politics, public works, were not made with cold calculation alone. The gods were consulted, signs were sought, an eclipse could delay a military campaign, a dream of the monarch could shake the whole kingdom. The entrails of a sacrificed animal could tip the destiny of thousands. There existed entire series of tablets, copied and recopied over centuries, that catalogued omens. What this or that position of a planet meant, what a strange birth foretold, what a spot on the liver of a sheep revealed. And the trade of those sages, the profession the boy from Judah was part of, consisted in deciphering all that and telling the king what the heavens supposedly wanted from him. It sounds like a job of luxury, of office, library, and prestige, but it had a dark and deadly side. You served a man with absolute power and often with an unpredictable temper. If the sovereign had a nightmare, and no one managed to interpret it to his liking, if a prediction failed, if he suspected a deception or a betrayal, his wrath could fall on the whole guild at once. In fact, the second chapter of the book narrates a chilling episode in which the king, beside himself, dictates an execution order against all the sages of the capital without exception, and the soldiers go out to find them to put them to death. The young foreigner and his companions were on that blacklist for the simple fact of belonging to the court. I won't tell you now how that was resolved, because that's a whole story for another day. But hold on to the fact that truly matters for understanding his daily life. The post that had saved him from slavery was at the same time a post in which your head could roll from one day to the next at the whim of a monarch. Every dawn in that palace was, in a way, to walk on the edge. And in the midst of that double pressure, the intellectual and the deadly, the sage of Judah did something that set him apart from all the rest. He did not pretend. He did not invent answers to please. Again and again, over the years, when it was his turn to speak before the throne, he gave credit not to his own cleverness, nor to the stars, but to the God of heaven, who reveals mysteries. At the very summit of the most sophisticated divination system of the ancient world, the man who mastered it best was, at the same time, the only one who didn't believe a word of it. He worked among diviners without being a diviner. He made his living reading the sky without putting his faith in the sky, but in the one who made it. Now, to truly understand what Jewish life in Babylon was like, you have to leave the palace for a moment and look downward toward the common people, because Daniel was the golden exception. Most of the deportees of Judah did not live in palaces. How did they live? And once again, archaeology gives us an astonishing window into the past. There exists a set of clay tablets, about 200 of them, that scholars call the Al-Yahudu tablets. The name says it all. Al-Yahudu means the city of Judah, or the town of the Jews. It was literally a village of deportees from Judah in southern Babylon, and those tablets are the everyday documents of that community over 2 generations. And what do they reveal? Something precious. They reveal that the common Jews in Babylon were not chained in labor camps. They lived. They farmed the land. They bought and sold. They paid taxes. They lent money. Some prospered and accumulated goods. They had contracts, debts, businesses, a normal economic life, and a beautiful detail, many of them kept their Hebrew names, names that carried within them the God of Israel, written by the Babylonian scribes on their tablets. The community did not evaporate. It put down roots, and that fits perfectly in a way that raises goosebumps, with a letter the prophet Jeremiah had sent them from Jerusalem to those very exiles. It's in the 29th chapter of his book. Jeremiah writes to them on God's behalf an instruction that must have sounded scandalous. Build houses and live in them. Plant gardens and eat their fruit. Marry, have children, multiply there, do not diminish. And seek the peace of the city to which I have carried you, and pray for it, because in its peace you will have peace. Do you realize how radical that message is? God does not tell them, resist, sabotage, live with your bags packed waiting to return tomorrow. He tells them, live, plant, build, flourish even here, even in the enemy empire, even far from home. And the Al-Yahudu tablets are the archaeological proof that this is exactly what they did. Houses, gardens, businesses, families, a community of faith surviving and even prospering in a foreign land. Let's reconstruct another scene. Again, with the honesty of telling you that it's an image, an illustration of the world and not a verse. Imagine the irrigation canals of southern Babylon, that flat and fertile land crossed by waters. Imagine a family of Judah, 2 generations after the deportation, working a field that is now theirs. The grandparents perhaps still remember Jerusalem. The grandchildren know it only from the stories. It's evening. The sun sets over the still water of a canal, and someone in a low voice sings a song of their land. Perhaps that same lament that was engraved forever in Psalm 137. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, and we wept when we remembered Zion. A community that lived, that worked, that laughed at its weddings and wept at its dead, and that in the depth of its heart, beside the waters of a foreign empire, never stopped remembering where it came from. But there's a question those tablets cannot answer, and it's perhaps the most important of all. If the exiles lived, planted, and prospered, how did they manage to keep worshipping their God far from home? Because there was a problem there that shook the faith of Israel to its foundations. Their whole religion revolved around a single sacred place, the Temple of Jerusalem. There, and only there, the sacrifices were offered. There, the presence of God dwelt in the midst of his people. And what happened when that temple had been reduced to ashes, and you were more than 900 miles from its ruins, in a foreign land, with no hope of returning soon? You could not sacrifice. You had no altar. You did not have the place. For many, it must have felt as if God himself had been left behind, buried under the rubble of Zion. And yet, exactly the opposite happened. In the exile, far from the sanctuary, the faith of Israel did not go out. It transformed. And many historians see precisely in these years of captivity the origin of a change that would mark that faith forever. Without a temple where they could sacrifice, the center of gravity of the religion shifted toward something else. Toward the written word, to read, copy, and remember the scriptures and the law became the heart of spiritual life. Toward prayer as a way of drawing near to God without the need of a stone altar. Toward the Sabbath, that holy day that depended on no place and that could be kept in any corner of the world. And toward the marks of identity that a Jew could carry with him wherever he went, within his own body and his own house, without the need of a building. The faith became, for the first time in a full way, portable. It stopped depending on a temple to depend on a people who remembered, read, and prayed wherever they found themselves. Not a few scholars place here in these communities of the exile the remote roots of what would later be the synagogue, the place of gathering and reading, and the deep reason why this people would come to be called the people of the book. And the sage of the palace is the perfect image of that new and portable faith. Later, in another chapter of the book, we find him already old with a custom that says it all. 3 times a day, he withdrew to an upper room of his house, opened the windows in the direction of Jerusalem. That city, which by then had spent decades turned to ruins, knelt and prayed. Without a temple, without an altar, without sacrifices, only a man. A window opened toward the lost land, and prayer rising in silence. That was the faith no empire in the world could confiscate, because it was not made of stones, but of memory and loyalty. They had torn the temple from him. They could never tear from him the direction toward which he knelt. And archaeology gives us one more piece, one that touches royalty directly. When those German archaeologists excavated the palace of Nebuchadnezzar, they found in an underground room near the Ishtar Gate an enormous archive of administrative tablets. They were basically receipts, records of rations of oil and barley delivered to prisoners, workers, and dignitaries of conquered lands who lived in Babylon. Hundreds of them. And among all those tablets, 4 mention a figure by his name and his title, Joachim, king of the land of Yahudu. That is Jehoiachin, king of Judah. That same Jehoiachin, whom the second book of Kings tells us was deported to Babylon. He appears by his name in the palace's pantry records, receiving his rations from the royal kitchen along with his sons. A king of Judah recorded by the empire's accountants, eating the bread of Babylon. The Bible said he was there. The clay tablets confirm it with his name and his title intact. Those documents are today also kept in a museum in Berlin, and they were first published by a scholar named Weidner back in the first half of the 20th century. I want to stop a second on what all these stones and tablets really mean, because it's the heart of this channel. I don't tell you about them to impress you with data. I tell you about them because they prove that the world in which Daniel lived is not a world of fantasy. It's a verifiable world. There are tablets that mention a king of Judah who was deported, just as the Bible says. There's a whole village of Jews documented in the clay, living just as Jeremiah wrote to them to live. There are Babylonian chronicles that record Nebuchadnezzar's campaigns against Judah. The setting is real. The play was performed in a theater we can still touch. Now, in the name of that same honesty, let me tell you something many channels hide from you. About the book of Daniel itself, about when exactly it was written and by whom. There is a real debate among scholars, and I'm not going to pretend to you that it doesn't exist. But that debate, whatever your position on it, does not touch what we are seeing today. That the portrait of the Babylonian world, the book paints, the city, the customs, the titles of the court, the mechanics of the exile, fits in a remarkable way with what archaeology has pulled from the earth. Daniel's world is historical. Of that, there is no reasonable doubt. There's even a precious detail that joins 2 books of the Bible through a single tablet. When Daniel and his companions were placed under the care of a high official, the text, in the 3rd verse of the 1st chapter, calls him by a title, the chief of the eunuchs. It was a concrete post of the Babylonian court. Well, in the year 2007, a specialist named Michael Jerser, rummaging among the more than 100,000 tablets kept in a museum in London, found a small clay receipt. It was a most mundane transaction. An official was donating a quantity of gold to a temple in Babylon. But that official bore a name, and above all, a title that is extremely rare in ancient documents, Chief of the Eunuchs. And that same name and that same title appear in the book of Jeremiah in its chapter 39, among the Babylonian officers who entered Jerusalem when the city fell. A man mentioned in passing in the Bible, confirmed 2,500 years later by a gold receipt written in clay. And that extremely rare title, Chief of the Eunuchs, is exactly the post of the man who received Daniel. Daniel's world fits, even down to its most obscure bureaucratic titles.
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prop.